saying last week every time.
Is it?
Hello and welcome. Welcome. The 15th. This is our 15th edition of Noob versus 75 days
15th?
in. We are 75 days in. We've done this. This is our 15th time doing this. Does it feel like that many to you? Does it feel like more or does it feel like less?
I to me, feels like less. I
Yeah.
didn't realize it was the 15th time.
Well, when you think about it, we did 7 in a row, right? We did the first 7 days.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's only been 8 since that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's why. That's why.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I'm like 15 weeks. That feels
Yeah, it's not
feels
15 weeks.
awfully
Not yet.
long.
Yeah. No, today is day 75. So about
Yeah.
11, almost 11. Um, but yeah, been cruising right along, hasn't
Yeah. There's been a lot of progress made. Feel like I'm starting to get the hang of things.
it?
Good time.
Right. So welcome Verso 29, our first viewer today. So we're a little bit late today, a little bit behind schedule. Unfortunately I slept wrong. I've got a prick in my right shoulder and neck. Hard to that. That's where my monitor is over there. My extra. So this is gonna be I'm gonna have to do a lot of. I'm in the
You're gonna
swivel.
you're gonna do the locked neck deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the chair swivel. If I can remember. Um, or I'm gonna be like, oh, I gotta look over there really quickly, and I can. So yeah, it's gonna be one of the two. So if you see me wincing, like way out of character, where it's like, oh, hey, looks like he's in a lot of pain. I did just take some leave though, so hopefully that'll alleviate. Such clever marketing.
Oh, oh,
Yeah,
I see what they did there.
yeah, right. Very. Cool. What the heck is ad? I don't know. But what's a leave? So, Hammerhawk, hey there. Great Dane. All red mic. Is my mic cutting out, guys?
You're clear in Discord, so
Clear in Discord. Am I clear on the stream? It says the audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended. Change. It's the same settings that I've been using for the last few months.
yeah, you're breaking up a little bit on the stream.
I am. Okay. Well, I think the only way to yes, you can change it. Change it. All right. It says that they recommend an audio stream bitrate of 120 kbps. kbps. Feels like maybe it's not an audio issue, maybe it's a stream issue, but it says stream status is excellent. Welcome, Kieran. Welcome, Jacques. Yeah, but I haven't changed the gate. I haven't changed the gate. Sounds like a gate. Good. Let's check the audio.
Well, if it was a gate issue, you should have issues in Discord too, not just on the stream.
No, because it would be an OBS gate. You know what I mean?
If
So it would be in the
yeah, if
recording
the gate's
software.
in OBS, yeah,
Yeah.
that could.
Let's. I mean, I haven't changed any of the settings. Go ahead. Make a change. It's when I turn my head and talk, so it's just not picking it up. So if I'm talking into the microphone, it's not a problem. Okay. All right. So then, yeah, it's probably just a gating issue. When I turn to the side, I have to be behind the mic, so I'm talking into the mic still, and that should be probably fine. All right. Good. Okay. So it's the stream audio is fine. All right. Good. Well, welcome,
Okay.
David. Welcome. Let's talk
Wouldn't be a
about.
stream without some technical
Yeah. There's
issues.
always something. There's always something. I mean, it's funny because it's always like the first 10 or 15 viewers who have to deal with this and nobody else does. And then I wonder if like people go back and watch the stream, they're like, "Oh wow, that was 20 minutes of technical issues that started off the show." Like I'm glad that I missed the first half an hour. Um okay, but the first half an hour today is going to be pretty good. We got a lot going on. We've got a lot going on. I don't know if everybody's
Oh
watched
yeah.
the videos this week, but there have been some changes to the accounts. So, Son, why don't we start with your account? Now, go ahead and tell the story again, because even though some people may have watched the video, some people may not have watched the video. And I think the story is funny.
Yeah. So it was a couple days ago. It was late at night. I was heading off to bed. Bandit and I, we're getting ready. I'm like, I gotta burn some energy. I'm playing some raid on my phone. Uh, and I'd had a really good raid day. I'd made a lot of progress. Got unstuck in places where I was stuck. And it was the like UDK 10x pull, and I was like, you know what? I'll just pull one ancient shard. I'm not expecting anything out of it. It'd be fun just for me, a little nightcap. And then I misclicked somehow. The screen turns blue rather than going to the shard, and I just start watching my shards just go down the drain. My heart sinks. I'm mad. That is all get out. And then I pulled my first legendary.
So the accidental 10 pull turned
So
into
the
maybe
accidental
your
10
best 10
pull,
pull ever.
probably the best 10 pull ever. I got 3 epics and Under Priest Brogni on a non 2x just ancient shard pull. Um,
Now,
yeah, that was kind of wild.
now I got to say this. I haven't said this yet, but I have to say this. These results are not indicative of what you should expect when you do this.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a bad idea to just randomly do. Okay, no, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't like using those kinds of. It's suboptimal, right? It's not the best like return on investment. But sometimes, like you said, you're late at night. There's a 10 times on a champion that you like. You just want to pull one shard for fun or whatever, and so you go ahead.
Yeah,
And
I think I'd gotten like 4 or 5 ancient charts that day, and I was like, you know what, one of them,
yeah,
for funsies.
right. And I do think it's
Not 10.
no, not 10. But I do think it's important to mention from time to time, and I try to mention this enough that people know where I stand on the issue. But the game is supposed to be fun. And so if playing in a way that's maybe a little bit more impulsive every once in a while, or you just want to lean into like, you know, the kind of the excitement of pulling a shard every once in a while when it's not an optimal time to pull a shard, that's fine because anything that adds enjoyment to the game is good. Now, in this particular case, it was funny because you were trying to add a little bit of enjoyment to the game. And then your heart sunk because you accidentally hit the 10 pull and you were mad, you were pissed off. And then
Yeah,
all of a sudden you were elated because it was like, such a
it was
swing
a
of the
roller
pendulum.
coaster.
Yeah, such
Yeah,
a swing of the pendulum in just a few seconds, just like 3 seconds. It went from like, okay, this will be fun. To, oh my god, what am I doing? To
yeah.
yeah, I win.
Like I went all caps in the clan chat. I was just slamming the key, the phone keyboard on there. Um, but yeah, that pulled Brogni for me. Also got, let's see, where are they
Got
here?
3
We
epic.
got 3 epics. Big
Duke the
guy here,
Beers.
Duke the Pierce. Just another just solid pull. Gonna start bringing him up.
If he was
And
the only champion you got out of that 10, if you had 9 rares and a Duke the Pierced, it still would have been a good 10.
yeah,
That's how good this epic is, and we almost don't care because you pulled Brog.
because I pulled Brogni.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I got Duke. I got Caden, who's just gonna go into my factions, and then I got Dark Athel. What, like
15 days, 16 days before we're gonna get her anyway.
Yeah, she's coming right down the road, so I guess I'll have some faction guardians there.
Yeah, faction guardians are nice, especially epic faction guardians, because in early in a free to play account, most of your work is going to be done by epic, right? You'll have a few rares, you'll have just a couple of legendaries, and then you're going to have this vast pool of epics that are basically carrying you through mid game. So building your epic faction guardians is actually helpful, especially like if you have faction guardians in a faction where you have a couple of key players. So like if you have, I don't know, let's say your arena nuker's mag and you have your, demon spawn fleshed out. Like, oh well, he's gonna be literally as strong as he can possibly. So or if you have somebody like your clan boss damage, you have them. Or sometimes you want to support, like if you have a Scylla the Drakes and well, I got my barbarians. Well, she's but same idea, like if you have your everywhere team and their faction guardians are fleshed out, that makes your everywhere team even stronger. But it does take a while because the first few bonuses are not all that.
Yeah.
And so it's like the first bonus I think is it attack or HP, one or the other. I think so the first one's HP, the second one's attack. The third one's quite nice because there you get accuracy and resistance, and 15 accuracy is no joke. That extra 15 accuracy is very helpful. And then the fourth one is defense, which is pretty good. And then the fifth one is speed, very nice.
Yeah.
One of the issues with the speed guardian, like faction guardians, is if you speed tune a clan boss team before you get those faction guardians, then you have to either not put those faction guardians in because you can't afford the speed because they're off your speed, or you have to re-speed tune that one champion in that faction. So it's worth it if you use a lot of champions in that faction in a lot of
Just
places.
take him out every time you run clan boss.
Yeah, or that's what you got to do. You got to literally remember, I got to take these out every time. And it's like if you forget one time, you waste a key and you go from your 1 key Ultra Nightmare down to a 3 key Ultra Nightmare because you messed up one speed tune. Like, oh man, that's super frustrating. So you do have to watch out for that. But if you haven't speed tuned yet and you have your faction guardian full, then it's like the reverse issue, which is a little bit of a better issue. It's like now I can use that 6 speed to help me get to the speeds I need in order to actually speed. But now I can't take
Dane
that
says you're cutting out again.
cutting out again. So what I was saying was, if you've speed tuned after you have that 6 speed, then it helps you get to those speeds more easily. But then you have to remember that you can't take that faction guardian out, right? Because it's going to mess up your speed. But usually once you put faction guardian, you don't. It's funny because if we look at let's look at my this is. I was gonna say on my main account, like I have all of my rare faction guardians in. I've got all of my epic faction guardians, and I'm building out my legendary faction guardian. And every time I see a content creator show their faction guardian, their rares and their epics are completely empty. And I realize it's because they just run legendaries. They have such a large pool of legendaries. They literally don't care about like faction guardians for epics and rares. Like I just think, like I'm. We talked about this a few weeks ago. I'm a completionist. I'm holding on to a copy of every champion. It's like I may as well use the faction guardians. What else? Like what else?
Yeah.
Can I get out of them? And then I use 1 or 2 champions from every faction, every rarity. So even if it's just for faction crypts, my faction crypts team often have a not every single one of them, but they often have a rare, even if it's at level 50. So having that extra power is helpful. All right, I don't know why we got sidetracked. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, and then Geo's been your background for a little while now, so
Yeah,
that
I
was
see it.
that was the latest development.
I see it. So yeah, so now that was during the midweek you did that, like 2 days before, right? You did that on Thursday or Wednesday night?
Yeah, the accidental temple, and then
Yeah. And then we pulled
yesterday
shards
was
yesterday.
mm-hmm.
And you hit on your first shard, you hit a Geo.
Yeah,
And how many shards did you pull? You only pulled 3?
3 total. Yeah.
Pulled 3 total, and you hit Geo on your first one. And what were your other 2 epics? Do you remember?
I'm trying to recall what the other two were. Yeah, it was one was Zelta,
Yeah, Zalota is
Zalota.
yeah,
Oh, and I got the duplicate Burn Gary.
right. Yeah, so there's another faction guardian. You can pop him in there right now.
Yep, he's already in.
Yeah, and yeah, so it's hard to say because it's we were talking about this afterwards, and we were saying if you took all of the polls that you made, between the ancient charts and the sacred charts, and you put them all into a group, which would be your best poll? And it might not be under Priest Prog. It might be. It might be. It's the highest value epic in the game versus like an A tier legend. Like, don't get me wrong, Brogny's a very good legendary, but he's not god tier, right? It's like, especially since they
Yeah,
broke up Cadaver. When Cadaver was a team comp that you could, get billions of damage with, then yeah, okay, then his super high value. And I still think he's very high value, but if you don't have that composition, he's a very good value legendary. Maybe like an A plus, but he's I don't think he's S tier. I don't think he's god. Could be wrong. I mean, I only got my first Brogny about 2 months ago.
he's good for my team. That I know. So
He's very good for your account. And so for
yeah,
your account, he may end up being just like god tier. He gives you exactly what you need. And the weird thing is Brogny and Geo don't necessarily synergize very well because Brogny has an HP burn on his A1, so you can't shut it off. And Geo needs to have his HP burn out there in order to activate several of his skills.
yeah,
And so it's a little bit of a weird pinch where it's like, don't like they're both very good clan boss champions, but you don't necessarily want to run them together in clan boss. There may be a way to speed tune it so that like it works. I don't know. Um, their kits synergize decently. I'm not saying their kits don't synergize decently, but it's that one thing. It's that one HP burn issue that like breaks up the harmony. But like I said, to you when you pulled Geo, it's like I don't have a Geo. I've never really run a Geo, so can't help you out, buddy. Gonna have to
yeah.
figure this one out on your own.
Yep, that's going to be the plan. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm excited. I got them both to 6-star already. We're leveling them up. That's the one advantage of going so hard on the champion trading. I mean, I think I'm almost done with the current one as well. I'm like 3,000 points away from the Lego book. Oh wait, that's the champion chase. Yeah. So
Yeah, got your Lego. Now, the
trying to keep
interesting
them
thing is,
going.
so in the last 3 days, in the last 4 days, you've pulled 6 epics and a legend. And
Yeah.
out of those 6 epics, at least two are like Geo and Duke Pierce are very high rated epics that you definitely want to build down at some point. They both give you something that you don't really have in your roster. Duke the Pierce gives you a provoke, like a consistent can't weak hit provoke. It is on a 4
Yeah.
turn cooldown, but I think that is, pretty good for you. Does Burn Geary also have a provoke? I think he has. Right? So
I'm not sure. People are saying you're still cutting out. You might have to just stick the mic in your face.
all right, let me work on. I shouldn't be cutting. I don't know why I am. I wonder if it's a physical.
Yeah, I turned the sound down and I noticed it a little bit too.
It really shouldn't be happening. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think it's just that the mic is too far away.
So I'm
'Cause
literally I'm on top of the microphone. the microphone is that far away from.
Hmm.
All right, I reduced the gate a little bit, and I increased the volume a little bit, and I changed the input on my system a little bit. So let me know if it keeps cutting out, stays good.
Yeah, at least when I turned the stream volume on, it seemed like when you were kind of like trailing off the end of your sentence, it's just like the last little bit gets lost.
Yeah, and that's usually consistent with a noise gate issue.
Yeah.
But I literally haven't changed any setting. So the only thing that I can think of, actually, let me turn the volume back down. I think it's gotten. Okay, so the only thing I can think of, maybe, I mean, I checked the settings and they were all the same, which is always weird. There's always something going on with this software. So
Yeah.
unless like there's been an update that maybe I haven't patched yet or something, and it's messing with the settings, or potentially there's a there's a physical connection. Let me just check.
Fatal. Can I show my team for Hydra? I can. It's not a great team. Let me see. Yeah, I've got Deacon, Wukong, Kale, Fane, Apothecary, and Royal Guard. Royal Guard is. Now I'm muted. I'm cutting out. Let me see.
Now you're cutting out.
I can hear myself on the stream, so I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, it's fine.
No sound at all. Was that just because he wasn't talking? Kate, hello. Midi, hello. Premier, Mr. Fudan, Amari, Jacob, Mayhem Monkey, welcome, welcome. Fatal Virus is back in town. Selena Feline, Philip Nezevich, welcome. Good to see everybody. We already said that. I say hello to the same people twice, but I could say hello. That's right. I think I saw some. Premier, welcome. Okay, so I again, let me know if the sound is being problematic again. It looks like on my OBS that I'm in the right levels. Like I actually turned it up a little bit. Now my levels are kind of high. So I would prefer to be a little bit lower, but I want to make sure that it's coming through. So if there's any more sound issues, definitely let us know. We have to. I guess what we could do is, I don't know what it would be. I could check if there's an update for OBS, but otherwise, I don't. The only way I could think of fixing it is to stop the stream and restart it. So it does say that the audio's stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate, but when I go to my OBS setting, it's actually higher than the recommended bitrate. So I'm not really sure what
Not the bit. Wait.
bitrate.
No.
Richie Cancun says, hello, I got my first Ugo last night. I was hyped. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, awesome. I think some other people were showing off their polls. So yeah, just pop in chat right now. If you made your Sacred Shard pulls and you hit on anything, any good epics, let us know. Any good legendaries, go ahead and pop that into chat right now. I want to see what everybody got. I'm still cutting out. I'm practically sitting on top of the microphone at this moment. I'm cutting out or he's cutting out. Joshua Lynch got Newt. Congratulations.
That's a nice pull.
Jacob, sorry to hear that, buddy. That's no fun. Don Kelly, good morning. Psylocke got a Pythion. Very good. Kate of the Dead got a Melga Steel Girdle from her one and only Sacred Shard. So that's a strange pull, right? Like, that's a decent epic. Obviously not what you're hoping for, but you might be able, depending on your roster, you might be able to find a bunch of use out of that. All right, everybody's saying it's loud and clear now. Hammerhawk was pulling Ancients for Champion Chase last night and got a Mighty Uko and a Walking Tomb Dring in your last 10 pull. That is a heck of a 10 pull. Those are two phenomenal legendaries. Walking Tomb Dring, as far as I know, is the only champion that can solo stage 25 of Sand Devil's Necropolis. And Mighty Uko is phenomenal for both PvE and PvE content, including Hydra, one of the great Hydra champions out there. So, really good support. Shooter has shown great restraint and kept his sacred monkey, his sacred mercy intact for the next 1+1 event. There must be a sacred monkey or something. I saw that and I thought sacred monkey. But sacred mercy. All right. Midiuni also got a Walking Tomb Dring. Congrats. I did the fusion, I think, for Walking Tomb Dring, and I sat on that champion for a while. I kind of built him to 6 stars, booked him out, didn't love what he was doing for me, and let him sit for like 6 months or 8 months or a year. I don't know how long he sat for. And then I just recently broke him out about 4 or 5 months ago and started using him in more places. And he's really strong. You just have to know his kit and what he does and what to expect from him. So it was a little bit tricky for me to figure out at first because he's not a typical damage. He's kind of a damage dealer, support, tank, weird activator thing. Like, he's just very strange. But once you get him going, he's a powerhouse. Great Dan said, of all epics, I got dubs. Dubs, meaning duplicates? Doubles?
Yeah.
Hey, Bill. Good to see you. Was on Zero Mercy, popped 5 Sacreds on my 5th, got a dupe Necmo, amazing dupe, and now 10/10 Faction Guardians. There you go. That's a very nice pull then. Selena Feline pulled 7 Sacreds. 6 of them are epics that I already have, and a Sigmund High Shield. So if Sigmund is new, that's a good champion there. That's a nice pull. I don't actually own one, so I don't know how good a pull that is, but I do know there's some value. Wentworth Tanner says, I pulled BEK, Anax, and Draco. Who is BEK? My current clan boss champions are Kale, Deacon, Sun, Seeker, and Armiger. Should I build any of the Legos to replace members of my current team? Bad Alcazar, right. Bad Alcazar. Okay, I'm like, what? I just call him Bad L. I don't call him BEK, but Bad Alcazar is an amazing champion. Anax is an amazing champion for clan boss. Dracomorph is an amazing clan boss champion. So if you have Kale, Deacon, Sun, Seeker, and is that Armiger? Should I build any of the Legos to replace them? You should absolutely get Armiger out of there. Deacon and Seeker are your speed boosters. That's your increased attack and your decreased defense. But Sun Wukong simply is a buff stripper and direct damage. I would probably pull Sun Wukong and Armiger, and you can replace them either with Bad L and Anax or Bad L and Dracomorph. But I would probably keep Bad L there because he's going to give you a cleanse, obviously heals, and then he gives you poison as well. So both Dracomorph and Anax are great debuffers and damage dealers for clan boss. But yeah, I would probably pull Sun and Armiger and keep the other 3. Verso got the epic Spider. Yeah, Spider can be very good. And again, like you said, very specific, epic, a little bit niche, but can be good in that niche. Tributor says the event started at like 6 a.m. and I pulled at 6:01. There you go. Wukong is the sacred monkey. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Hey, Colred, how do you suggest I beat the annoying Cythalia wave in Dwarves? Asks Shock. You know, I just recently came up against that wave, and it is frustrating. Um, if you have a high, if you have like a high reliability CC, you can try that. You could also try nuking out one at a time, like if you can solo it, like maybe like a what's her name? Morag Bronzelock. You could try her and bringing in an ally attack to try to nuke out the Cythalia. I don't know. I would have to look at it again. It was a little bit tricky. I don't have to farm that wave, but I was farming that wave for some reason. I just wanted to see. You know, sometimes I mess around with the waves to like look at the different puzzles. And so I saw that. That is an annoying wave. I would ask in our Discord because we'll find something. But there are definitely ways to beat that wave. All right, let's see. Just need to. Oh, that came on. All right, so I think somebody said they pulled Richthof. That Mayhem Monkey says out of 14 sacreds, I was blessed with Richthof the Bold. Yeah, so he's a really good poisoner. I've never built one specifically. I got one, but I got him very very late in the game. But apparently he's one of the best poisoners in the game. And he hits really hard with direct damage, and his A3 increases critical damage by 20% for each poison debuff on the target, stacks up to 100%. So you can double your critical damage, or not double. Um, that's interesting. I don't know if that's additive. Might just be additive. But you can increase your crit damage in addition to get poisons out there. And then on his A2, he hits an enemy 3 times, and each hit places a 5% poison on all enemies for 2 turns. So you can also use him as your wave content, like poison, have a poison explosion, something like that. He's got an AoE on his A1 as well. Yeah, so I think he can be used in Clan Boss, and he can be used in like a poison explosion team. I think he's been power crept, and his kit's a little bit like outdated. So he's not perfect, but depending on where your account is, you may not need him to be. He just may be a great poison. Let's see. What else we got?
I'm just doing all the arena. Forgot live arena ends in like 11 minutes. I don't think I can get all my tokens in.
Oh, live arena. ASAP says, hello, pulled the Robar last night, but not so sure what to do or use him for. Any advice on that? Anybody who has a Robar, maybe? Because I've never pulled one. I've never pulled a Robar. Trying to find him. Let's see. I know he's an 50% chance of placing a stun. Gets an extra turn if this debuff is successfully placed. That's a weird A1. AoE, decreased defense. AoE, damage increases against CC champs that are CC. Looks to me like either an arena setup or an arena nuker, maybe. Could be good in wave content. That's a kind of ridiculous attack stat, 1619 as a base attack stat. 16, anything over 1600 is ridiculous. Really low defense at 694. This guy's a glass cannon. Decent HP pool, so, you know, a glass cannon with like a fur coat on or something. Like basically a glass cannon. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm talking to myself.
Oh.
I misclicked the wrong guy.
So it looks like either a great arena nuker or potentially a backup arena or like a setup person where you use the decreased defense and kind of weaken the enemy team at the same time. Because he's affinity, that's always a little bit tricky to have your drop defense champion be affinity based. So it might be safer to just go as a nuker. This guy probably is a decent nuker. I don't know. Let's check his reviews. Arena offense 4.7. Yeah, it seems to be decently rated in some places for like wave content. Spider's Den is wave content, obviously. Arena Defense, Minotaur is wave content. So I think anywhere there are waves that you need to handle, he could potentially handle waves. Not going to be great against bosses, but does bring a drop defense. So not. Let's go back. So, Knezevich got Longbeard on his new account. Longbeard is a very good ally attacker, one of the best ally attacks in the game. So you can definitely use a Longbeard. Crashdown got Fane, Vogoth, and Lady Mikage. Oh, no. You got an epic for Lady Mikage. Okay. So I was reading that too quickly. So you got one of the fusion epics. That's great. Yeah, that's good. And Fane and Vogoth are both high value epics. So if you don't have all of that utility that Fane brings to you for clan boss, right? You've got your weaken, your decreased defense, your decreased attack, your poison, all in one champion. So she's a one-stop shop for clan boss. And then Vogoth is a solution to a lot of problems. Like potentially you can use him as the cornerstone of a Bommel solution. You can use him to any boss that just brings a lot of AoE that you want more sustain from. Also good in Hydra boss, has a provoke. Also has a decreased attack, I think, or let's see, Vogoth has something else. Something that I don't typically use much of because I don't places. It's a decreased attack with the provoke land. And it is an AoE provoke. Really nice. And then the passive with the heal and the potential leech for more sustain. So great way to add survivability to your team in sort of a passive way. It's kind of like, I think of him like an extra regen set or 2 regen sets for your whole team. Because every time you get hit, he heals the whole team. So it's kind of like you're giving everybody else a regen set when you put Vogoth. A very powerful.
Looks like somebody got the 10x croc. Gee, delicious. What would you say? Worth building?
Yeah, let me get to that. I'll get to I'm just working my way through the question. Premier Lives is a question about computers. If my graphic card is overheating, could it be the fans and or the power supply? It's probably neither. I mean, it could be. It could be. But it might be the thermal paste. If the thermal paste has degraded to the point where it's not spreading the heat evenly, like it's not transferring heat away from the card. So if it's a card that you've been using for a couple of years and it's like the performance is going downhill, you want to think about the thermal paste first. And the nice thing about that is it's easy to check and it's really cheap to fix because it's like a $5 tube thermal.
That's exactly what I said. I was talking to the chat tube about it.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, I had to do that before I got my 4070, my R9 390. Like it would crash, do all kinds of stuff, and take the thing apart, change out the thermal paste, problem solved.
Yeah. And like I said, it's easy to check and easy to fix. So it's something like even if you're not really good at like building computers or something, you can go online, find a video, and you'll find a fix for it, and you can do it in like 10 minutes. It's not hard to do. It's not scary to do. It's a little scary to do. It's a little scary to do. It's a little scary to do the first time, especially if you have to like remove the old thermal paste. Just make sure you unplug everything, power off, and let your computer static discharge before you open any of the components, and you should be fine.
Ground yourself first too.
Yeah, but that's the first thing that you want to check, because if it's so easy and cheap and quick to fix, then you're good, and you'll be amazed at like the performance enhancement you'll get right away after you do it. If it's not that, then it could be something that's more expensive. Joshua Lynch says, my main team right now is Cardiel in lead, Artax, Newt, and Kale. Yeah. So Cardiel, Artak, Newt, and Kale. That's a ton of damage, and Cardiel brings some decent sustain. Now, when you get your Scylla the Drakes, you just slot Scylla the Drakes in there. You've got turn meter decrease, you've got AoE damage, you've got HP burns, you've got heals, you've got ally attacks, you've got poisons from Kale. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful combo. Eventually, you'll probably switch out the Kale for somebody with like turn meter fill because that's the only thing that you're missing in this team. Lumac got Siffy on his first gold pull. Congrats.
Nice.
Congrats, Lou. That is that's a phenomenal first gold pull. But Siffy is a void, so you must have pulled the void shard. Okay, let's see. Cookie says pulled 4 sacreds and got a Lady of Ira on the free to play. Seems okay replacement for Apothecary, but not much content on her on YouTube yet. Lady, what faction is she in? Because I honestly wondering if that might have been the one I was looking at yesterday. Yeah, here she. Okay, so she's a Sylvan Watcher Lady of Ira. Yeah, so I think I was looking at her just the other day. She's got decent speed, pretty good defense, attack, really good HP for a support champion. So nice stats. Check out the kit. Instantly activates 1 random continuous heal buff on all allies with less than 85% HP on the A1. Another A1 that heals on a legendary. They're doing a lot of that these days. Also on Epic. Cleanse, then heal. But it's a single target cleanse and heal. The target ally is not fully healed, places a block damage buff on them for 2 turns. If the ally is fully healed, heals their turn meter by 50%. So can't use for clan boss. Cannot use for clan boss. Can't speed to. So this is not going to be a cleanse. Strengthen and continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns, which is nice. Shield buff equal to 15% of this champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns at the start of this champion turn. So heals and cleanse and block damage, strengthen and continuous heals, and a shield. So a lot of sustain in this kit. No revive, and you can't speed tune. So she feels tricky and maybe not universally applicable. Like when you need a good healer, when you need a really good healer, she could potentially be that really good healer. It's a little bit weird because this A2 is a single target heal, and it can be critical just like Apothecaries, and it can be big. And if you don't fully heal, you get that block damage, and you also get the turn meter, which is like a bit wonky. She does put out continuous heals, and then she can activate the continuous heal. Yeah, I mean, you might like want a buff extension or another continuous heal champion. I don't know. Could be a really good healer in certain compositions, but might be a little tricky to use. That's just my gut impression. I haven't built one out, so I could be way off base here. She could be phenomenal. I wouldn't know. But it feels like a little bit of a tricky kit to get full value out of. But it does feel like a good niche champion who, in specific cases, is going to be extremely helpful. It's always good to have a real healer. There aren't that many true healers in the game. Most healers are like revivers with some heals, or they're tanks with some heals, or they're, buffers with some heals. But very few champions are like healers with whatever else. So having one who is just going to provide you with a ton of healing can be extremely valuable in spot cases. But doesn't necessarily seem like an all-around carry support to me. That's just my initial reaction. I could be wrong. All right, I'm working my way down. So we're still having issues with my microphone. Is that still happening? I'm speaking as close as I can get to the microphone, and I've got my gate turned down, my noise gate turned down. So if I'm still having issues, I don't know if it's the internet connection. I mean, it says I have an excellent connection. I don't know what to do about it. I don't want it to be so frustrating. People are just like, I'm not watching this stream. But simultaneously, I don't want to stop the stream, restart the whole thing, and then not fix the problem.
Yeah, I'm listening to you right now, and I'm not seeing any issues.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's see.
Mm.
Mr. Fudan pulled, I don't know who that first champion is. C3PO. Oh, then I got R2D2 later the next day. That's a good combo, but that's a different game. How many poisoners are too many for the clan boss? 3 is always too many. You never want 3. You can run 1 or you can run 2. If you run 2, you may want one of them to be a poison activator so that you don't overfill the buff bar and then or the debuff bar and then lose debuff. So typically, you're going to run 1 or 2. G Delicious says, "Is the 10 times crocodile worth building? Just got it." I think my personal impression, just from looking at his kit and his multipliers, is that he's going to be the hardest hit. He might be the hardest hitting HP based champion in the game. He might be. He might be the hardest hitting HP based champion in the game. He's going to hit like 40% harder than Magnar. And I'm not joking.
Wow.
He's going to hit 40% harder than Magnar. He's got a bigger HP pool and he's got better multiplier. So he's going to hit a lot harder. Plus, he's got a built-in crit rate and crit damage buff. He's going to make Magnar look like a wimp, and Magnar hits hard. So potentially, he could be the hardest hitting HP-based champion in the game. He also buffs the rest of your team, makes them hit hard, which is great. So you can use him kind of as like a HP-based tanky buffer who also softens up the enemy, or you could just straight up make him your nuke. I think he's probably better off as just straight up your nuke.
Do you notice in his character model, his armor is like pierced into his leather?
No, I didn't.
It's kind of brutal. Yeah, if you go to where's the new croc?
Oh,
Yeah,
like it's like running through his skin
yeah,
there.
it's
Yeah.
like I saw that. That just ooh, grossed me out, man.
Well, he's a crocodile. Crocodiles don't have feelings. They're evil. I shouldn't say that. I'm sure they're not evil, but
For all the poor crocodiles out there that have feelings.
yeah, he's sliced open in several places. His armor's like holding his flesh together. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I don't know. Alligators and crocodiles are freaky looking, and they're ancient, and they have no except for hate. That's how I feel about them. Okay. Let's. Hello, goodbye. Signal is failing. Have fun. JB Bonnell says. Okay, JB. Giannis asks, is Gaius good? Pulled him out of one of the ancient. Gaius the Gleeful is good. So let's just take a quick. So Gaius is, I think he's a Knights Revenant, correct? Yes. All right, so this is Gaius the Gleeful. Now, I see him in one place, and I see him used one way, and it's super effective, and it's highly annoying. So this guy's a bomb champion. Now, he has this AoE that has a 75% chance of placing a sleep debuff on each enemy. This books to 100%. He also has a 100% chance of placing 2 bomb debuffs on each enemy that detonate after 2 turns. So what happens is if you can sleep the cleanser on the enemy team, then he can't cleanse the bomb debuffs, Everybody sleeps. They wake up the next turn. The bombs go off and they kill themselves. Bombs. So it's literally a one-shot, wipe the whole enemy team off if you have enough accuracy on this guy's kit. The bombs hit decently hard. You don't have to build them with insane damage. Remember that crit rate doesn't matter for bombs. Crit damage doesn't matter for bombs. Just attack stat. So build them with high attack, high accuracy, and get the speed wherever you need to speed tune them. I've seen solo Gaius the Gleeful's built, like one-man defensive, in Stone Skin, so he can't be wiped out easily off the board. And he can take out by himself like a 300k power arena team, like with no supports. As long as he's got the accuracy and he can land this A2. So if they can't remove your Stone Skin, he's that stupidly good. I don't see him used anywhere else. He does have this other bomb ability, by the way. I think this A3, the first hit instantly detonates all bomb debuffs on the target. The second hit will ignore unkillable buffs on the target. There's all sorts of extra things with bombs when attacked, so instantly detonates all bombs. So he's brutal with bombs. Now, potentially there's a PvE build with him with another bomb champion because he has all these activations and stuff. So maybe he's really good with another bomber. Probably not Nishak, unfortunately, because Nishak fills up the debuff bar with his poison. But potentially maybe, in wave content, he and Nishak just crush waves. I have no idea. Or Nishak. I guess Nishak. I've been changing the way I pronounce the name. It's Nishak. But yeah, so very good champion. Is a bomb champion, but is one of the best bomb champions in the game for arena. All right. And watch Sun actually. Oh, Sun walked away, but we'll watch my face and Sun's game here. All right, let me get back to chat. Hammerhawk says, over 70 people watching, but only 18 likes. Thermal paste on the fingers and hit the like button with it, people. So, yeah, smash that like button. Smash that. Let's get this stream out there. Dragon pulled a Duchess, so very happy. I would think so, Dragon. Congratulations on your Duchess. I'm not at all jealous or envious or whichever of the two that is. It'd be envious. I'm not envious at all. Fatal Virus says, my live arena team is Ilfrig, Deacon, Sun Wukong, Kale, and Magnar. So you've got 2.5 nukers there with 2 setup champions. For a low-level account, like if you're in low-level live arena, that's a pretty good 5. That's a pretty good 5. Because if they get rid of your Ilfrig, right, you still have the Deacon for the turn meter increase. So you're going to have at least 1 turn meter increase. If they get rid of the Deacon, you have the other one. So you're either going to have a drop defense or an increase attack. They could get rid of the Wukong so they don't have a buff strip out there, but then you have the increased attack and the decreased defense and 2 turn meter fills. And you're always going to have at least, a nuker and a half, depending on how your Kale, Magnar, and Sun Wukong are built. So pretty solid. Premier Love says, thanks, tons of help, still love the work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Cookie says, yes, seems like the last part of each sentence cuts off. I'm trying to speak a little bit more loudly, and I'm trying to make sure that the gate doesn't cut off the end of the sentences. I can try switching the gate one more time, but then what's going to happen is you're going to start to hear me breathe into the microphone because I'm so close to it. But let me go ahead and just see if I can reduce the gate a little bit more and not have it. All right, I reduced the gating a little bit more, but now hopefully, like you're definitely gonna hear me breathe. You're gonna hear the lip smacking at this point. So let me know if that's any better or if it's gotten. Suzanne Johansson is here. Hi, Colred, Sun, and chat. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Let's see. Aox the Wanderer with Geo could be a good combo. That's what Mayhem Monk said. Don Kelly, wish I got home earlier on Tuesday so I could have had a chance at a takeover, but it's cool. Love the info. Yeah, our takeover Tuesdays, I think, are very popular. People really want takeovers, and we've had some good ones recently. We've had some challenging ones, but I really enjoy takeovers. And so I want to keep doing that. But unfortunately, it's kind of thing where, the stream already runs 4 or 5 hours. We get in maybe take, and that's really all we get to. So all I can say is just keep trying. Try and hopefully you'll get your opportunity. Okay, so there is Tara. You're right. I don't know if he's on par with. I don't know that he can, but I don't really think it's funny because I don't really think of Terrace and Mariska as like in the champion pool. They're almost like this separate entity. They're like satellite champions that float out in space that come in when you're like start talking about champions. It's like, yeah, I don't consider them because they're kind of broken. They're both ridiculously, and they're both void legendaries. So I I should think of them. I don't though. I really have trouble incorporating them into like the roster of all champions.
So I got me a frozen banshee.
Congrats. That's great.
Yeah.
Do you think you're not going to use her though, are you?
I don't know.
I mean, you could
That's what I'm kind of thinking, because the poison sensitivity would increase damage, would it not?
you could replace your Kale with Frozen Banshee, and Frozen Banshee will outdamage your Kale absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. My Frozen Banshee, I'll run a clan boss later, but I think my Frozen Banshee does 50% more damage than my Ath, maybe more. Now, your Kale probably outdamages my Athel, but my guess would be you'd see like maybe a 20 or 30% damage increase from Frozen Banshee. Also, if you run them together, Kale's poisons will hit harder because of the Frozen Banshee's poison. But
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because I have Fane, who also does poison. So
right. But again, we were just talking about you don't want 3 poisoners on the team.
no, but if I replace Kale, then
Yeah,
I've got Fane poisons, Banshee poisons.
Undersized Tic Tac says if you don't have
Yep.
Brogni, Grizzled Yar, or Blind Seer for the 3-turn block debuff, would someone like Sathalia be worth it? Be worth a shot, even though it's targeted ally and heals as well for Demitha clan boss team. Okay, so you're saying you're going to use Sathalia as a block debuffs buff? That's going to be tricky. That would be very tricky because the clan boss may change stun targets, and so you don't have control over where the buff goes unless you manual fight. Right? Same thing with the cleanse. Like it's a single target cleanse. Sathalia is a great champion, by the way. I'm not saying she's not. Is that a single? Let me double check. So I run her. I run her in a couple of teams, and I like her. I think she's valuable. But yeah, so she removes all debuffs from a single target, and then places a block debuff buff on that target. So unless you can very specifically control who the stun target is every time, and you can speed tune it, then yeah, you could do that. But if you're trying to go affinity friendly, right? And one of the ways to go affinity friendly is like to not care where the stun goes because you can always cleanse it, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't break up your speed. This is not going to do that. So that means you have to know who the stun target is for every affinity of clan. And so I wouldn't typically bring her in clan boss team. Now, if you can make it work, if you can make it work, then yeah, then she brings an HP burn on her A1. One of the things that you're also going to have to speed tune is her A3, which fills turn meter by 10%. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. That's probably not going to break a tune. We'll probably figure out a tune for that. She's great for other things, but I don't know that she would be a good clan boss champion. Um, crocodiles are fine people. Some of my best friends are crocodiles. Some of my girlfriend's best handbags are crocodiles. Yeah, there you go.
There you
That's
go.
Magnar hits harder than the Croc. I don't see how that's possible. You have checked. How does Magnar hit harder than the Croc? The Croc's got a larger HP pool and stronger multiplier and a crit rate and crit damage buff. How is Magnar going to hit harder than the Croc? It's the second hit. It's the extra hit. Places an extra hit on enemies without HP burn. So if it's a double hit, it's going to hit harder. That could be. Could actually be. Like these Gaius defenses in arena can bomb him. But yeah, um Fire Knight tourney worth spending energy? Absolutely, especially if you need Savage gear. Also, you get, it's a double dip. Anytime you get a double dip, that's a good time to farm a dungeon. So if you need to farm the Fire Knight, it's a good time to farm the Fire Knight. At some point during the stream, can you guys do a walkthrough of the Altar of Soul? That's something we can do relatively quick. So, yeah, let me show you. All right, so the Altar of Souls is just this right here, and this is where you get and use Soul Stone. Now, you're always going to have a Soul Merchant here, so the bottom tab is where you can actually buy the soul for your champions. Now, this is random; it just changes every day. You can see it refreshes. I think it actually refreshes twice a day. It's every 12 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is where you get now these essences you can buy here in the market. So you can see behind my head, there's the Mortal Soul Essence, and you can buy those with these coins. I generally only buy Soul Essences with coins. I don't buy Immortal Soul Stones or Eternal Soul Stones personally. I try not to. Sometimes I forget. But you can buy Mortal Soul Stones because those coins can only be used on Mortal Soul Stones, not on Essence. You want to get your Essences going right away because someday you're going to want a 6-star, soul on somebody, and I think you need at least 200 Eternal Soul Essences to get that, and that takes time to get. Yeah, now your soul collection is here, so these are all the souls that you've had. If you want to sell them, you can click on them here, and that's going to get you more coins. I generally hold on to high souls, like high perfect souls. So in this case, these are 4-star perfect souls, 3-star perfect souls. Or champions that I might want down the line, like a seer would be great. Some of these are just currently I don't have any reason to sell them, so I'm holding on to them in case I happen to pull that champion. But like Andrissia is not necessarily a high value epic for me. But she might be in a particular spot, and then maybe I'll be happy that I have the soul. This is where you awaken them. So if you have a champion that has a soul, they'll appear in the list. Just click on the soul and actually apply that soul. And then this is the main page. This is where you actually summon the soul stone. And you can, every 10 pull, you get some coins. The return rates on these are pretty bad. As far as the actual souls and how you use them, you just go to your champions. You pick somebody who's got a soul, go over to skills, and you can see down in the right-hand corner, there's a blessing. You go there, and then you can pick your blessing. Rare champions can only use rare blessings. Epic champions can use epic and rare blessings, and then legendary champions. All. That's basically it. Hope that was enough of a walk.
Yeah, that was surprisingly simple. I remember when I first started playing Raid, I was so confused by that entire thing.
Yeah. So Joshua Lynch says, so I don't get home until around 4 p.m. every day. I miss the takeovers for the most part. If I react while I'm at work, can it count for like the last one of the video? if you're home at 4, so we typically go, I don't know what time zone we typically go from 2 p.m. Eastern until probably about 6 p.m. Eastern. So if you get home by say 4:30 p.m. Eastern, then you've got an opportunity to be that last take. So you can certainly react while you're at work or on the phone and hope maybe that you get in there. We're refreshing the reactions every time now, so depends. Like I don't know when the break will happen. I don't know if we're going to do two or we're going to do three or how long the takeover is going to take. So you kind of have to just get lucky there.
Yep, exactly.
Bill just bought his third Star Awakening. A Newt, you are getting there. The fourth star is going to be really. Fatal Virus says, I love the Saturdays because it feels more interactive. However, the takeovers are educative as well. Yeah, so they're two very different streams, right? This stream is more about showing off the accounts a little bit, having fun, watching Sun play while I talk to everybody. I get very little done on my account during these streams, but I want this one to be more interactive. I want to talk to people and see how they're. That's fun for me. But also the reason why I want to do that on Saturdays is because Tuesdays is not about that at all. Tuesdays is about getting one person's account some progress, getting them some help, and using that as a model for anybody who's watching and might be in the same situation. So, yeah, I like this being more interactive. I want to spend, 75% of the time here, maybe, or at least 50% of the time here with chat talking and just, answering questions and having fun. Banshee really needs counterattack for full potential. Frozen Banshee, I have her in Relentless. I have mine in Relentless gear with, I think she's got Revenge accessory. Let me go check. I think she's got Revenge accessory. So, no, she doesn't have Revenge accessory. So she doesn't have counterattack yet. But yeah, I would put her in Revenge accessories. So if you can get the 15% chance of counterattack and then you get the Relentless set, you've got a lot more chances to get the poisons out, but you also come back around to the poison sensitivity a little bit more quickly because of Relentless. And so then you don't have to worry about the poison sensitivity drop. It's also really important when you run her to get this Master Hexer to extend the duration of any debuffs because this will extend poison sensitivity and the poisons. And anytime you get like that 3-turn poison sensitivity, it's just such a bonus because that means greater uptime. Because even if you don't get the Relentless set to proc, you're going to get around to the A3. Let's see, here's the A3 on the 3-turn cooldown. So anytime you get the 3-turn duration, then you get the 3-turn cooldown. That's awesome, right? So yeah, that's basically a really good way to build her. There are sometimes I think where Relentless sets can throw off a speed tune, but typically it's not on just a pure damage dealer like this. Most of your damage dealers can be built in. Every once in a while they can't be. Depends on the. Shooter says yes, but no one builds Magnar in team with HP burns in arena. That's true. I'm not saying that, but you're right. It could be that the double hit will hit harder. I'll have to actually calculate out a full damage build on them because I think that so Magnar's HP pool is 20k, I think, right? 21k. And then Crocs is 24. No, it's only 20. Okay, so it's about 1200 more. About 1200. So I thought it was a bigger. And then the multiplier is significantly different. But Magnar does get the extra hit. Basically 100% extra damage. Get the second. So yeah, it could be that he hits harder than Croc, right? I do think Croc's hit though. Let's see. He's got the extra turn, so he's going to get the crit rate and crit damage. So you can also build him with 70%. Once you start taking those substat rolls, putting them into either HP percentage, crit damage, you're going to get that boost there. and then you've also got that A1 AoE. So it may be that the biggest nuke of Magnar is bigger, and that Croc is just going to do overall more damage. Like, so Magnar may be the better arena nuker, and Croc may be the better wave clearer. Could be that kind of scenario. Also, he's kind of built for an extended fight because of his passive. Like, he's going to reduce the enemy's stats with every hit. And so that's really strong. But you're right. It may be that Magnar is still the better. Hard 90 Griffin done. Congrats, Jock. That's great. Got a Zord. Hello. Larry Patterson, how is Soulbond Bowyer rare? She's a very good rare. Definitely worth one of the few rares that's really worth considering build. It's 400 Eternal Soul Essences for the 6-star soul. Or for the 5-star and 6-star soul. So if you get the two of them, it's 400. Gotcha. Can you talk about the blessings and what to use where? I can do a little bit of that. Blessings are a complicated issue because it really depends on the team composition, the fight, the champion. Like, there's a mix of things. So sometimes you look and you see like, oh, there's a really good blessing to have on this particular champion. But then when you think about the job that champion's doing for your roster, the blessing is not as that, whatever, So I'll give you a little bit of a rundown. So let's say you were looking at a legendary champion. Somewhere on your legendary champion, somewhere you're going to want a brimstone. Now, a brimstone places a smite, and then champions under the smite debuff will be hit by a meteorite when they use an active skill. So basically, they're going to use an active skill. They're going to meteorite themselves, and this meteorite inflicts damage equal to 25% of the affected champion's max HP and will also inflict damage to all other champions equal to 5% of max HP. So it's an AoE nuke. It's like an extra AoE nuke. It's really good for clan boss, but it can be good for any bosses. It can even be good for bosses like Spider, where you hit the spiders, get all the spiderlings. It kind of depends, though. Like, if you don't want to nuke out the spiderlings because you're using an HP burn tactic, then maybe you don't want the brimstone. So there's sometimes you don't want the brimstone. And then in addition, here's the thing, is you can only put one brimstone on at a time. So you don't want 3 or 4 champions with brimstone. So you kind of have to pick your champion and say, where am I going to put brimstone? Where am I going to put brimstone? Which legendary I'm going to put it on? So that's a blessing that you want to think about having somewhere, potentially on a clan boss and a Hydra boss damage. You could get some value out of it in arena, but this is not really an arena skill.
I get annoyed when I get hit by that in arena.
Yeah, it can have some value in arena, but it's not really an arena skill. Now, sometimes you have a champion that you put in a build for Hydra that's also good in arena, and that's fine, and then you get extra value out of it, but typically it's not really an arena skill. Now, Polymorph is an arena skill, and you want to put this on a champion who has high accuracy, because it requires accuracy. But when you're affected by the enemy, you have a chance of sheeping the enemy. And this could be anything that affects you. So as long as it's not just I think the only instant effect that doesn't turn you into a sheep or doesn't potentially activate the sheep, if you apply a decreased duration to the enemy. But if you do a buff removal, or if you do a debuff, or if you do a hit, you've got an opportunity to turn yourself into a sheep, or turn the enemy. I don't know. I've confused the sides now. I'm sorry. No, not when you hit. Not when you hit. It has to be a debuff, or a turn meter decrease, or buff. So it says has a chance of placing sheep debuff on an enemy whenever they place debuffs on the champion, or remove or steal buffs from. Okay, so maybe we should get a clarification. Does turn meter decrease? Because I think the thing about it is my deacon gets sheep fairly frequently, but maybe that's just from the debuff and not from the turn meter decrease. You'll see Wukongs get sheep. You'll see Madame Saras's get sheep. You'll see, any debuffer. get cheap. Like my Ragash gets cheap when he does his drop defense. So does anybody know if the turn meter decrease will cheap somebody? I'll have to see. But anyway, so that's another one that you want to consider specifically for PvP. It's not really a PvE, you know, blessing. Crushing Rend is a good one to potentially consider. It's really only valuable at high levels, so like 1 or 2 stars is not valuable. But it does give additional attack and additional crit damage at 2 and 4 stars, so you can get extra damage that way. And this is the first hit of each round will ignore a percentage of the target's defense. And here it says, for 3 stars, ignores 1% defense for every 40 level. And it has to be 40 level. So what that means is in Arena, it's only going to ignore 1%, which is not a lot. But maybe the attack and crit damage worth it. But when you get all the way here to 6 stars, every hit will ignore a percentage of the target's defense. Ignores 1% defense for every 10 level. So there it will be ignoring 66% of the enemy's defense. That could be on top of a Savage set. That could be on top of a Helm Smasher. That could be on top of whatever else you're bringing to defense. And so this could, just be an extra 6% there. Plus you get all the extra attack, speed, crit damage, and HP. So this can be used in Arena. This can also be used in PvE. It's not a bad way to ignore bosses' defenses. Or in Doom Tower, when you get up into the high levels of Doom Tower, the levels of the champions there are very high. They're in this like 200s. So you can be ignoring, 25% or whatever of those. I don't know. I don't know exactly how high those get, but they get pretty high. So maybe it's like 100, maybe. But you're going to ignore a high percentage of those champions' defenses. Plus, here it turns it into every hit, right? So at first it just starts with the first hit, then it becomes the first 2 hits, and then it becomes every hit. So if you can get to 6 stars on this, it's extremely powerful. Another one that you can do here is Cruelty. You can do Cruelty instead, and I like this one against Clan Boss, but it's also good against any bosses. It decreases the target's defense by 1% per hit, up to a cap. So 5% for boss. And this cap keeps going up with each extra star. So if you can get to 6, you can decrease it by 4% per hit and ignore it 20%, like reduce this is not ignoring defense. This is reducing defense. So this means everybody on your team will hit harder if you reduce the defense. Now, this doesn't necessarily improve poison damage or HP burn damage, but all of the direct damage on your champions that are hitting the clan boss will damage for this decreased defense. So I like this one as well. Again, this is also an attack-based one with crit damage, so that's nice. Phantom Touch is the primary one that you go to for rare champions, especially damage dealers. It just does some extra damage. Again, you get crit damage and an attack on this one. There are some tricky things with this. It counts as an extra hit, so it's good against Fire Knight, but it's bad against Scarab Boss because it works outside of the shield issue, so it can actually potentially trigger a counterattack. I don't remember exactly how that works, but I do know that you can't use this with a Blood Shield ring and have it. And then there are some times where you don't want extra hits, So if you don't want an extra hit, you don't want to. Intimidating Presence, and there's also Commanding Presence here is the epic version. And then Intimidating Presence is the legendary version. And this strengthens your team's aura and weakens the enemy's team aura. This is especially useful on a speed aura for Arena. So if you have an Arbiter and you put this on somebody on your team, it doesn't have to be the Arbiter, but if you put this on somebody on your team who runs with the Arbiter, you're going to increase your aura and then potentially reduce the enemy's aura. And if the enemy is another Arbiter-led team, then you can potentially slow them down while speeding yourself up. If you use the epic version, Commanding Presence, all you do is increase your aura. You don't decrease the enemy aura. This can also be useful if you're trying to increase survivability, if you have a defensive aura or an HP aura, or if you have a resist aura or an accuracy aura and you need that stat, useful. Again, this is the kind of thing where you would only want one on a team composition. Having multiple champions is valuable. There are some other ones that are good. I mean, right here, my Wukong has Soul Reap. So you get a target down to an HP threshold, and then he just executes them. I like this one. It's very good in wave content. Yeah. So those are some blessings to think about. I mean, there are other ones that are valuable. You want to do a little bit of research on your blessings. The champions that they go on will really depend on not only the champion, but the fight you're taking them into, and then the composition you put around them, because you don't want to necessarily double up on blessing that do the same thing. Sometimes you can double up on blessing. It's fine. But for instance, I was talking about cruelty, and this decreases defense. And if you have two champions with this doesn't stack. You'll decrease the defense faster. You'll get down to the threshold faster, but it doesn't increase the threshold. So having two champions with cruelty on the same team isn't useful either. Whereas two phantom touches would be useful. They would just be providing damage. Yeah. And there are a bunch of other good blessings. I would say probably it feels like about 50 to 60% of the blessings are pretty solid and you're going to want to have somewhere in your roster. And then, 40 to 50% of the others are either super niche or just not good and need to be buffed. All right, I actually have to click. All right, let's take a look at chat. WR Miller asks, "Hi gents, as a new player, how many 6-star champs would you get for doing a harder grind farming dungeon here?" You're going to do it back and forth. So there isn't really a limit. It depends on the gear that you've got and the champions that you've got. But let's really quickly look at some dungeon levels. So one of the things that you might do, let's say Dragon Dungeon is the dungeon you want to run the most game. So let's say you get up to stage 7. Let's say you get up to stage 7. Then you can see here at stage 8 the energy swap, right? So stage 7 is a good stage to farm. It's going to give you 3 to 5-star drops, and it's relatively efficient for those drops because this is the highest stage of that energy requirement. As soon as you go to stage 8, you're going to get better drops, but it's going to cost you. So this is an inefficient stage to run. Now, sometimes you just want better drops, and that's fine. But then you can look here at stage 10, you actually go to 4 to 5-star drops, and you lose the 3-star drop, right? So stage 10, even though it's in the middle of the energy tier, right? It's not last, the highest stage. If you can get to stage 10, it's worth farming stage 10 over stage 7, right? Now, I wouldn't farm stage 8. I wouldn't farm stage 9. But if I can push from 7 to 10, I would farm stage 10. I would likewise farm stage 11. When you get to 12, you don't really want to farm stage 12. Not only is it more energy, but you can see at 13, you have 6-star drops available. So when you're pushing dungeons and you're like, okay, how many 6 stars do I need before I can start pushing dungeons? I always, every day, basically, if I make any improvements in the early game to any champion, any of my major champions in the Dragon Dungeon, I'm going to see if I can push another tier or another stage or two. And if I can do that, then I'm going to do it just to like push my max, just to see where my max actually is. And if my max either lands on or exceeds one of these good farming stages, then I'll go back and start farming that stage. So let's say I was at stage 7 and say I got a new 6-star. And I think that's going to increase my power. I'm going to come in here to stage 8. Yep, beat it. Okay, I beat stage 9. Great. I beat stage 10. Yep, I beat stage 11. Great. I got all the way up to 11. I couldn't get through 12. And so now it's like, okay, well, now I'm going to farm stage 11. But likewise, if I maxed out at 10, I would farm stage 10. If I maxed out at stage 9, I would still farm stage 7. So that's just sort of the way that, I'm always trying to progress. And even if I, sometimes let's say I could push past, let's say I pushed past 12 and I got to 13, I wouldn't farm stage. Well, no, I would farm stage 13. I'm sorry. If I got to stage 12, that's what I'm saying. If I got past stage 11 and got to stage 12, I would still farm stage. Same thing. So it's not how many 6 stars you have. It's just you always want to push your max. Every time you get an increase to the strength of your dungeon team, try to push your max. If it needs a little tweaking, you might want to spend some time tweaking. One of the things about dungeon pushing, like when you're pushing stages, when you're trying to progress, is that you have to remember the affinity. So let's say you're on stage 9, right? Or even let's go back to stage 7. Say you were farming stage 7 and you got a nice boost to power. And you're like, "All right, I'm going to push." Well, one of the things about stage 7 is that it's weak affinity to your starter champion. So your starter champion is going to be strong affinity here. Now you get to stage 8, your starter champion is neutral. Get to stage 9, your starter champion is neutral. You get to stage 10 and your starter champion is weak. So you may actually be able to farm stage 11 really easily because your champion is strong affinity again, right? Your magic affinity starter champion would be strong at stage 11, but you have to get through stage 10 where you are weak. So you may get stuck at 9 for a while because you can't break through stage 10. And then you're going to increase the power of your team, you're going to increase the power of your team, you're going to keep doing that, you're going to keep pushing, and then finally you're going to break through 10. And as soon as you do, you're going to take down 11, 12, and 13. Like you're going to push through all 3 of these, and you're going to get stuck probably again on the next weak affinity, like the next boss where you're weak affinity again. So a lot of times progress doesn't happen one stage at a time. It'll happen, in big chunks, 4 stages at a time, because you have to break through that affinity. Now, this isn't true for things like Doom Tower, right? Because if you go to the Doom Tower boss, in any rotation in Doom Tower, each boss is the same affinity for the entirety of Doom Tower. So in this case, Griffin is Spirit affinity here on floor 50. But if you look at the first one on floor 10, also Spirit affinity, right? So your solution doesn't have to account for a change in affinity here. Now, the other bosses might be different affinities. That's, you can see the affinities right there. But the Griffin will stay Spirit affinity all the way up through the top of the tower. So the one at 90 that I'm currently on is also Spirit affinity. So dungeons, like, you progress differently than you do in Doom Tower, even in the same bosses. So in order to get through, like, I had no trouble getting through this affinity of Griffin up to stage 90, but now I'm at 90 and I'm stuck. And it's simply I don't have the power. I don't have the right team. Like, I kind of was able to brute force through the first one, and the second one I was able to finesse by manual. But the third one I can't brute force and I can't manual. So I actually need a roster change to break this one. And I don't currently have it. I don't have the solution yet. So I'm hopeful that I still have, over 2 weeks that I'll be able to get through this champion in the next 4 or 5 days. I just pulled some new champions. We still haven't talked about my champion yet.
Oh yeah.
So we'll have to talk about my champion. But yeah, so dungeons, it's not about 6 stars, whereas in Doom Tower sometimes it is about which 6-star champions you have. I hope that answered your question. Gianna says, "Do you guys do general account reviews and express your opinion about it?" I don't do account reviews. I'll do account takeovers. So if you want general coaching on your account, that I can do that. And it's my plan to offer coaching and takeovers off stream. And I've been wanting to do this for a couple of months, and I just haven't been able to get all my ducks in a row to get that started. People have been asking me about takeovers, but they should be coming relatively soon, hopefully before Thanksgiving. So we have a few more weeks. I'd like to get that going soon. So if you're looking for just somebody to like look at your account and give you some pointers on it, I could definitely do that. But that would not be like during the stream. That would be, a service that I could probably my Discord. So you could, keep an eye on that. I don't want to promise it too much because I said it like 6 weeks ago and then it never happened because I thought we were about to get everything lined up. And then we had an issue with stuff. It fell apart. Peckham Halder says, "I pulled End of Moonbeam from my Sacred. I was so sad. Later found out that it is needed for Mikage Fusion." Yeah, so something positive there. Enda's not awful. Enda's usable, but not great. But yeah, the best usage is probably just for. Mayhem says, "I was referring to a clan boss build with an AoE counterattack buff." Oh, I got you. Yeah. Like if you brought in like a Valkyrie or something, counterattack. Yeah, absolutely. Bill says time to hop on Skyrim again. Okay. 5-star souls, 100 eternal essences, 6 stars. Bill, see you later. Cedric says, I was just about to ask about the counterattack because I pulled Skull Crusher and I'm thinking of swapping him with Wukong in my clan boss team. My current team is that supposed to be Kale, Artak, Ursula, Deacon, and Wukong. Counterattack is a great way to increase your damage on clan boss, especially once you have your 5-star, your tier 6 masteries. Once you have your Giant Slayers and your War Master procs, every counterattack can trigger one of those. In addition, if you have a Poisoner who has a poison on the A1, you can trigger those. In addition, if you have a debuffer who has a debuff on the A1, that increases uptime debuff. So counterattacks are a great way to get extra damage, to get extra debuffs, including poisons, HP burns, and then, just proc all of those extra tier 6 masters. So tons of extra damage on a counterattack. And Skull Crusher is the only epic that has the AoE counterattack. So it can be. Do you think there will be a guaranteed login Lego champion for December? Yes, I do. PM decrease doesn't trigger polymorph. Thank you, Shooter. I wasn't sure about that. Debuff duration decrease doesn't proc. Yeah, we knew that. And it does give some value to him there. Is Lightning Cage good for Arena? I see it in Arena quite a bit. I don't run it in Arena, but I see it in Arena quite a bit. So my gut would say, like, yes. My impression is that yes. But I actually haven't rebuilt champions for Arena in a really long time, so I don't have any with Lightning Cage. Fatal Virus, thanks for the overview. You're welcome. Kevin Sykes asks, good evening. Quick question. Who do you suggest for the Fire Knight tournament? For the Fire Knight tournament. So if you're just doing a tournament for Fire Knight, is that what you're asking? Like, or are you asking specific champions for the Fire Knight tournament? I'm not sure exactly what your question is. But we can take a quick look at Fire Knight. I love Fire Knight. I think it's such a cool fight. I really like this dungeon. I also think it drops good gear. This was actually my Halloween Fire Knight team composition. It can't farm stage 14. I think I was farming stage 8. But the thing that you need here is you need multi-hits. You want turn meter decrease if you can get it. And then you need to make sure you can clear the wave and get to it. If the boss is going to get turns, you need some kind of sustain, preferably a cleanse or a block debuffs buff, and then some heals. So what I would run is for my main team, I would probably run something along these lines. This is exactly. Okay, so here I've got a speed aura, so that's going to make me go faster. I've got 3 damage champions. I mean, Stag Knight's not really a damage champion, but he helps me clear waves as well. He hits decently hard. I'm going to have a decreased defense on the wave because I've got 2 decreased defense champions. I've got an increased attack from Runekeeper Dazdirk, and then Athel and Coldheart are going to do damage on the waves. Coldheart's not a great wave clearer, but Athel's also strong into this affinity, so this is going to be fine. I'll just run this one time, and you'll see how this goes. The other nice thing about this is I've got tons of multi-hitters. Everybody's multi-hitter, except for Runekeeper Dazdirk, single hit. But Deacon's a 2-hitter. Coldheart's a 4-hitter. Stag Knight, I think, is a double hitter with a slow on his A1. So if that slow lands, that's really valuable because that helps you with turn meter decrease. You've got the Heart Seeker from Coldheart, who's got that turn meter decrease, 100% turn meter decrease there. I've got turn meter decrease from Deacon Armstrong. And then Athel's a triple hitter. She's got a weaken and a nuke. And then I've got the cleanse and the heal from Runekeeper Dazdirk. So if he does get a turn and he slows me, Runekeeper, or hits me, Runekeeper back up. Plus, I've got the leech from Deacon. Like, this is a crazy good team for the early game. The only problem is I've actually had that affinity issue where, like, this is weak affinity, so I could crush it, and then I get to strong affinity, and I can't get past it just yet. Or I haven't tried in a little while. Last time I tried, I think Coldheart was like me, so I could try it. See if I can. I didn't manual this one, so I don't know if it's going to tune properly. But I've got that slow up there. I've got the decreased defense. I'm hitting pretty hard. There's Heartseeker. Game over. If you have Cold Heart, she is the MVP forever. Some people are like, well, do you want to bring her up to stage 25 because the damage reduction on max HP hits? Like, of course you do. Why wouldn't you? She's got 100% turn meter decrease and a 4-hitter to break the shield. Who cares if she hits a little bit less hard? I don't care. She's still the MVP. But let's go ahead and see if we can do the next one. Take off the super. So this is, unfortunately here I'm weak affinity with 2 of my champions, and my Cold Heart wasn't strong enough to do this. Another champion, we'll talk about my champion. I've still got to tell people about my champion.
Yeah.
So yeah, this might be fine now. I might be able to push this dungeon quite a bit. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'll get to the boss and I'll get stuck. But so for Fire Knight Tournament, this is a great dungeon to farm, especially for Savage Gear. Savage Gear is such a valuable set. You're going to want to start farming it early on. And you want to keep even like 4-star pieces that are decent. You can even keep like real trashy pieces just in case you don't have a chess piece to flesh out a set, or you don't have it, like you can just keep bad pieces for a while. And then as you get better pieces, you can replace the bad pieces. Double hit here, double hit there, 4 hit there. We'll hit here, which will decrease turn meter because she's got that master, whatever that master is called, that decreases turn meter on a. We didn't get the slow there, but there's get the slow this time. Again, turn meter decrease on the A mastery. I don't have that on Jazz. Got the slow. This should. I love this team. I was so happy to get Cold Heart, and this was one of the reasons why I wanted Cold Heart. And the truth of the matter is, I forgot about it for a while. But now there's the Fire Knight tournament going on, and I can start pushing. Let's keep going. See how high we. Stage 16 shouldn't be a problem. You back yet, son?
I'm just making some coffee real quick.
Gotcha.
I said it was a day. I'm tired today.
Yesterday was a heck of a day for both of us. Yeah. Yeah. You had a rough day. We had a rough day. And then I didn't sleep. Got this crick in my neck. Ugh. But I have to say, I really enjoy our new pro stream. Just getting a chance to talk to everybody. So much fun. Really. By the way, smash that like button. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Make sure we're getting this stream out there. I'd love to get this viewer count up. All right. So yeah, while we're watching this, hopefully, I mean, one of the things that happens sometimes is like depending on how hard the waves are to kill, it throws off putting round against the boss. So if you're not manualing or putting it into the AI for round 2, you can actually screw this up. So it's like I'm just autoing letting some. All right. Oh yeah, the HH Premium. I got to buy that. I have to do that. I absolutely have to do that. Let me write myself a note. I just haven't gotten around to it. That is good. I should do that before Tuesday. Thank you for the reminder. I absolutely.
That's a good point. Yeah.
All right. Crush stage 16. So now 17 is going to be the weak affinity. So this could be a little bit tricky. But still, I mean, Fire Knight really isn't about the damage. So as long as I get through the waves, okay, the waves are the trickier. Once you get to the Fire Knight, like my Deacon and my Stag Knight are going to be strong affinity. So I'm going to land my debuffs. Runekeeper Dazzler's never weak affinity, and Cold Heart's never weak affinity, so they're going to land their ability. The only one I have to worry about is Athel. Now, if Athel dies, that's a problem. But if she doesn't die, if she just lives to get to the boss, we're probably fine on this stage as well. At some point, we're going to have trouble with waves, and I would expect it to be if it were going to happen, it would if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But the most likely place for it to happen would be a force affinity boss because Athel's my wave. So if she can't clear the waves, Real is an option now too. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to mention that, but I haven't talked about it. Trevor says, "Hi, Colred. Should Allure be only used for her A1 with crit rate and survivability, or should she have crit damage and attack percent chest?" Good question, Trevor. Early in the game, I would absolutely build her only for that A1. So you want 100% crit rate, and then you want accuracy and speed. That's it. Those are the only 3 stats you really care about. Survivability is fine. But for instance, if you're using Allure here in Fire Knight, all you have to do is make sure she has enough survivability to get to the boss, because the boss should never get a turn. So survivability isn't necessarily much of an issue. However, if you're going to use her in wave content, let's say you're using her in high level Doom Tower, and you need to get her to the boss, like to the Dark Fae or something like that. In that case, she's going to have enough survivability either in the team or in her own kit to get through to the boss. But again, it's possible. Like on my Dark Fae team, I have a team that the waves don't get a turn either. They never go. So survivability is not as big an issue for Allure as you might think for a normal debuffer, because she helps prevent the enemy from getting turned. So 100% crit rate, accuracy, speed. Those are the 3 stats you want. If there are extra stats to use after that, you have to ask yourself, is she getting hit? If she's getting hit, you go survivability. If she's not getting hit, you go damage. That's basically the way I would break that. Dragon says, okay, currently running Supreme Kale, Dazder, Godseeker, Stag, and Skullcrusher in Clan Boss. Just pulled Duchess, so do I try and get her in the team and focus her elsewhere? I don't have a Duchess. My first reaction is to say, don't worry about putting her in the Clan Boss team. Now, there is a value in putting her in the Clan Boss team. You get that perfect veil, which allows you to take less damage from the AoE. So you could do that. Question is, do you pull Godseeker out for that? Do you pull Runekeeper Dazdirk out for that? Runekeeper Dazdirk's your only turn meter fill, and he's your increased attack. Godseeker is giving you the buff extension, which means you can have, I think, 100% uptime on Skullcrusher's counterattack, can you? Or is it 3 out of 4 now? Well, then you could speed tune it to have 100%. And then Stag Knight brings your decreased attack and your decreased defense. And Kale is bringing your poison. So it feels like, I mean, Duchess is so good everywhere. You can use her everywhere. So what I would say is just build her for everywhere. You know, probably put her in put her in an arena build. Use that build everywhere. You're going to want her in Hydra Clan Boss. And then once you've built her and you've got her masteries all, leveled up and stuff, then you could try her in your Clan Boss team, but I wouldn't specialize in Clan Boss. That's a waste of an all-around phenomenal support. How did we do? We did okay. Are you back, son?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on my coffee.
Hey, there we had you off screen for a while. Yeah, so I'm pushing Fire Knight quite successfully. Son, you did a lot of dungeon pushing this week, didn't you?
Dungeon pushing?
Yeah, didn't you increase the maxes of all your dungeons this week?
No, I didn't. I didn't do my. I did
you
the
did potion keeps. You did
the potion keeps.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got pretty much all my keeps to stage 20.
That's not.
I think I might still have Spirit Keep at 19. Yeah, I got pretty much all my potion keeps at 20. I got to the first few stages of the Iron Twins. That was another thing that I did that day. And then Doom Tower. I finally got past that spider I was stuck on, but now I'm stuck back at the same place you were with the Griffin.
Yeah, the Griffin's true.
Yeah.
Shooter 90 says, I even use Cold Heart in Fire Knight hard mode where a turn meter drop doesn't even work anymore just because that quad hitter, right? It's just so good. It's so good. And then, of course, you've got the damage.
Totally forgot what I was about to do.
Fatal Virus says, I have no idea what is happening, but I lose like 1 in 100 Fire Knight runs overnight, but I think it's still worth running 20. Yeah, 99% success rate is fine. I would say once you kind of cross the 90% threshold of success rate, like that I consider a full auto team. Like if you lose 1 out of 12 or 1 out of 15, that is okay. That's fine with me. Because typically that efficiency is going to be high enough for it to be better than the previous efficient tier. You want to get to 100% if you can, but sometimes I found like there are teams that I've run where I mean this happened to me not that long ago. I think it was on Fire Knight 25. My Fire Knight 25 team had run like 500 runs and not lost one, and then all of a sudden it lost one. I'm like, what the heck happened? And you know, I autoed it, so I didn't even know why it happened. I was trying to diagnose how it could possibly happen. And my guess is that somewhere in the waves somebody died. And it had to be like the perfect combination of like, you know, crits and stuns and speed and resistances and all of this stuff. Because I'd run 500 or more, maybe 1,000 Fire Knight runs without a loss, and this team all of a sudden. So like sometimes the RNG is just, you know, there is a scenario under which you could lose, but it's relative. But I would say, yeah, 99%, you're in. That's basically perfect. Great Dane says my mic is still cutting out. Hope it's not.
Yeah, I listened to it for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's definitely something going on with OBS because you're still perfectly clear in the Discord, but it's breaking up a little bit. Like to me, you're still perfectly understandable, but it's just
That's frustrating
slightly
though.
noticeable. Yeah, it's kind of just annoying. Yeah.
Oh, oh. Ow, that was not fun. All right. Yeah, I should be doing this, but I've been trying to not to do that because of my microphone. So I was looking to the right for like the last 10 minutes, and I just turned back to look straight, and my neck was like, all right, let's see. I'm gonna try to make sure I'm staying close to the microphone.
Think I could beat this team?
Let me take a look.
UDK, Demitha, Sil. I don't even know who this guy is.
Alfred's good champ. Roberto asks, hey, Colred, any video about Iron Twins coming up or a video about which Forge artifacts are best suited with different roles? I just did a Forge artifacts video. I've done some artifact videos recently, or at least I've done a few in the past month. So I don't know if I'm going to do too many more. I should get around to Iron Twins at some point, but yeah, I just haven't done it yet. So I don't know. It's on the sheet, you know, it's on the list of videos to do. I do not have a time frame for it. I will try to move it up for your request. Kate, see you later. Fatal Virus says Iron Twins is, I don't know what that is, but I won't even look at it for the first year. Son, you've already cleared stage 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cleared stage 3 on all affinities.
Yeah.
I could probably push higher, and I'll definitely be able to push higher once I get my Brogni up.
All right, we have cleared stage 18 of Fire Knight. Let's keep pushing. Stage 19 is a neutral affinity. It's funny. I was at 14, I think, and I hadn't pushed this in a while. But again, I think what's going to happen at some point, I'm going to get in trouble. I don't have a reviver here. Like, if you have Scylla the Drakes and you put her in here instead of, say, Runekeeper Dazdirk, or maybe, yeah, probably in place of Runekeeper Dazdirk, you'd lose the turn meter fill and you'd lose the cleanse, but you don't really need the cleanse if you don't get hit. Yeah, and so here we got into trouble with waves, and now without my Cold Heart, I don't think I can beat this boss. And I'm not going to get a revive, but we're going to let it play out and see if maybe we'll get to this. I don't know. This is the tricky thing. When I first built my first Cold Heart on my main account, this was a problem I had. I couldn't get my Fire Knight. I couldn't get to the Fire Knight boss with my Cold. So I did two things. One is I built her in Lifesteal, which was useful. And then two, I built her with an HP chest, HP percentage chest, and that was helpful. And then I think the other thing is eventually I ran her with a Scylla the Drakes, and that was really helpful. So even if she died, I could bring her back. But it's tricky here because I don't have that much support. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna get my butt. I don't have that much support, and I don't have the options of all the different gear that I have on my main account. So if I look at my Cold Heart here, like she's not in Lifesteal, and I do have an HP based chest. She's actually built. Got 237 accuracy plus the accuracy masteries. I do have her with Helm Smasher. I went Helm Smasher on this account primarily because I've never tried it before. I've never done a Helm Smasher before on a Cold Heart. So on my first Cold Heart, I went with Flawless Execution. And on my second Cold Heart, I think I went with Giant Slayer. So I don't think I've ever done a Helm Smasher. So I just like having a comparison. Because all four capstones in the offense tree are viable on Cold Heart. You can actually build. Some people would even go with War Master because the big hit is the Heartseeker. Sorry, I blanked there. But I think probably you're going to get more value out of the Giant Slayer. You turn off her A2, against the boss, and you're just going to get that 4-hitter out again and again and again. And then you get the Heartseeker, and the Heartseeker already does a ton of damage. So, you could do it that way. You could go with the extra, consistency of extra crit damage. That just helps on the Heartseeker as well. But this is going to give the biggest bang for the buck. This should give you the biggest nukes of all, except it's only 50% reliable. So it's a little frustrating. But all right, so we got to, what did we do? The Fire Knight there. We went from stage 14, stage 18. Yeah, so you go up in chunks of 4, right? Like that tends to be how it is. You get to 14, you get up to 18. 18's weak affinity to Athel, and then all of a sudden, you hit a wall at some point. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to farm 18. I'm not going to farm stage 18. It doesn't make sense. I will farm stage 16. It's going to be less energy. It's going to be faster. It's going to be 100% success chance. And then 18, I would probably only farm if I was looking for Savage gear because I would get better drops here. But so I've moved from farming stage 14, I think, up to stage 16. And really, again, when it was a tournament, I wasn't farming stage 14. I was farming stage. That's a nice improvement for me, actually. Perfect.
Gotta go grab my coffee. Be there in a second.
Okay. Got lots of red dots here. Got to clear the red dots. All right. Actually turn and look at the screen. So we went over some of what happened with Sun's account. So he got his iron. He got his Underpriest Brogni. He got his Geomancer. He got his Geomancer 74 days in. I'm at 935 days or 937 days or something on my main account. Still haven't pulled it yet. This guy gets it before 75 days. So we didn't talk about my account, my pull. So I actually hit double gold on my shard pull event, which was really surprising. I hit right away, I think. Did I hit on the first shard?
Yeah, I think it was the first one.
The first shard, and then I hit on my third shard.
Yeah.
I think I pulled 5. And so now I've now got 3 legendaries I pulled shards because I did in fact hit on Raka Viletide on a random void shard. Weird, just like Sun, like he was off stream, he did that accidental 10 pull and got Brogni. During the last 2 times void event on Sunday at like 4 or 5 hours before the event ended, I happened to get a void shard. I forget where. It might have been Doom Tower. I might have gotten a Void Shard from Doom Tower. And so I just pulled it. And I was like, I'm not going to hit, so I'm not even going to record it. And then I hit a Void Legendary. Now, she's not a phenomenal Void Legendary, but she's actually a little bit better than I initially thought she was going to be. She is a reviver. She's helping me out in the Orcs faction trips right now. That's basically what she's doing. She does have an aura of speed in all battles, which is not bad. So this was kind of like a nice surprise. But so these pulls that we did this Friday were the first time we actually successfully pulled legendaries on. Well, you didn't pull a legendary. You pulled your legendary off stream. This was the first time either one of us successfully pulled a legendary on stream or on recording. And so I hit 2. So Creel is the one I'm more excited about. And I'm interested in chat's opinion on these champions because neither of these champions are champions I've run. I know Creel a little bit because I do have a couple of Creelas, but I've never gotten her at a time where it was key for her to be like a big player on my account. And I've never pulled a Roxum. Now, Roxum is kind of interesting. He's got this perfect veil mechanic here. So he attacks one enemy and then has a 50% chance of filling this champion's turn meter. It looks like that buffs to 60%. Also has a 60% chance of placing a perfect veil on this champion for 1 turn if the attack is critical. So it's a double conditional, which is a little bit frustrating. So you've got a 60% chance of a perfect veil, but it has to be critical. And he is an affinity-based champ, so he can weak hit. So that's a little frustrating. Now here on his passive, no, where is it? Okay, so here on the A2, he fills his turn meter by 50%, which is a big fill. And this is after he attacks. He attacks and then gets 50% turn meter back. Has a 100% chance of placing a stun if he's under a veil or perfect veil. If he's not, he places a sleep. Then he places a perfect veil on himself after attacking if he didn't have the veil. So this is a way he can get a veil. But it happens after the attack. So you don't get the stun, you get the sleep instead. Now, it looks like, these both book to 100%, and this is on a 3 cooldown. Kind of interesting. Now here he says, okay, while he's under a veil or perfect veil, he attacks all enemies and has a 100% chance of a drop defense and a weaken. And then this decreases the cooldown of jungle ambush, which is this skill, the turn meter. However, if he doesn't have the veil, he has a chance of placing the decreased defense and weaken before attacking, right? Instead of after attacking. So it's better if he doesn't have the veil for this second part. But this doesn't decrease the cooldown of the jungle ambush skill. This will just place a perfect veil on him after he attacks. So this is another way to get a perfect veil on. So if he has a veil, he has a different effect on the skills. And you've got 2 different ways or 3 different ways of getting a perfect veil on. And then you have this passive that when he receives a veil or perfect veil, he gets a block debuffs and a strengthen, and it can heal. Weird conditional kit. I don't know if he's good. I honestly don't know if he's good. He has an AoE. Oh, this one, yeah, this here is attacks one enemy. So if he doesn't have the perfect veil, it's not an AoE. So on the first half, it's an AoE. Sorry, you can't actually.
It's a me.
Yeah, so up here you can see this is an AoE and this is a single target. And that's his only AoE. So I don't know how hard he hits. He seemed kind of weird. He seems tricky to use. I don't really know what to think about this guy. It feels like with the turn meter fill and the cooldown reduction, you have a chance potentially to get a lot of extra turns. You could build them in a relentless set, get some extra turns, have the veil drop, put the veil back up. When the veil gets back up, you get the block debuffs and the strengthen. You go again, you get more continuous heals. That's more sustain. You get more AoEs. You get more drop defenses and weakens out there. Like it feels like you could potentially turn him into kind of a crazy multiple turn champion, but I'm not sure that that's true. That just there's a thought in the back of my mind that that's how I would theory craft. If anybody runs Roxum, you can let me know in chat if that's how he gets used. He's not rated particularly well or particularly poorly. Like the one place he's rated well is faction. Everything else is kind of average. Arena offense is 4.4. Demon Lord is 4. Dragon's Lair is 3. It's Hydra's 3.9. So it doesn't rate particularly well. And I got to admit, I don't see him a ton. Every once in a while, I see him in arena. I don't see him. Now, Creela is much more interesting to me because she's an ally attack champion. And if you watch this channel at all, you know I love ally attack champions. Obviously, Cardiel is maybe the best ally attack champion in the game. There's a mythic now. One of the mythics has an ally. And then there's somebody else. Somebody else, or maybe it's not a mythic. One of the new Void Legendary has it. Somebody has it. Is it Lady Mikage? Lady
I was about
Mikage.
to say, doesn't.
I think it's Lady Mikage.
Yeah.
Right? Is she the one with the ally attack? On her regular? Yeah, it was the 8th. Okay. All right. Places 50% increased attack buff and increased crit damage buff on all allies for turns, and teams up with all allies to attack a single enemy. So this is also one of the best ally attacks in the game. And I would Cardiel's is up there with this one, if not better. Now, Cardiel doesn't give the increased attack. What he gives is increased crit. So this potentially could do more damage. Right? But the benefit of Cardiel's is that if the attack kills the target, reduces. So that turns into a 3-turn cooldown instead of. So they're both very hard hitting. They're both full team, all allies attack. And so, that's great. Now Creela's is not. Creela's is free random ally. Sorry. This is here it is. So first of all, you got to book it to get a 100% chance, which is super annoying. That's really annoying. You have an 80% chance of an ally attack. That doesn't even make any sense. But okay, so you book it out. It's got a 100% chance. To team up with 3 random allies to attack a random enemy. So you can't even select the target. So if it's a boss, it's fine. If it's a single boss, you know that you're going to hit the boss. So if it's like, Fire Knight, it's going to work. If it's Clan Boss, it's going to work. But if the boss has minions, you might randomly join up to attack a minion, which is really frustrating. And then you only get 3 allies, not 4 or 5. So like in, some scenarios, like in arena, it's going to be totally fine because everybody's attacking. But outside of arena, you're not going to get everybody. You can't predict. Somebody's going to get left out. And that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's still a great ally attack. You still know you're getting 4 champions worth of damage or A1s, whatever target you end up hitting. And then if you want, you can, of course, get rid of some of the randomness by using this with AoE A champions. So if you have a Skull Crown, right, it doesn't matter who the target is. Every target's getting hit. When Skull Crown goes, her A1 AoE. So you can potentially use this with all A1 AoE champions. And then the random thing kind of gets mitigated that way. So interesting kit. Also has this increased attack and increased crit rate on all allies for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. And then attacks all enemies, which could be good in the arena. I don't know if she's an arena nuker. I don't know if she hits hard enough. Like, she's a support champion. Her stats, I would suggest to me that she doesn't hit hard. But could be a bit of a softener, right? She could go first, give you your increased attack and increase crit rate for your nuker, and then kind of weaken the enemy a little bit to get their threshold lower, getting wiped out. You can potentially trigger counterattacks that way, but who cares? I do that with Deacon anyway. Doesn't matter. So interesting champion. I like ally attack. I'm going to try to figure out how to use it. I want to use it. I'm definitely going to use her in orcs. And now I've actually got, if you look at my faction, right? I've actually got 2 legendaries. I've got a reviver and I've got an ally attacker buff. So I'm going to have to run my Gaelic up a little bit, get him to at least 5 stars. He'll be my primary damage. These 3 champions should take me through probably the second boss and up, pretty high, maybe stage like 16, something, 15, 16, 17. Just these 3 champions should get me there. So orcs have become a faction I'm quite happy. Um, and then did I pull any epics? Did I pull any important epics? I think I got one decent epic, right?
We pulled 2 epics. Which ones? I don't remember their names.
Yeah, I got 2 decent epics. I got Rearguard Sergeant and I got Taragi the Frog. Now, Taragi the Frog is
Yeah.
actually very interesting because he is an ally protect champion. Places a shield and an ally protect for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. He's also got to reflect damage, and then he's got this passive that when he's hit, he can add. I can say this. I know I can. Yeah, he can add poisons to that. He also has a decreased attack on his A1, and he does have an AOE provoke. Fury also have an AOE provoke. Now he has an AOE. Got an A1. So the crazy thing is, I think Taragi the Frog could be useful in Hydra Clan boss. I think it could be useful in wave content. So I'm actually a little bit more interested in building him out than building my legend. Because I actually think that he could potentially. Now, Creela could be very useful in clan bosses. You put her with a Frozen Banshee, and every time she ally attacks, you got Frozen Banshee's got a chance to put out more poisons. You've got all of those extra War Master procs, so that could definitely increase damage there. You've got increased crit rate, increased crit rate, right, Creela? So, I could potentially build my champions with less crit rate. It is a 4-turn cooldown. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting. Do I bring Creela into my clan boss team, or do I bring Taragi? I think Taragi with Frog might actually. The only downside of that is I've got to get him from 4 stars to 5 stars, and then 5 stars to 6 stars. So this is a quick question. If you had Taragi, look at my clan boss. Let's go look at my clan boss team. Let's do that.
It'll take you about an hour to do that. No big deal.
Yeah, right. I'm not like you. I don't power through these upgrades. So, all right, let's see. Where's my brutal? So this is my clan boss team right now. 2 turn meter fillers, cleanser, increase attack, decrease defense on 2 champions, decrease attack on Stag Knight. I've got a weaken on Athel, and I've got poison sensitivity, poison, Frozen Banshee. So we won't quick battle this. Let's actually do this out. Now this is interesting because I think this is a very good team. But if I could get Taragi the Frog onto this team with an ally protect, and I can get it going fast enough, I could potentially have that ally attack, that ally protect up all the time. I could get more poisons out. The problem with this is I think I sometimes feel this debuff.
Which difficulty is this?
This is brutal.
Brutal. Okay.
Yeah. Now, if I were going to pull a champion, I think the champion that I would have to pull would be Stag. Because I don't want to lose the weaken from Athel, and she brings a lot of damage. I can't lose the poison from Frozen Banshee. Deacon Armstrong is my decreased attack per meter fill, leech, and speed aura lead. So I don't think I can lose him. And then I think I still need to keep Runekeeper Dazdir for the increased attack, the cleanse, the heal, and the turn meter. I think the only one I can afford to lose here is Stag Knight, which I hate to lose because he's great. But so here's the question. If I were going to replace one of these champions, if you were going to replace, if this was your team and you were going to replace one of these champions, I'm talking to you now, chat, I'm talking to you. If you were going to replace one of these champions, 1, which champion would you pull? Would you pull Stag Knight? And 2, would you put in Creela to try to get more ally attacks there and more damage out of that? Or would you put in Taragi the Frog to try to get the ally protect, the extra poison? That still has a decreased attack there, which can potentially, because the Stag Knights is 100% right now. It is the 100%. I got Sniper on him. So Taragi is going to be lower than that. But is that enough sustain, do you think? Or enough protection there with this team, with Runekeeper Dazdir and Leeches out there? Or is it just not worth it? Because as you can see, my debuff bar gets pretty close to full every. Here we are. Yeah, we're at 10 now. So The extra poisons might not play with Taragi the Frog. The ally protect could potentially give me more. So I'm interested in the opinions out there. Taragi the Frog or Creola Witch, or whatever her name is. And would you replace Stagnite, or would you potentially replace somebody else? Would you pull, Runekeeper Dazzdirk? Would you pull maybe Athel? I don't know. Let's see what people. Cardiel's overall kit is much better than Lady Mikage, though. I don't know if that's true, but I love the faith. I love Cardiel. I'm never going to say he's not the. For a little more damage, could you not put Taragi in a toxic set if you have it? You can. The problem is I'm often filling up my debuff bar, so you can't go over 10 debuff. So there's already the issue that even without a toxic set, he's going to fill up the debuff bar 100% of the time. And then I could potentially lose like the weaken or the poison sensitivity or the leech, all of which I need. Icky Ray would pull Stagnite. Mayhem says correct. Replace Stagnite. The Frogman will be much more valuable. Gregory says I would pull Deacon out. Now that's interesting because if you pull Deacon out, you don't lose the decreased defense because Stagnite still brings the decreased defense. And they're the same affinity. You lose the extra turn mechanic, you lose the turn meter fill, and you lose the leech. So you pull Deacon out and maybe try Taragi there. So people seem to be agreeing. Taragi the Frog, take out Stagnite. Amity says I would put in Taragi and probably pull Stagnite. David Gresby says no attack down there. Well, you lose the consistency with the decreased attack, right? Taragi the Frog does have a decreased attack, but it's, I think, 40 or 50% on the A1 versus 100% on the A2 for Stagnite. Now, the fact that it's an A1 and is going to be going out more often will kind of mitigate the reduction in the overall percentage chance of landing. He's also a different affinity, so it'll land on a different affinity. That's not really effective. Yeah, Michael says, Stagnite's decreased speed doesn't work on the clan boss. Obviously, his A1 is extremely powerful for that decreased speed for a lot of bosses, but yeah, that doesn't play here. Monkey says, Stagnite's days are done in this comp, my guy. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Stagnite is a phenomenal champion. He doesn't need to be a clan boss champion to be valuable. He is great against Dungeon. He's great against Wave Con. He's great against Doom Tower. Like everything. I'm a little bit worried I'm going to die. I want to try to one. I've actually one keyed Void Affinity. That's the only one I got. And I just barely got it. I got like. So I don't know if this team's going to get it. Fatal Virus says, I think you have everything to go infinity. I don't think so. I don't think that's true, right? You would want an increased defense and a strength. You might want shield. Like Taragi is great. The ally protect is going to be great. But I don't know that I can go infinity yet. You need a couple of.
Like a Brogni? Wasn't he part of the Infinity comps?
Yeah, Brogni is. Oh, was he talking to you?
No, I think he's talking to you.
Okay, yeah, Brogni is absolutely a way to go infinity. By the way, you don't need a Brogni to have an infinity. You can go other directions. Chris can work. Kyoko can work. There are a bunch of champions that can get you to infinity team. David says, or there are two David. David Love says, I'd say Taragi, your main damage dealer is Frozen Banshee. You want her to live as long as possible. Yeah, I do agree with that. Oh, he lost Rune. Got a lot of poisons out. We've got a chance here at a 1 key. Depends how much damage we take. We've definitely got a shot at a 1 key. I think we might get this, actually. It's going to be close. Frozen Banshee can just stay alive one more turn, get a couple of poisons out there. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're just going to eke this out. It's going to be very close. Poison sensitivity. Let's get an extra turn. Ah, she's down. Okay. So it's up to Athel to take it home. Come on, Athel. You can do this. Still got a couple of poisons out there. We need 200 more K, 250K. No. I'm going to lose by like, no. No. That's I think I'm like, what am I? Like 90K short. Is that what I am? Am I
Really?
90K short? I think so. I think I'm 90K short. It's 21, right? No, it's 21.7. Okay. So I was about 400K. That feels a little bit better than being 90K short. But still, you can see. So I think, yeah, I think that the swap there might be bringing Interagi, bringing out Stagnite. That seems to be the consensus in uh, chat as well. But let's look at, so Taragi, look at Taragi day one. So Taragi's A1, attacks one enemy, has a 40% chance. Yeah, it's a 40% chance to decrease attack. Now, how often would he be used? You turn off the A2. The A3 is on a 3-turn cooldown. So 2 out of 3 turns, you're going to be running this. Now, 40% chance. So in 2 turns, you're going to have a 64% chance of applying decrease attack. I don't have a debuff extender on the team, I don't. So this is definitely, there's going to be some downtime on the decrease attack. This is not a great decrease attack. Now, when I do masteries, I could potentially go for the sniper mastery to increase that by 5%. That might not be bad. I don't know that I want to run him down the support tree because his skills don't really synergize with support. I guess accuracy for the provoke wouldn't hurt. And I could increase the shield size. So he does okay. He does have synergy with support tree. That sniper mastery would play here on the 50% chance of placing a poison. And it would increase the chance of placing provoke to 55%. So I could go down. Now, normally when you do an ally protector, you want to go down the defense tree because you want stuff like decreased damage received from AoE attack. You want this blast because ally protectors get crushed. They just die, right? Because they're taking everybody else's damage. So you want blast proof. You probably also want, where is it? Delayed death. Reduces the damage this champion receives from a specific enemy. So against clan boss, you take 6% less damage over time, right? Like you get to the point where it takes 6% less damage. So you typically want to run your ally protector down defense. And you want to run every clan boss champion down offense. So it would be more likely that you would want to go offense and defense. So getting the sniper mastery would be tricky because you'd have to either be giving away damage from the offense or you'd have to be giving away survivability in the defense tree, which doesn't make sense for an ally protector. So probably if I were going to go that route, if I were going to go the sniper mastery, I would drop the offense tree. And so I would really have to get value because Stagnite has War Master. So I'd be losing that War Master, be losing a couple million damage there. Now the poisons that he brings might offset that, except for the fact that if I fill up the debuff bar, like I said, that might actually work against me. So I really need to get enough life out of the Ally Protect for it to work. Now, the Ally Protect can also benefit from, where is it? Lasting Gifts. You can extend the duration of any buff cast by the champion by 1 turn. So if you can extend the Ally Protect, that gives you more uptime on the Ally Protect. Could potentially get value out of Lore of Steel, get more defensive stats, whether I've got him in a, maybe I've got him in a regen set, maybe I've got him in a some resilience gear, maybe I've got him in Stalwart wouldn't benefit from Lore of Steel. So if I put him in a Stalwart set, then Lore of Steel would make sense. But that would allow me to potentially get Sniper and Lasting Gifts. Likewise, you could go Sniper and Master Hexer if you wanted to extend the poisons. Can't extend the provokes. I don't know that I would do that. Again, I don't care about the. So if I were to build him, I'd probably go steadfast can be tricky for clan boss, but I would want to go to the shields. Increases the value of shields, increases the value of shields. I might go here to Merciful Fate. I might. I could go to Cycle of Magic, which you wouldn't do for a speed-tuned clan boss team, but I could go here to try to get that ally protect to come around more quickly. And then I could end up here at Lasting Gifts to extend that buff. That would give me the best chance of having the most uptime on ally protection. Right? And then I can go down the defensive tree. I can get the AoE reduction, and I can get the delayed death reduction. I would probably do that. I could also potentially do the counterattack. So when he loses 25% max HP, which he will lose occasionally, especially towards the end, that means he's going to counterattack with that A1, potentially get that decrease attack out more. And if I put him in revenge accessories, if I have any revenge accessories, that could also increase the chance. So I've got this revenge accessory, and this one actually works. It's defense with HP, accuracy, resistance, crit damage. That's a good amulet for him. If I could get him some revenge accessories. I have another one here. This is a resistance banner. Unfortunately, I don't think resistance is highly valuable. I'd rather have a defense banner, an HP banner. It also doesn't have any accuracy on it, so that's no good. It doesn't have any speed on it. But if I could get some more revenge accessories in the Shadowkin faction, then potentially I could see if I have out there. No. But so counterattacks would increase the uptime on decreased attack. I think this guy's got to be the next 6-star. I think I have to skip over Creela and Rox. I think I have to skip over them and get to Froggy the Frog. Now there's another option which we haven't even talked about, which is that I have another ally protect, which is Rearguard Sergeant. Right? She has an ally protect, 50% ally protect on a 3-turn cooldown. It goes up for 2 turns, whereas Taragi the Frogs, I think, is no, it's 2 turns on a 3 down. It's the same thing, but it comes with a shield. So I think he's the better of the two, right? But she actually has a better decrease attack, or at least it's more reliable. It's a 2-turn debuff on a 3-turn cooldown, and it's 75% chance. And it also heals her. And then she's got a decreased defense on her A1. Not that I necessarily need the decreased defense with Deacon up there, but she's a different affinity than Deacon. And so this increases my chance of actually getting the decreased defense out there. So she's not that dissimilar. And because I don't need Taragi the Frog's poisons, and I don't need his stun, like we're talking about a decreased attack and an ally protection with a shield versus a decreased attack, a heal, a decreased defense, and an ally protection with heals. It's not as far apart as you might think. Like this, she is a viable ally protector. I think Taragi the Frog is probably the better one a little bit because of his shield. Right? So he gets the shield that's equal to 15% of his max HP. And his HP pool, if I look at his 6-stars, I think his HP pool is pretty good. I think he's over 20k. Almost 22,000. So his shield is going to be significant. So it does make that ally protection pretty good. He also does have some heals. And he's got some reflect damage. So he's the better of the two. But it's a little bit closer than you might think. Like when you look at Rearguard Sergeant, you might not be like, oh yeah, she's great. She's a good ally protector. Definitely use her probably up to Nightmare. At some point, she might get too squishy. You can see her HP pool is not quite as good. It's still decent, 18.5k. She's got a little bit more defense. Right? She does damage based on defense too. It's kind of because as you build her tank, she's going to actually hit a bit hard. But poisons, poisons are more. But so I've got 2 ally protection options. I think it's got to be Taragi. Frog, right? I think I've got to skip Creola Witch Arm, which is kind of funny because if we go in here, we'll see. I've been running Minotaur lately, and I've been running up Roxum and Creola Witch Arm in Minotaur as I get like masteries. Because I just kind of assumed that, I mean, there's champion training going on right now, and I wanted to start leveling. But I should probably pull out Roxum. I should put in Frog. How you doing, son?
I'm doing all right.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking at some gear stuff. I want to get Brogni tankier.
All right. Let me get in chat. Undersized Tic Tac says, happy his son pulled Brogni, but also mad at the same time, as I have the Myth Seeker team, but the RNG on stun gets me sometimes due to Seeker's passive need block debuffs on 3. You need a block debuffs on 3 down and Brogni off that. Yeah, he is one of the champions that can help you go affinity friendly. And he's great for certain speed. Sounds like you have one. Creola, probably your starter champ, maybe worth losing Weaken. That's an interesting thought. So if I bring in Creola, get more poisons out there, don't worry about the Weaken as much. Maybe that's worth bringing in the Creola. Again, we get the increased crit rate and increased attack. I already have the increased attack for Keeper Daz. That the Creola could be interesting. An ally attack champion can be a solution in places where nobody else can. It's actually one of those kind of creative, outside the box thinking kind of champions. What can I do with this ally attack? Because it depends on the A1s you have available in the rest of your top. And sometimes those A1s can be really cool things. Sometimes you can have like an AoE A1 that you put a stun set on. You're like, well, if I have an ally attack, I just get more stuns out. Sometimes you have a situation where you need multiple hits. Sometimes you have a situation where you need to get a debuff out. And you have an A1. Like I used to run Cardiel with Maneater. And so Maneater had that A1 decrease attack on the AoE, which is really nice. So you can put that out. Or sometimes you have a champion who's got like turn meter A1, or they have turn meter decrease on their A1. You can allure physics. So you can run them with that. Get more turn meter decrease than you would normally get, especially if you don't have like 2 or 3 turn meter champion. An ally attack champion all of a sudden becomes a turn meter champion. So Runekeeper gives you the boost, heal, and increase attack as long as you can get the speed across the team. I'd peek Vega. Yeah. You have Wukong with a blessing. You can pull Athel and Stag for Wukong with Brimstone, and Taragi and Wukong can be stunned. That's an interesting thought. I don't actually have my Wukong at 6 star, so I probably wouldn't do that. I also don't think I would get more damage out of a Brimstone than I'd get out of, say, more turns, right? Just getting Frozen Banshee. But it is an interesting thought to potentially, like, maybe get Creola with a Brimstone. That's an interesting idea. Wentworth says, if you want to buy masteries for a champion, what's the thought process when deciding which champions to buy their masteries? I typically buy my masteries on my first 1 or 2 champions, and then I don't buy masteries on any champions for a long time. The one exception is if I have a barrel and I have a high value champion that I get, so I have a barrel that can get that champion to 6 stars very quickly, right? Or a feast. If you have a feast, that's even more. So, for instance, let's say Creola was really high value, or let's say I pulled a Duchess. Say I pulled a Duchess, and I wanted Duchess at 6 stars right now. She's going to provide so much value right now. It would take me a week of running her through Minotaur to get her all the way up to 6 stars fully mastered. So I might say I'm going to buy her masteries, put the barrel on her, take her from from 6 star level 1 to 6 star 60. But I just have to get her to 50 and then 6 star her and then drop the barrel and the gem. Max her out like that if I have the books as well. That's what I would do. But other than that, the only time I buy masters are on the first 2 champions, or become a content creator. And then when you have to make content, buy masteries on champions that you want to build out for content. Because that's what I've been doing the last couple. You cannot replace Brogni in Infinity. The idea of the comp is an infinitely growing shield, and only Brogni can do that. That's not my understanding of an Infinity. An Infinity comp, to me, this is my understanding or my definition of an Infinity comp. An Infinity comp is a team that is speed tuned such that you have buffs up permanently, right? So you have your ally protect, your increased defense, your whatever it is, your buffs are up permanently so that you have a team that can run past 50 turns and run a really long time. And the idea is that there's no variation, no moment, there's no gap in the rotation where your team can be killed because your buffs fall. So you have basically infinite buffs. That's the idea. The infinity word comes from infinite buffs because they never time out, they never fall off. Now, Brogni's shield never falls off because you extend that shield forever. It's not that it's infinitely growing, because eventually it's going to start getting smaller, right? It's that it never comes off. It's infinitely available. So no matter how many turns you went, if you went a million turns, you could go past the 1500 turn limit. Your debuffs would never drop off. They would be up infinite. That's my understanding of the infinite term. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's that they're infinitely growing. I just think the Brogni version of an infinity team is where the shields are designed to keep growing. And if you have a team, if you have an actual team that gets to the full 1500 turn limit, then any team that gets to the 1500 turn limit would be considered an infinity, right? Because you've maxed out. Literally, you're like a permanently unkillable team. You only end because the fight. So any way to do that, any way to get there, if you can get the full 1500 turns, be an infinity team. Now, I'm not sure that there's any way to do that without Brogni. I don't know that any team could ever get to 1500 turns without Brogni. So if that's your definition, then in that case, Brogni would have to be the only infinity team because I think he's the only champion that can get you. But I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe somebody will find a solution in the future, or there'll be a new champion in the future who can get you. Shooter says, I think having an ally protection will more than compensate for not having the decreased attack in a turn, especially since it's still bugged and coded very weirdly in Clan Boss. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I'm thinking if you have ally protection up when decreased attack is down, you're still going to be taking less damage. The question simply is, will your ally protector die without the increased attack or decreased attack? Because if the decreased attack is necessary to keep your ally protector alive, then it doesn't matter. Back from dinner, guys. Glad you are still going, says Hammerhawk. Yeah, welcome back. How many Lego books do I have, Colred, on my NOOB versus Pro account? I have 14 Lego. I have 14. I did not book out my. I have all of the books available that I've ever had. I've never. Um, so I could potentially book out Creola fully. She's only, let's see, 5, 10. She's 11. So I could fully book her out. The other option is I could say, you know what? Finally, I'm going to just book my Wukong. I think he is 11 books as well, or 4, 4, and 3. But he's 11. I could do that, or I could just hold on to them. Hope I pull, something into week. If I build Creola out and I start to run her in dungeon comps and stuff like that, which I may do, I will probably book. I will try to avoid putting books into this A1. The A2 has the 100% chance of ally attack. You need those, and you're going to want the cooldown. And then likewise, you're going to want the cooldown on the increased attack and increased crit rate. This also turns into an AoE when you send. So you're going to want that AoE as well. So if I can get lucky and not land books in her A1, I could potentially book her out with just 6 books if I get perfectly lucky, or potentially maybe 8, 9 books. I could save 1 or 2. I don't need to book to say the shield bonuses that you get here for level 5 and level 6 would be a little bit useful, but in reality, that's not really why you bring. You don't care about that A1. You care about the ally attack. That's the biggest one. So I could potentially save some. Mitty says, Colred, if you use the frog, then you can take out Frozen Banshee or Creela and get an ally attack in clan. So I'd have an ally attack, and I would still have the poisons from Taragi the Frog. That's an interesting thought. I would also get the additional A1s from Taragi the Frog to increase the chances of having the decreased attack. I would also get additional A1s from Athel, which would give more uptime potentially to weaken. I would get more chances to land leeches from Runekeeper Dazzler and Beacon. And I would get more procs of War Masters that they all have. Except I think Athel may have Giant. But so I'd get all of those procs. Plus the extra direct damage. What I would lose is the poison sensitivity and all the poisons Frozen Banshee brings. And Frozen Banshee definitely brings more poison than Taragi the Frog. And the poison sensitivity matters. It's an interesting thought, but I would prefer to have Creela with Frozen Banshee to potentially get more poison. But again, the problem being that filling up the debuff. It's one of those tricky things. Any champion that I bring out, I lose something. But I do think that Taragi the Frog is so valuable that I'll probably build. Yeah, you have to make Creela faster than the rest of your team to really make that work, but potentially you can get you do the buff extension, mastery, and then, you get some coverage there. It's hard to make that work. But, see, that's more valuable in like arena, right? Where you're trying to nuke out in one turn, and so you just need it up once, and then it's not. Joshua says, use the rest of that 100 and get a new mic or something. My microphone is fine. My microphone is actually good. We figured out all the microphone issues earlier, except today, apparently, we're having some kind of issue with something, and I don't know what it is. I think it's actually OBS. I don't think it's my microphone at all. Now, I reduced the gating. Does that seem to have made any effect, son?
No. There's something else going on.
There's something else.
Yeah. Something, I think OBS itself is just running funky. Might just be a once you restart PC kind of deal. Fixes itself.
Yeah. Since the Ally Protect is coded so weirdly, the Ally Protector only takes the clan boss's base damage from turn 1 from the damage share. Clan boss's damage ramp up is not considered, I think. It's very strange. Yes, so you ignore the, whatever it's called, the demonic, something. What's it called? Gathering Fury. That's what's Gathering. So you ignore the Gathering Fury damage. Yeah. Creela will be more valuable than the Monkey King for Clan Boss, which should be your first priority. Yeah, I think Creela would be more valuable, absolutely, for dungeons, for any bosses than Wukong, with the occasional exception of where you really need to strip a buff from a boss, which isn't that common. I think he's more valuable in arena, and he can be very good against specific bosses because of his cheese potential, right? You can have him use that revive, that passive revive, in ways that allow you to create solutions that very few other champions can create. I'm expecting someone at some point to figure out a Sand Devil's Necropolis use. I think he's going to be one of those champions. And
Okay, cool.
yeah, you got Magus. Any thoughts in early game days? Don't build her. I've built her to 6 stars before. She's not worth it. She's just not worth it. She has a kit that looks like it could be worth it, and then you build her out, and it just doesn't. I'll show you. I built her out on my main account. She was one of my first 6 stars. She was actually like my 3rd 6 star. I was really ticked. I 6 starred War, Priest, and Vegas. And it was like my starter champion who was Elhain, and then War Priest, and then Vegas, and I ended up, I think, using them. No, maybe I didn't. Maybe they were just 5. But Magus is she's nice road. Magus. All right, so Magus' A1 has a chance of a stun. It's actually not a bad chance. It looks like it books out 50% chance. It's a single target. This stun actually helped me on occasion. Has a 100% chance of placing a poison debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. This is not great because poisons aren't great against wave. So it's on a 3-turn cooldown. You could actually use her as a clan boss poisoner, which I did for a while. And she's not totally awful, but she's not great. And then you have this A3, which is an AoE, which heals this champion. The amount by which this champion is healed is equal to the damage inflicted. She doesn't do a ton of damage. She's, not a really hard-hitting champ. She's got okay attack stats. And then she's got ally speed in arena battles by 16%. Again, not useless. The problem is the synergy in the kit isn't really there. And I looked at her kit. This is so cool. She's got 2 AoEs. Or no, she's got an AoE. She's got all these poisons. She's going to heal herself. She's got a stun. She's got the allies. It's like, this is going to be great. And then I built her out. You can't build her for like anything in any way that's really going to be helpful. She doesn't hit hard enough to be your arena. She doesn't poison well enough to be your clan boss poisoner. And she doesn't stun enough champions to be a CC champion. And her speed aura isn't high enough to really be valuable in arena after a certain. That's only 60%. So it's like, and then you can't use that aura anywhere else. She's not quite good enough. She looks tempting. And that's why I was so ticked. I thought that I could make her work. And I tried her in like 3 different builds. Eventually had to just feed her. But here's the thing. She is a fusion champ, right? So don't throw her out. Don't waste her. She is part of the Raz and Scarhide fusion. Right? Yeah. So build her to 4 stars, use her in faction grips, and then trade her in for the epic. Any suggestions for the epic only secret room in Doom Tower? Asked Don Kelly. There are a lot of epic only rooms, but I'm not sure which one you're referring. Let me see. Sorry about that. All right. So, do you know which one specifically, Don? Can you tell me which floor? Is it normal or hard? Normal Doom Tower, hard Doom Tower, and which floor? Because there are ones which are going to be like, okay, so this is rares only. The rares only are a little bit harder, especially when it gets to like rare attack. Here's Force Champions. That's not too bad. One's attack champions only. Attack champions only can always be tricky. Because you have like almost no support there available to you. So you have to find champions who can provide like additional support from with the attack like designation. So champions who have an AoE A1s that you can put in stun sets are really valuable in the attack champions only. This was champions from the Barbarians faction, so that's not too bad. Barbarians is a good faction. Rare Void champions. This is going to be tricky for me. once you get your bellow or that. Here's defensive champs only. That's a little bit tricky for me right now. This is epic champion. Okay, so maybe we're okay. So beat this room using epic champions only. This is actually one of the friendlier rooms because you can build this team the same way you would build a dungeon team or you would build arena team, right? You typically want a speed lead. You want to decrease defense on the waves. If you can bring CCs, that's helpful. If you can't, you want to go really fast. So increase turn meter, increase speed boosts. So potentially, like you could bring in, let's say I got rid of Marcy. I could bring in like High Katoon. I get free turn meter fills. I would prefer to have some kind of damage dealer here. I don't have a really good damage dealer at this rarity. But so any damage dealer that you had at this rarity might, um, preferably someone with an AoE. So I could do, like, if I didn't have something better, I could put Sinesha here in a stun set. That would give me some AoE damage. Um, I do have Artemage, who is actually a decent AoE damage dealer. I could do Delaja. She's not bad. Um, yeah, those are probably my best options. If you had a built out Relic Keeper, like if he was maybe 6 stars, then use him. Um, yeah. And then, like here I've got a cleanse that's useful. The heal's useful. So that's nice. Decrease attack, slows, decrease defense. That's good. And then I might actually go with something like this because then I get the AoE 5. So as long as she's tanky. By the way, she's in a shield set. Want to bring in a shield set or a bolster set probably. That's going to help you survive here. And that's also true in the attack room, by the way. If you have attack based champions, if you have one attack champion who's in like a bolster set or a shield set, that can add survivability to your team. If you're just trying to nuke out the waves, that can be tricky. So unless you're hitting really hard, you're not going to nuke out the waves. So they're going to get a turn. And so having people in lifesteal, having people in shield sets, having people in regen, it's weird to build attack champions that way, but sometimes that's the way to solve that special room, secret room. And then so I could do something. So let's actually see. I'm going to pull this. Let's actually see if we get what I bring. Yeah, I think it would have to. Probably doesn't have enough damage, but maybe with the revives. What do you think of the recent rip-off games of Raid Shadow Legends? I don't think any of them will survive, and it is likely a cash grab for creators of YouTube. Their fan. I don't know that I agree, Nicholas. I'm not sure that I agree. I haven't played any of the games. I don't think that. So copycat games, there's always been a history of copycat games in gaming. So whenever there's a dominant game, there are other games that try to copy those games. And so whether it's, when you think about it, like WoW wasn't the first like MMO with that style. It copied other games. It introduced like the Warcraft characters, like people liked Warcraft. Warcraft was a real-time simulation or real-time strategy game. And so it transported that IP into the MMO genre. But it was a copycat. It copied some of the other MMOs. I'm trying to think of the one, EverQuest, like, and some of the other games a little bit earlier than that. Now, it was early enough in the genre that there was still space, you know what I mean? And now everybody copies World of Warcraft, and tries to, defeat World of Warcraft in some way, or maybe tries to innovate and so provide something. So you're always going to get copycats, and think about all the first-person shooters that you've seen. They're all copycats. They all copy. Think of all of the MOBAs that you've seen. They all copy Legends in some way. And so I think that that's going to happen. Raid is a successful gacha game, And so it wasn't the first successful gotcha game. It wasn't a unique or original concept when it came out. It borrows heavily from the dark fantasy genre. Like there's very little that's original in this game. It's just done well, and it was advertised well, and it was put together. It was marketed well, and the graphics are great, and the gameplay is deep and interesting. So it's a very good game. So it's become one of the big names in gotcha games. And so I think as new gotcha games come out, they're just naturally going to copy the thing that Raid does well, and then they're going to try to innovate and add additional depth, additional experiences. They're going to try to save players some of the headache. They're going to try to give more quality of life. They're going to try to give a more interesting story. Things that Raid doesn't do well. Like Raid doesn't isn't a story driven game, so maybe they'll add story or more role playing elements to their gotcha game. Now, if they do that, I don't necessarily think they're going to knock Raid off. But what tends to happen is games that don't adapt and don't evolve will die. So games can be top of the heap, but when they don't say that we can get better, when they just say, "Hey, we're the top of the heap and nobody can touch us and we're not going to change our ways," then they can get themselves into a tricky situation. So if you've got a copycat who takes all of the things that you do well and copies those things, but then adds improvements to all the things you do poorly. So Raid does a bunch of things poorly, and let's say the copycats do those well. Players will eventually migrate to that game and give up this game if it doesn't evolve. And I think they recognize that, and I think they do want to try to evolve. It certainly won't be a quick death. I don't think there's a game that's just going to overwhelm Raid Shadow Legends and push it into obscurity. But development teams and marketing teams can mess up games in the long run, even games that are very successful. They can just not adapt to the changing market. So I think if that happens, then Raid could be in trouble. Now, I don't know any of the other games. I haven't played any of the other games. But like I said, none of them are original. Raid wasn't original. If you want to play a gotcha game that's a dark fantasy, you have 150 choices. If you want to play a gotcha game that's just any kind of, sci-fi fantasy genre, you got 500. They're out there all the time. There's 10 that launch every month. There's crazy number of gotcha games. A lot of them die. A lot of them aren't like particularly well put together. Some of them are only Eastern titles. Some of them are, like they're really long in developments. They launch a beta, then they die. There are a bunch of ones that are still hanging around from 5, 8 years ago. So you have all of those options. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the new one. I don't think the content creators are trying to make a cash grab. I think one of the things that you have to understand about content creators, and first of all, this is not my full-time job. This is not where I make all my money. Right? And this is not how I feed my family. I would like it to be.
Yeah.
Right? We would like to get to the point where we could do this full time and get paid for it like it's a full-time job. But a couple of things. One is if they're doing content for one game, they are at the mercy of that game. If you are doing content for one game and that's how you feed your family and put a roof over your head, that's an extremely risky job because you have no input on how that game develops. You have no input on the decisions for the marketing of that game, for the further development of that game, for the community building aspects of that game. If the company that puts out that game decides to just shut the game down because they don't think it's profitable, your business that maybe you spent 1 or 2 or 3 years building goes up in smoke overnight, and you have no say in the matter. So I think it's reasonable and it's good planning to diversify as a content creator. Once you have your first channel established, use that as a learning tool, as a stepping stone to build a second channel or a third or a fourth. Have a few different channels, and if you're going to be a game content creator, create content for multiple games. Now, it's hard to do. It's hard to do that well. It's hard to do content well for one game. To have the time to play a second game and make sure that you're creating quality content for that second game is tricky. But from a business standpoint, it's a smart thing to do for a content creator. Because that at least means that if one of your channels dies because the game dies or the game goes in a weird direction, that you have something else to fall back on and you can pivot to that other thing. I also think that content creators are just gamers. We like to game. How often have you just played one game exclusively for 3 years and never played a second game? That never happens, right? For gamers. You might have one favorite game. I've had one favorite game for 5 years at a stretch. That's definitely happened to me. But during that 5 year stretch, I've played 50 other games, and I've maybe had two or three or four of those who were like my second, third most favorite game. But chances are I played a lot of games. And one of the things about being a content creator is you're constantly every day spending 4, 8, 12 hours in one game. And you want to mix it up. You want it to be fresh. You want to still be a gamer and play other content. So when you get excited about a new game, when you go and play something else and you think, oh, this is really fun, I might want to play this for a while, it makes sense to consider that as a channel, right? And even if you think you're only going to play it for 6 months or a year and it's not going to be a 5 year commitment, it still may be worth making a second channel for, simply because now you get excited to wake up in the morning and do new videos on your new video game, a new game that you're and it can kind of help alleviate the monotony of making videos on the same game every single day. So content creators work hard and they want to get paid. I don't think there's any secret to that. But I don't think I would call it a cash grab ever. Right now, if they happen to get a sponsorship and there's a game that's like promoting itself heavily and they're looking for content creators to pay to push a game, then each content creator has to make a choice of whether or not they're going to push that game simply for the money, or they're going to use it as an opportunity to potentially get paid for something they want to do anyway, which is what the dream of YouTube is all about, right? I can play games I love. I can create videos, help other people play games that we love, and I can potentially make money at it. And if a company is willing to pay me to advertise a game I would play anyway, I'd be a fool not to take their money. I would be an absolute fool not to take their money. As long as I believe in the game, as long as I want to play the game. Now, if it's a game I hate, I've had offers for sponsorships on this channel. I've never taken one. I've gotten at least 5 games that have offered me sponsorship. And I've looked at the games and I don't want to play any of them. And so I don't want to tell you as my viewers, hey, there's this great new game that I've got a sponsorship. And I'm getting paid, $2,000 or whatever to make 3 videos about it. And it's not a game I want to play. I don't want to do that because it's not fun to me. Now, if it's a game that I would potentially maybe like to play, but I just don't have the time, but I believe it's a good game, I would be willing to take that sponsor. If somebody comes and says, hey, we've got a great sports simulation game, I'm like, I love sports simulation. It's not what my channel's about. And I don't have the time to like learn a new sports simulation game, but I do love those games. And if I checked it out and I played it, I'm like, you know what? This is up there with Football Manager. This is up there with, the other sports management games I play or sports simulation I play. Be like, I think this is a really good game. I would happily do that and tell you about it and say, this is a great game to play every once in a while. I'm going to play this every once in a while, but I'm not going to build a new channel. I don't have the time to do that. Now, would that be a cash grab? I don't think that's a cash grab either. So I have a newfound respect for content creation, like anybody who does content creation, even if they don't do it wonderful, even if their channel is imperfect, even if they, don't have a presentation style that I appreciate. Somebody who puts videos out on a weekly basis or a daily basis, it's a really hard job. And if they don't have an editor, like I have a buddy who I'm doing this with. I have a good friend of mine I get to hang out with every day. We get to talk, we get to work together, we get to split the load of the channel a little bit. It's like without that, it would be even harder. So yeah, I have a lot of I have more sympathy, more empathy for content creators than I used to. I still watch out for scam. I still don't like content creators who are clickbaity and who like run you around. And, like there's a guy who says, I've got this perfect solution for your raid clan boss team. I'm going to tell you all about it. You're going to get a 1 key ultra nightmare team. And then he has a 30-minute video and he doesn't tell you about the team until minute 22. Like that drives me nuts. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's like, listen, guys, there's all these other things. And I'm trying to increase the length of my viewing time, like my viewers' average view length. Like just doing those kinds of things, I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. And I don't like people who will just take any sponsorship. Just take any sponsorship because they're just like, give me any sponsorship, I will shell for anything. or I'm sorry, shill for anything. I will shill for anything. And again, even in that scenario, I'm a little bit empathetic because I don't know what this content creator has to do. I don't know what they're, what kind of bills are they paying? Like what, what's the challenge here? What is it that they're doing? I didn't win the secret room. What's going on in their life that maybe they need that $500? I don't know. I mean, it's hard enough finding a good job out there. And content creation doesn't pay well. For most content creators, it doesn't pay well.
Yeah, you got to be in the upper echelons.
You really do. Like in Raid Shadow Legends, there are maybe a dozen people who are making a full-time living at content creation. And the bottom half of those dozen are not making a lot of money. They're not making, like, they might be making a full-time job because they're married, they have 2 incomes, maybe they don't have kids yet. It's like they're doing okay. But, you know, unless you're taking maybe the top 3 or 4 guys in Raid Shadow Legends, they're not making a ton of money. And the guys who are making money, the big money, if you're talking about Ash and HH money, 90% of their income doesn't come from YouTube. Right? YouTube is a way to drive business or other avenues of revenue, other revenue stream. Like HH makes way more off his website than he makes off of his YouTube channel. But his YouTube channel drives traffic to the website. How dare they play other games after years playing the game full time? So how can Colred read your comments if you cannot wait for him to read them? So you remove them and complain he has not read anything of yours. I'm sorry if I didn't read a comment. I try to get to all the comments, but I can't always get to all the comments. I'm sure I miss as many as I get to. Yeah, it's possible that I skipped some. Like as I was going through, I got to, some comments and I just skipped. And potentially that's simply because the chat keeps going. And so it keeps pushing the comments up and I have to review and I have to go back and then I flip through the game and all that stuff. I'm never going to get to all the comments. I apologize if your comment is one that I skipped. It wasn't intentional. It's also just not possible to answer everybody's comments in depth, but keep asking. Like if I don't see your comment and you want to make sure that I try to see your comment, like you have a couple options. One of the things you could do is just repeat your comment. Ash also has a talent agency. Yes, he does. So he has AMG, Aftershock Media Group. That's his. He started that company. So Aftershock United is his. Aftershock Media Group. That's his. And that is by far his biggest source of income. I'm sure it dwarfs his channel. Still waiting on you and Sun to get paired in live arena. We should do that, Sun. Sometimes we should both go into live arena and see if we get paired up. Yeah, that would be fun. All right. So let's see. What else is going on today? So how's arena going?
I got most of my arena stuff done. I'm trying to beat this Doom Tower boss by just continuing to beat my head against it till I win.
The Griffin?
Yep.
Are you within striking distance? You think you've got a chance?
I think I got him to like 15-20%, somewhere around there.
Okay, so you might have a chance. I realized somewhere a couple of days ago, I actually I passed the 700 gold medal threshold, so I can like finish my arbiter mission now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I started thinking, I was like, oh, I'll just save that for CVC, but CVC isn't until Tuesday, and that means I've got several days where I could be doing missions, and the missions that are coming up are like the keep mission, but the spirit keep doesn't actually open until Monday. Yeah, so really, I would lose a day. I would lose a day. So I think I would lose a whole week, actually. I think I have to pop it now. So I need to upgrade an affinity bonus to 7. I think I'm going that. All right, that's gonna give me some energy. And then stage 14 or higher of the arcane keep. That should be a problem. That just really. I think I'm already past stage 4. I think I'm up to like 18. Yeah, I'm up to 18. Let's see if we can do 19. Let's get rid of Wukong. We'll bring in. Oh, that. So last month you did a lot better than me in Doom Tower, but this month we're stuck on the same boss.
Yeah.
It feels like, and this makes sense to me, but I was thinking about this the other day. It feels like as we progress, the like percentage difference between our achievement is less and less. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
early on, like one champion could mean such a huge difference. But as we've built out our rosters, the power of any one champion in our roster has been reduced. And so therefore, like, since we're both building our rosters relatively well, the differences between the rosters, like in terms of champions, is still great. We don't really have any of the same champions. We have Deacon. Like, that's it. I think that's the only overlapping champion that we built other than Wukong. So we've got
Yeah.
Deacon and Wukong, right? We don't have the same starter champion. We don't have any of the same supports. Like, our clan boss teams look completely different. Our dungeon teams look completely different. And yet we're basically getting to the same threshold, getting to about the same dungeon stages. We're getting about the same clan boss damage. We're getting to about the same floor of Doom Tower. And so that's really interesting to see. It's something that I didn't really think about before we started the series. But if you have two accounts that are both built decently well, as you progress, the likelihood that one's going to run away from the other is just very small unless you happen to pull one of those champions that can drastically change like the outcomes somewhere, maybe clan boss, you know, that the other like account has no chance of matching.
Yeah.
So if one of us gets an unkillable clan boss tune, 2 or 3 months before the other account, that could potentially snowball a bit in terms of shards and books and things like that, and that could progress one account faster than the other. But even still, I think like if let's say you were doing a 1-key Ultra Nightmare and 1-key Nightmare, and I was doing say just a 3-key Nightmare and a 1-key Brutal. Like if that continued for 2 months or 3 months, how much of a difference would that make between the two accounts? It wouldn't be nothing. But I'm not sure that as the game progressed, it would be all that significant. Like at the 8 or 10 month mark, I'm not sure we would feel that gap too much. Now, if it continued for a long time, if it wasn't a 2 or 3 month, difference, but if that persisted for 6 or 8 or 10 months, now I think that one account would start to run away from the other. Because now you're talking about 3 or 4 or 5 additional legendaries, some of whom you can fully book out. A lot of epic tomes for more epic epic champions you can fully book out. And so like now the power creep starts to come and one run away from the other.
Yeah.
But that's the only scenario that I could really think of. The only other thing that I could think of would be like if we get to a Bommel rotation and one account has a Bommel solution and the other one doesn't, and so one account can like clear hard, easy Doom Tower, normal Doom Tower, and the other one gets stuck at 10. That would be a pretty significant number of resources that one would get in the other. Because you're talking about all the advanced quests that would need to be completed. You talk about all of the forge materials that would be gained, in addition to like the void shards and all the tome, glyphs, and silver, and energy. So that could make a big. But it's like I don't see that happen. Both have Burn Geary. Everybody has Burn Geary. So it's like
That's true. Yeah.
at the very least you're going to be able to get through the first two. Um, Yeah, I don't know what it would take other than like if you just happen to pull your unkillable composition, and I just kept not, and it would have to be not only do I not pull a killable an unkillable team, I would have to simultaneously not be able to improve my kill. Because like if I could get my killable team to Ultra Nightmare, which is entirely possible, and I've done it before, then that would also sort of mitigate the advantage of having that. We're in the same place in arena.
Yeah, you're in gold 2 as well?
I'm surfing between gold.
Gotcha, yeah.
Have you tried pushing for gold 3?
I'm kinda constantly trying to push. But
Yeah.
right now, I'm kind of in that equilibrium state where even though I win a good few, my defense gets knocked down pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna take. Like, the only thing I can really think that's gonna help me get gold 3, there are 2 things that could happen. I guess there are 3 things that could happen. One is, if I could just improve everybody's speed, that could help. Like, if my whole team could get faster, but that's actually pretty difficult, 'cause I haven't even been able to get my Dazzler faster. Um, I do have a chess piece that I could replace his chess piece with that would give me, like, an additional 8 speed, but it's an attack percentage chess piece, and he's a defensive-based damage. So it's like, all I would be getting out of it is speed, which would help me in arena, but would hurt me everywhere else. So I'm not going to do that. Like, it would hurt me in clan boss, and that's so I'm just not going to make that swap. Um, so getting everybody faster would be one thing. If I could get like an upgrade to my athlete, that would help. Just getting my nuker to hit harder would be better, because there are a lot of times where like I get really close to nuking out the enemy team, but they live with like 3%, 5% health. And if I could get her to hit like 20% harder, that would be huge. Um, but I think the real big thing would be just having a dedicated arena nuker. So if I could get another arena nuker who I could build for the arena specifically and not have to have Athel as my arena, that would actually allow me to get more than that 20% extra damage just by specializing. All right, well, I got stage 20 of the Arcane Keep.
Nice.
See what we can do in Magic. Now, Magic Keep is the one with the shield, right? Magic puts the shield up. So actually, Kong might be helpful here, stealing that shield. But he's weak of finish. We'll try that. Tributor says, "What are your thoughts on a new login champ? How often do they do them?" It tends to be that they have downtime. Like, the downtime isn't consistent. They don't always have the same time frame in between login champions, but it feels like they've been doing them relatively consistent the last 3 or so login champions. So what did we have? Who did we have before Artak? That was Rhonda, right? We had Rhonda. So in between Rhonda and Artak, it was a while, a little bit of a maybe 6 weeks, something like that, maybe 2 months. So chances are we're probably going to get the same gap. I think probably somewhere in the vicinity of like 2 months. So how long has Artak been gone? I'm not Artak. How long has Wukong been gone? Week? Uh, week and a half. So I think we probably have at least a month before we see. Like, I don't expect the new login champion before December. I think probably in December we'll get the new login champion. Somewhere in that. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be right at the end of November, but chances are it'll be like the first week of December, second week of December. Fatal Virus. See you later, buddy. Got to go. Had a nice time as always. Have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out. Liam Forward is here. Hello, Leslie B. Stuck on that Arbiter mission as well. My arena team needs some help and attention. First world problems, but I have too many good nukers, not so much the support around them. I have the opposite problem. I don't have a great nuker, but I have a ton of great supports. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying for a go first arena team, there are only so this is something that is like this can be an issue. I'm gonna bring you guys to the website just a second. All right, here we are on. You can see my screen. So if you come down here and you look for buff, and you go and you find increase attack, you're gonna get a list of all of the increase attack, AOE increase attack. Now forget about the legendaries because just forget about it. And if you want to look at all of the epics and rares that bring increase attack, okay, out of all of these, there are six. There are 6 that bring turn meter fill with the increase attack. I think there are 6. So we've got Seeker, Runekeeper Dazzler, Old Hermit Jorg. I think Mordecai is. Let me double check. I think Mordecai brings the increase attack on the turn meter. No, he does it on different skills. So he has a turn meter fill and an increased attack, but they're not on the same skill. You need them on the same skill, right? So let's see, how many have we had so far? We've had Seeker, Runekeeper Dazzler, Old Hermit Jorg, Gorgorab, and Ilfric. Those are the only 5 champions that bring increase turn meter and increase attack on the same skill in the epic or rarity or epic or rare rarity, right? None of these champions, I don't think any of these champions bring a turn meter fill with increase. I think they just bring the increase attack. Yeah, increase attack. So you can get an increase attack, but if you're trying to get a turn meter fill as well as an increase attack, you only have 5 options unless you have a legendary. And even for the legendaries, there aren't that many who bring turn meter fill with the increase attack on the same skill. There's Arbiter. Does Lanicus bring it? No. I don't even know if any of these do it. I don't have a Duchess. I don't think she brings turn meter fill on the increase attack. No. So we're looking at 6 champions. 6 champions in all rarity who do these 2 things simultaneously. So it's incredibly valuable to get one of these champions. Right? Because what you want is preferably for a go first team, you want 2 turn meter filler. Now, one of them doesn't have to bring a buffer. You could have an increase attack and turn meter fill, and then a turn meter fill, and then you can have a drop defense who doesn't bring a turn meter. That would give you your increased defense. Your increased attack and your drop defense. So imagine you had 3 champions. Let's say you had High Katoon, and then say you had Runekeeper Dazzler, and then you had War Maiden, or you have whoever's a drop defense champion. So a High Katoon is your turn meter fill. Runekeeper Dazzler is your turn meter fill with increased attack. You have just a regular War Maiden who's got a drop defense, and then you've got your nuker. So you've got the components you need for a go team. The problem with that team is you can't bring in a 3rd utility champion or a 2nd nuker. You only get 1 nuker, or you only get that 1 utility champion who's like half, meaning like you get half of what you need. You get turn meter fill, or you get a buff or debuff, not both. Now, what's even crazier than this. Okay, so we said there are 6 champions. There's 6 champions. Maybe I'm missing. But they're basically 6 champions here that do increase attack and turn meter. Now go back. Go back to this list over and go to debuff and go to decrease defense. Now look for a champion anywhere in the game, any champion that has turn meter fill and decrease defense on the same. Just go ahead, look through the list to see if you can find increase turn meter and decrease defense on the same ability. Nope. Oh. Guess what? There's one champion. As far as I know, I could be wrong. There could be somebody. There could be some legendary or mythic champion stashed away. As far as I know, this is the only champion who brings decreased defense and increased turn meter. And he doesn't bring it on the same skill. There are no champions who bring it on the same skill that I could find. What he does is he gets an extra turn. So he gets the turn meter fill, and then he gets an extra turn, and he can drop defense. So they're not on the same skill, but they can happen on the same turn. So he's literally the only champion in Arena that I know of that can bring you turn meter fill and decrease defense basically simultaneously on the same turn. The only one in the whole game. Plus he brings you a speed aura if you need it. You don't, you got monk. But so without Deacon, if you don't have a Deacon, you have to do the other route. You have to go with 2 turn meter fillers, one of whom won't bring a debuff or a buff. And then, so that means, like, let's say you go with High Katoon into Runekeeper Dazzler, and then you need that drop defense from Stag Knight or War Maiden or Tayrell or whoever. And then you've got. So if you have Deacon, he opens up a spot on your team for a second nuker or a third utility champ like Wukong. So now you can go Runekeeper Dazzler. This is my team. Runekeeper Dazzler, Deacon Armstrong. Those are 2 turn meter fills. Drop defense, increase attack. Now I can go Wukong, who's going to soften up the enemy by hitting them with an AoE, plus strip their buffs. And then I can nuke them out. So without Deacon, you don't have that possibility. Like, I don't know another champion that can do it. I think for a low-level account, Deacon is literally the best Arena pull that you can make. Better than an Arena nuker. Better than a Runekeeper Dazzler. He's the best Arena champion. Like, I think he's the best Arena champion in the Epic rarity. I think he's more valuable than Genbo or Magnar because he creates possibilities that those champions don't. Those are just nukers. There are tons of nukers in the game. There are 40 champions you could run as your Arena nuker. There's one dude in the whole game who does what he does. It's not even close. I mean, the crazy value you get out of this champion. Anyway, I'll stop talking. Stephen Markley says, hi at Golroyd, Edson, and chat. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
I also pulled this past week Geo on my alt account. He's opened so much for me. Enjoy. He's been great. Yeah, Leslie, he is fantastic. Last question for today says, I'm level 45, 2-time 6-star champions, Kale and Deacon. Perfect. For some reason, I can't get past floor 4 Doom Tower. Floor 4 or floor 40? What am I doing wrong? Or is it that I need to rank up even? Let me go look. Let me get through this and I'll take a look at floor 4. There might be something that's going on. Undersized Tic Tac says that is exactly why when new people start playing, they should use his promo code immediately instead of one of the other champs. There is no comparison. This is why even when Deliano was a new player code, I was saying get Deacon instead of Deliano. And people were saying, well, Deliana is a legendary. You have much lower chance of pulling her from Char. And that's true. And that is a consideration. You are much more likely to pull a Deacon Armstrong during the life of your account than a Deliana. But when
True.
do you pull that? Because he's valuable day one. And Arena is so important, right? He helps you day. Now, Deliana also helps you in Arena, and she's going to be 5 stars day one. So for the first week or two, she might provide you with more value than Deacon. But after that first week or two is gone, you have your starter champion. You have your original nuker. Deliana is not going to get you to gold on her. You know, you're going to need a team around her to get her there. And Deacon is literally the perfect setup man for Arena. When I got my Deacon on my main account, I didn't use a promo code because there was no. I got my Deacon on my main account, and I was like, oh, I can swap this guy into my Arena team, and he's going to give me a drop defense and a turn meter fill on the same turn. Or on the, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's not the same skill, but it's the same. That freed up my team. Now all of a sudden I could bring in Cardiel as my ally attacker. Or I could bring in a second Arena nuke. Or I could bring in a buff streak. And it was like, it just created so many possibilities. And having those possibilities from day one are just like, Sun has not experienced this yet. Sun, we know you haven't
What's that?
experienced this yet. But someday you may run an alt account after the Deacon Armstrong code disappears.
Oh.
And you're gonna have to go through the early game
Ooh.
without a Deacon Armstrong, and you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. He made the early game so much easier, just so much more pleasant. He makes campaign more pleasant. He makes dungeons more pleasant. He makes clan boss more pleasant. I use him in every team. I mean, I don't think there's a team I have currently. I'm 75 days into the game. I don't think there's a team that he's not on. I don't think there's a single team that he's not on. Maybe one of the Doom Tower bosses. Maybe I took him off a bomb. Maybe I took him off a bomb because of his turn meter decrease or something. Maybe I don't even think I didn't get through bomb, so I don't think it mattered. But there are a few teams he can't run in because you can turn off his turn meter fill, which is the turn meter decrease, if you want to. You could also turn off his decreased defense if you need. But in most cases, you'd just rather have a different champion if that's the case. Because why do that? You'd rather have a high Cocoon, right? She's going to give you more speed than Deacon would give if you had to turn off his turn, or an apothecary. You know. Ozzy says, "Hello guys, am I late? Yes, you're late. We started at 11 a.m. We've been going for 3.5 hours." Okay, floor 4, the burns are killing. Okay, take a look. I use Deacon everywhere as a starter. I'm about 50 days in, and besides Wukong, Deacon is my strongest champ, but he needs to be fast and accurate. Absolutely. Absolutely has to be fast and accurate. Put him in 3 sets of perception. Defense percentage chest, HP percentage gloves, or the other way around. Make him nice and tanky. Get an accuracy banner on him with speed. Make sure you've got some accuracy substats. You should have no trouble getting him to at least 250 accuracy, which will be enough for all of the dungeons, all the way up to level 25. It'll be enough for Clan Boss, except for Ultra Nightmare. You'll probably pull him out of your Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team. It'll be enough accuracy for Arena for the most part. 250 accuracy. I mean, if you can get him to 300 accuracy, great. I think I've got mine around 300 accuracy. Maybe 90, 87. Uh-oh. Oh. But yeah, Deacon is super. Yeah, you can watch the stream. Sorry. Don't worry, the first 10 minutes are just technical. Then we get it ironed out.
just a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm stuck on this one.
Stuck on that Griffin.
Yeah. I think once I get some books into Brogni, that's definitely gonna help.
Yeah, the block damage. I'm sorry, block debuffs buff can be really helpful. Have you been manualing it?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Um, I mean, the issue here is you're bringing a weaken and a decreased defense with your whisper. So you got to be very careful about. And if you have anybody who has like a
I haven't used Whisper yet. I was using Fane.
Bane, if any of your debuff champions or buff champions have the extension masters where they can make it from two turn duration, 3 turn duration, that can mess you up. Because that will be long enough for the boss potentially to come back around and either steal your buffs and then hit you harder, or spit those debuffs back onto your team. So without a cleanser, you really have to watch the debuff. If you don't have a cleanser, you need to stay away from the debuffs as much as possible and just stay alive.
Yeah,
So that's going to be more valuable. So potentially you can think about bringing in Marsa, bringing in Apothecary, bringing in Anchorite, bringing in anybody who gives you heals, or you don't really have a cleanse. I think Anchorite. Well, I guess you have Brogni. So Brogni has a mini cleanse. Anchorite has the same mini. Anchorite does heal you. Brogni does have a block debuff buff. So you can go like 4 support champions and 1 damage. You don't have to necessarily. There is a clock on this. Like the more turns he gets, the more problems that creates.
yeah.
But you don't necessarily have to worry about keeping that clock really low. If he gets to 11, 12, 13 stacks, you might still be able to get out. Um, Once he gets to like 15, you're probably going to get wiped out. So the shields could help.
Yeah, I think I'm just not quite there yet.
Yeah, could be. Not quite. That happens.
We'll get there though.
All right, so I'm going to go look at stage floor 4 of Doom
Okay.
Tower. Somebody was saying that they're having or stage floor. Floor. All right, let's look at. Oh, all right, so you've got Deacon, right? So your Deacon needs to have enough accuracy to drop defense, preferably. You've got your Wukong, and you've got your Star Chain. Now, mine may be hitting a little bit harder than yours. I don't know. And you might not have the rest of the team around. You said you had 260. So without a cleanse, I have a Runekeeper Dazzler who has a cleanse. So I don't know
I'll
if
be
this.
back in a second if you want to go main screen.
I don't know what the sticking point is. I don't know which of the round. Round 1, round 2, 3. I don't know. There are some things you can do. Consider a shield set. If you have somebody who you can get into a shield set, that can always improve your survivability in Doom Tower. Because a couple of things that does. One is, remember, it refreshes for each round. So it's going to be up for beginning of each round, depending on how long it goes and how hard you get hit. It'll add some survivability to your team. And then as soon as you get to the next round, it'll refresh and start all over. So definitely think about getting somebody into a shield set or a bolster set if you have it. But a shield set. And then the other thing that you want to consider is, do you have a reviver? Do you have somebody who can bring champions back? Do you have a Jamarsa? Get Jamarsa. Or do you have somebody else who can revive? Even if it's, somebody who's not super strong, even if it's a rare, like if you had Tree Shield Knot, can revive random enemies, provide you buffs. That could be worth it. If you're struggling with HP burns, I don't know that I see the HP. I'm not letting it hit. Another thing you could consider is, can you get CC onto the team? CC is always good for wave content. So do you have an AoE A1 champion that you can put in stun set? Do you have somebody who has an AoE stun, an AoE freeze, an AoE provoke even? Somebody in a provoke set as well? Somebody tanky? Yeah, obviously I'm a little bit like my power level here is a bit high. So let's see if we can get back in here. Your team might make sense. So let's say I just bring in these two guys. I'll keep Kong level 50. Um, let's bring in a Marsa, the survivor. They've got a level 50 champion. And let me bring in like Selenia. So this is not as quite team. Again, actually, let's see. Get let's get like shield. I might struggle. You have the Deacon, hopefully he's at least 3-star ascended. If he's not, you got to get him 3-star ascended. So yeah. Okay, so it's got a cleanse, so you're down. Let's see. So these burn. So this guy drops burn. That's Ignatius, I guess, right? And so if he's hitting you enough that those burns are creating a problem, there are two things that might be happening. One is you might not be going fast enough. You need more speed in your entire team. Because these guys shouldn't be getting that many. The second thing is, if the HP burns are really hurting you and you can't get faster, kill the Ignatius. Just focus on him. Make sure that he's down before you move on to anybody else. The third thing is, if you can get a cleanser in, great. If you can't get a cleanser in, then you're going to need heals. You're just going to need heals to kind of sustain you. But now, these two guys drop AoEs, would be tricky too. So, I'm a little bit surprised the HP burns are the big problem. I think the big problem is the AoE. Another thing you could try is making sure you're getting maximum damage from your AoEs. So either your starter champion or your Kong may, be able to get more damage onto them. Try that. Don't be afraid to use Wukong's A2 if you need to stop somebody from doing a thing. Just go ahead and try to use that. That was, I don't know what happened. See if it might have been. But again, the speed of your deacon is going to matter. The faster your deacon is, the better. Definitely consider manualing. If you're autoing the floor, that's probably a problem. So I assume you're manualing. But if you're not manualing, you may want to do that. So there are a whole bunch of ways. Remember that when it comes to wave content, there are three primary ways to build a team. I've talked about this a lot. I haven't talked about it recently, but for any wave content, doesn't matter what the wave content is, there are three primary strategies. There may be a fourth, but it's almost like these three cover every really conceivable option. The first is you want to nuke as hard as possible and nuke the enemy waves out before they even get a chance. So you want speed and damage. Right now, this is where like a seer comp is. This is where a seer comp. This is the idea behind a seer. You build a team that can literally nuke the wave out in one shot. Then you reset that and you do it a second time. And you reset that if you have to, and you do it a third time. So literally, that's the fastest way to run. But in a lot of cases, you don't have the damage to do that, especially in high levels of Doom Tower. There's just too much health on the enemies for you to ever nuke them out completely. Really, really hard to do. So this is a viable strategy for low stages of dungeon, low tiers of dungeon, and the lowest level of Doom Tower, and maybe the lower levels of faction crypts. But once you start getting into sort of the mid tier of those, probably going to have more and more trouble just nuking out the wave, unless again you have like a seer. So at that point, you have sort of two other options. One option is to go tank, to just tank it up. You bring in healers, revivers, shielders. You go with decrease attack champions to debuff the enemy and reduce the damage. Maybe you have a strengthen, you have a shield, you have an ally protect. Anything that can keep your team alive, keep going. In a lot of cases, you're going to want at least one reviver. So you want your Seal of the Drakes, or you want your Rector Drath, or you want, your Jamarsa, whoever has a nice solid revive, you want to use that champion. Then you also want, some heals there as well. Perfect veils are mitigation, shields are mitigation, strength and buffs are mitigation, all that. Maybe you have one damage dealer. You might cycle around. You might have some turn meter fill there and a drop defense. Like, you can still run Deacon and a team like that. You can run him. So you tank them up. So first one is you go pure damage, kind of glass cannon. The second one is you go the reverse and you go with survivability. The third option is crowd. Now, crowd control includes freezes, stuns, provokes, sleeps, sort of, but not really. But stuns, freezes, provokes, and turn meter. So slows, AoE slows are really helpful. AoE slows, by the way, are also helpful with the tanky team. So you can mix like some of these. The crowd control, you basically don't let the enemy get a turn. It doesn't matter if their turn meters tick over if they're stunned, right? So it doesn't matter if you're super fast. It doesn't matter if they're super fast. The idea is simply keep them on lockdown. It'll probably require you to be fast. It's better if you're fast. Come back to your cooldown fast. And you're typically going to need 2 or 3 CC champions. Now, one might be an AoE stun, and then one might be slow, and one might be a provoke. Like, you can mix and match them. One might be turn meter control. Turn meter control is a form of CC. You basically prevent them from taking a turn just by making sure their turn meters fill. So you can use an Allure, you can use a Razin Scarhide, you can use a Physics, use an Armiger, use a lot of different champions that have turn meter. You could use a Cold Heart, you can steal, or a Man-Eater, where you could steal like 100% turn meter for a particular champion. So that's another way to go with wave. So you're always trying to do one of those 3 things, or maybe 2. So look at your roster and see which of those are available to you. Now, if you can't prevent the enemy from getting a turn either by nuking them out or CCing them, then you have to tank them. And when they bring debuffs, that means you need cleanses or heals to withstand the buffs, potentially revives. Back, son.
Yeah.
What am I doing? My next. Oh, I need to do Arcane Keep on auto 10. Good stage at 8. Don Kelly says, been playing my account for almost a year and still have not pulled Deacon. My fiance just started, I assume, and we use the Deacon code, and it's like day night between the accounts. It really is. Starting with Deacon. Exile says, find yourself someone that loves you like Paul Red loves Deacon. Yeah, as much as I love Deacon, I probably love Cardiel. But on this account, the only champion I love more than Deacon is probably Runekeeper Kaz. But yeah, honestly, when I think about it, if you were to give me a choice, you're like, all right, we're going to start you with a new account, and you can have your starter champion and one epic support champion. Do you want Deacon or do you want Runekeeper Gazdur? I think I would take Deacon. I think I would have to. I think I would have to take Deacon. And that's really hard to say because, man, I love he's such a good champion. Cleanses, heals, turn meter increase, increase attack, leech. He's void affinity. He's tanky. He's a defense-based damage dealer. There's nothing that I don't like. I even love the way he looks. He's like an old school dwarf, badass. I love Runekeeper Daz. And I'm pretty sure I would take 50. Hi ho all. Good to be here. Good to see you, 50. Between Drexthar, Yukarl, and Yannicka, which fragment summon champion of the 3 will help progress my account? That's a good question. There is no clear answer because it really depends on what you have, what you need, and how long it takes you to get the champion. I would say of the 3, Yannicka is the worst. She's not bad. She's a good nuker. She can hit hard. She can do work in arena. She can do work in Hydra Clan Boss. You can use her in a lot of places. She's a good champion. But of the 3, I think she would, for the longevity of your count, she would be the least valuable. But here's the deal. You can get her the fastest, right? If your clan hasn't unlocked your Carl yet, you can get her faster than you can get your Carl. Also, she's cheaper to get than your Carl. So if you don't have the coins to get your Carl, it might take an extra 5, 10, 15 days to get your Carl. Or I should say 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It takes 20 weeks to get your Carl. But you might not be able to get all of the coins you need for your Carl at the same time. So Yannicka could be very good. I like your Carl because I think he provides you with more value in more places. He's great for wave content, but he's still also great in arena. He's also very good against Fire Knight hard mode. Then you have Drexthar, and Drexthar is maybe of the 3, maybe he's slightly ahead of Carl in terms of overall value. He's going to help you solve Spider 20 through 25, but he's really going to help you solve Spider 20 because he's weak affinity, so he's going to be the tank. He's got the HP burns, the best way to kill Spider boss. You don't have to book him out, even though he's a legendary, whereas you really need to book the other 2 out. So he can be the cheapest, most effective of the 3. You're also going to use him in Hydra Clan Boss. He's also got an AoE provoke that's going to help you in wave content. So he may be, of the 3, the best. But the question is, how long is it going to take you to get him? And one of the things I hate about him is his timer is a personal timer. Your Carl's and Yannicka's timers are weekly timers, so as long as you buy the fragments one time in the week, you won't have to worry about the timer. It'll always hit on the week, refresh. It's the clan shop. Whereas Drexthar, you have to buy it, and then 24 hours later, you have to buy it again. And if you wait 6 hours, you just lose 6 hours. So getting him in 100 days is impossible, even though it's 100 fragments. So from the time you start, you might be 150 days in if you're really good when you get him. And so, Carl and Yannicka, you get them all around the same time. Your Carl is void affinity. Drexthar is force affinity. But you don't have to choose between those 2. You can get them simultaneously because they come from different shops. So if you have the option, I would choose your Carl over Yannicka if you have that option. And go for Drexthar at the same time. That is true, Mayhem. You could run Brogni without accuracy. Therefore, he wouldn't land his HP burn, and then you could run Brogni with Geoman. That is a thing. So,
Say that one more time, I'm sorry?
If you run Brogni without accuracy, he won't land his HP burn.
Yeah.
And that means you could run him with Geo, and it would be Geo's HP burn that lands.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I moved his build to be quite a bit tankier and much less accuracy.
Yeah, so the sound is cutting in and around, and that's because I've started talking at a more normal volume because I've been shouting for the last 3.5 hours. My voice is starting to give out. But I will try to make sure that I I talk loudly so I don't cut out. Again, I don't know why this is happening. We'll figure it out. Hopefully for the next stream, it'll just be solved because I will update OBS or whatever it is that's causing the problem, and we'll be fine. But now that I've changed all my settings, if I update OBS, I'll probably have to change my settings back. So we'll have to figure it out on. Um, Sabik asks, how well do poison explosion wave nuker strategies work in Doom Tower? I tried building one and I completely failed miserably at it. So I think it can work. You just need the right setup champion. And I don't have the right setup champions yet. So typically you're going to need 2 AoE poisoners with your poison exploder, and then you're going to need a reset champion so that you get back around to those skills fast enough. And you're probably going to need speed as well because you may not be able to reset twice. You may have to go ahead and, you know, actually lap the enemy as well. I would prefer to use something like I think it would be easier to build a team like we were just talking about Carl. Bring in Carl. He's got an AoE freeze. It's not 100%, but it's going to lock down a lot of champions. He's not going to weak hit because he's void affinity. And that is going to be enough, say, with Sill of the Drakes. You bring in a Carl and Sill of the Drakes, you can put them with any 3 champions you want. You're going to clear Doom Tower up to a very high level. So that's easier to me than building a poison explosion strategy. Now, that being said, if you have the poison explosion champions and you want to try it out because it's fun and it's fast, then go ahead and do it. Recognize weak affinities could mess with you. You know, there are passives sometimes the champions have that can mess with you. And obviously, speed is going to be an issue. As you get up into the higher levels of Doom Tower, you need to exceed like 255 speed or something in order to go first. And so if you're coming up against a Siphi who's running at 255 and your poison explosion team is running at 240, you're hosed because she's got a block debuff. You know, so it's not going to get you through those kinds of waves unless you're running very fast. Yeah, Stephen Markley says it works until about floor 50 Doom Tower hard. Then you really need CC Temp. I think if you're trying to go for a wave clear team, if you have a seer team that you can build effectively for resets and you get enough buffs onto her and enough debuffs onto the enemy, then Seer is the one champion you can continue to use in high floors of Doom Tower for wave clear. I've never seen a poison explosion team at like floor 100. I've never seen anybody do that. Now, maybe somebody out there has the god tier gear and the champions that can do that. I don't know. I'm sure somebody does somewhere. But typically, Seer is so much easier to build, especially if you have Kaimar or if you have Yumiko. And so people generally do that instead. But for most players, I would say I don't run either of those. I have a Seer and I don't even do that. I just use I use Mithrala. I use Mithrala and like Artak and Cardiel and you know I use AoE champions and I use CC. So I'll use Shiramani for an AoE freeze. I'll use Ninja for an AoE freeze. I'll use Ragash for an AoE stun. I'll use Scylla the Drakes for an AoE stun. I'll use like Doom Priest in a stun set for some AoE stun and damage. I could use Allure or Vizix for like turn meter decrease. I use CCs. It's just way easy. It's just way easier than trying to build a team. Plus, I have all those champions built out for other things, so I don't have to like build a team specifically for Doom Tower. I can just literally pull those champions in and put them into the highest Doom Tower and then progress. Yeah, you have Calvalax, Theodore, and Elenarl. So I have Calvalax and Elenarl, but I don't have a second, or I didn't have a second AoE poison. I just I ran up Dark Tail, so I think now I do. I could try it again. But yeah, so that could be an attractive option. But still, remember, if there are 3 waves, you have to get some way to get back to those skills again. Now, Calvalax's is just a passive, right? He just puts those 4 poisons out there on the passive. But Theodore and Elenarl have to get back to their skill. And so you either need a reset champion or 2, or you need enough speed, turn meter fill, and turn meter decrease to get back around before the enemy does. But, I mean, those 3 are great for a poison explosion. Yes. Shooter says, you should have a look at the Emic 2 times Renegade Seer comp. Does Doom Tower hard waves in 20 seconds? I have those champions. I have 2 times Renegades. I have a Seer. Now, here's the thing. I have one of my Renegades is in a clan boss speed tune and has a 6-turn cooldown. So I don't know if that would work. She doesn't have the 5-turn. Maybe it would still work. Maybe not. But so that's, you're talking about 3 cooldown reduction champions. And then you've obviously got buffs from Emic. Seer doesn't give you any. I'm sorry. Seer does give you buffs. Renegade doesn't give you any buffs. So you'd have to bring somebody else in with some buffs. Any idea of where Cornelia can be useful and how to build her? I pulled her yesterday, says Cedric. I don't actually. I know that she can be used to solo some things. She's got a really interesting kit. It's a bit weird. You should check out YST's channel. I think YST is the guy who really messed around with Cornelia. It's either him or Nub. But you'll find videos out there, and there are ways to build Cornelia to get a lot of value out of her. I don't run her. I don't really use her for anything, but she can be used in some cheese strategy. Shooter 90, yeah, I have Lydia as well, so that would be cool. Lydia, Emic, 2 times Renegade, and a Seer who can clear Doom Tower hard waves in 20 seconds. That would be highly valuable for me because that would speed up my Doom Tower. But yeah, absolutely. Send me the link. That'd be cool. I wasn't watching my game here, and it looks like I'm not at 100% clear rate on this level of tower. Maybe I should pull. Maybe I should pull. Maybe I don't need. How many did I actually? Oh, it looks like I won 3 of them. Yeah, I won. So what was I running? This is what I was running. And it looked like my Stag Knight and my Cold Heart died. Now this would be a place where I could run Creel, right? This would be a great. But actually, let me see if like I'm tempted to do this, and I'm tempted. I think I'm just gonna. Let's see if this works. Son, are you still knocking your head against Griffin Boss? Son.
Oh, my mic isn't working again.
Yeah, it works when it's in the down position.
Oh, it was in the down position, but sometimes it's still. Dang, there goes Kale. But the answer to that question is yes. Yes, I am.
Aren't you worried you're not going to get all the champion training?
I'm like less than 2,000 away.
I haven't even started.
I haven't even started.
No, I so much other stuff to do. I'm doing the fusion, so I need to get to that. But on my main account, like I do champion training in like 2 hours. The end. I get like 2,000 points, and then I get the other 8,000 points through brute. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
executioner. 3-turn counter. This is maybe why I had Wukong. Maybe I should bring Wukong, strip off buff. I also sometimes I really question the
Mm.
target selection from this. Like, I know that there's an algorithm for target selection. Sometimes it's bad. It completely ignores high value targets just because there's a low value target that has like 100 less HP. Like, oh yeah, let me not kill this really valuable enemy, but I'll kill this total trash mob. It's a little bit weaker, and I want to kill them. Good news, nice and this is definitely working. It's slow. All right. Undersized Tic Tac says, just cleared my first Doom Tower final boss on a mini account. So happy trying hard waves now, not doing bad at all. The beginning of Doom Tower hard is much easier than the top of Doom Tower. But that's only true for like the first 20 or maybe 30. It ramps up relatively quickly. But yeah, you should be able to get through the first or maybe second boss of Doom Tower hard if you've been able to clear Tower, which is nice. Yes, and congrats. Selena Feline just built Dan the blue for Hard Fire Knight, and oh my god, he's amazing. Yeah, he's got all the freezes. He's got the multi hits. He's really strong for that. I haven't built mine out yet, but I have one, and I know I'm looking at him for Fire Knight Hard. Versa says, I know you guys are free to play, but is it the question, do you have some smart investments for new accounts? That's a good question. That might be something that you want to ask chat. I don't actually really have any thoughts on like packs or anything. I don't know what is good for prices. There are two things that you can look at. One is look at Chosen. So Chofly Elite or whatever his name is Chosen. I don't know what his YouTube channel. But look for Chosen, raid, and you'll find him. He has like an offer calculator, and he does a video every week where he goes over the week's offers. And in fact, I think he was part of Aftershock United, so they might have his calculator. So he has a calculator, an offer calculator. And he'll tell you whether a deal is good or not. Also, you can go to HH. So you go to hellhades.com. He has an offer calculator that can kind of give you an expected value in terms of figuring out which offers are worthwhile. Just as a caveat to those two calculators, the judgment is based on the built-in value that Plarium creates by having deal, right? So like they give you a baseline value and then they create a deal off of that baseline, but they determine both the baseline and the deal. So it's just relative value. It's telling you how good the deal is compared to the baseline, but it doesn't tell you whether the baseline is any good. So you have to determine for yourself whether like a book is worth $7 or whatever it is. I don't even know what it is. That kind of thing. Shooter says, I have skipped on this champion training event. Only got the Timid frags. Stopped. Usually hate to not grab the free Lego book, but just couldn't be bothered this time around. Yeah. Sometimes you just run out of energy.
Free Lego book. That's all I want.
I know Chosen's got some other things going on right now, so he might not be doing as many videos as he used to. So here's the thing about free to play in Raid. You can get everything here. Let me try this. I'm gonna put tongue back, see if that's any faster. You can get everything in Raid for free, but you can't get everything in Raid for free. If you understand my meaning, like you can everything can be acquired for free, but you can't simultaneously acquire everything through free means. So what I guess I should say it is like anything, any one thing can be gotten for free. You can get legendary tomes for free. You can get mythical tomes for free. You can get mythical champions. You can get any of those things for free, but you can get a limited number of free things by being a free to play player. So if you want more things, you can't get more things than you can get for free. Like you have to spend money. So if you are a month into the game and you want 50 legendary champions, there is no way to do that for free, but you can absolutely do that by spending money. So if your goal is to accomplish everything that you want to accomplish in the game, you can do that completely free. If the goal is to accomplish everything you want to accomplish in the game in 6 months, you can absolutely not do that for free. No way to do it. So yeah, it's up to you if you want to spend money to accelerate your achievement rate, or if even if you have the money, you may choose not to spend the money because you like the challenge and it extends the life of the game to be a free to play player. One of the reasons why I like being a free to play player is because I don't I feel like it's an artificial path to success for me, right? I like the challenge of figuring out a solution with what I've got rather than thinking about a solution that I don't have and then going after, right? I'd be like, okay, you know what would be a solution to my problem? Solution to my problem would be Krisk. Krisk would be a solution to so many of my problems. Let me go and spend $20,000 to try to get a, and then I get him, and then I'm like, great, now I have a solution to all my problems. That is a viable way to go through the game. But for me, what I do instead is I'd be like, okay, so I know that Krisk would be a solution here. That'd be great, but I don't have a Krisk. So let me get inventive. Let me challenge myself to find a solution that doesn't involve a Krisk. And by the way, if you go out and you're like, oh hey, what's the easiest way to do stage 25 Sand Devil? Somebody might say, oh well, if you have a Walking Tomb Drang, he can solo. Great. I don't have him. So do I want to go chasing a Walking Tomb Drang, or do I want to try to figure out my own solution to stage 25 of Sand Devil? By the way, one of my viable solutions may be I'm not going to do stage 25 Sand Devils. I'd be like, nah, I'll just wait. Someday I'll pull a Drang and then I'll worry about it. But in the meantime, I can get to 17 or I can get to 24 or I can get to 7 and I'll farm that instead. So there are a lot of different ways to approach the game. I never say to people that they shouldn't spend money on a game. In fact, I think most of us should spend some money on games that we enjoy just to financially support the companies that provide those games to us. I don't think there is a moral or ethical or like I don't think there's necessarily a moral virtue in being free to play. Unless you are specifically
Mm,
what happened?
yes,
You got it?
finally got him.
Nicely done. You got Brogny in the
Oh,
team. Who else did you get? Got Miscreated and Brogny in. Nicely done,
screw
man.
that guy.
How long did that take you?
Uh, like an hour,
Nicely done.
not counting the times I've done it before.
What pushed you over the top there? What do you think got you through?
I honestly, a lot of it was just beating my head against it and figuring out the cycle of the fight and when I wanted to use my skills. Like I think I was sitting here, I was kind of, being self-conscious. I'm like, it looks like I'm just sitting here not making a move, but I'm like, I'm trying to think, like 5 rounds ahead. I'm like, okay, is this cooldown going to land on this thing when this happens? When this
Yeah.
happens? Um. Yeah, but I think also having miscreated in there was a good call, and just slowing down the fight too. And as Steven says, Brogny went up 1 level. That, that was all the difference. That's all
But
that was needed.
you pulled the feign, you pulled the whisper. You were what we talked about last time was
Yeah, I
you
never
may
even
not
tried the whisper because I was like, she's even weaker than Fane is. But yeah, the
yeah,
Fane she kept dying, so that's why I pulled the Fane, put in the Wukong instead. At least if he dies, he comes back.
right.
And then slowing down the fight a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, good work. And this is exactly what I was just talking about.
Woo!
Like finding your own solution, right? Like with the roster that you have 10
Yeah.
or 12 champions to choose from. Which combination? And there might be hundreds of combinations, by the way. When you have 12 champions and you need to pick 5, right? There's a lot of combinations.
Yep.
Which combination is going to unlock this particular boss? And this is the challenge of being a free to play player. Because I think one of the differences between a spending mentality and a free to play mentality is, and this is not true for everybody. I don't want to blanket all spenders with this mentality. But I think there is a fundamental difference. Every free to play player, if you are truly free to play and you get to this scenario that Sun got to, you have one of two choices. You find a solution by being creative and you try and experiment and manual and try really hard. You put a lot of effort in, a lot of thought in. You come up with a solution and it'll work. Like at some point you're gonna unlock this, you're gonna find it, and it's gonna be so satisfying.
Oh yeah.
Or
That
you
felt
look at
good.
it and you say, I don't have a solution available to me. Maybe you try it a little bit and you're like, it doesn't feel like I have a solution. I'm going to walk away from this for now. And I'm going to accept the fact that this is as much progress as I can make until something changes on my account, until I get better gear or I level up champions or I pull a new champion. And so your options are always be creative and solve it, or be patient and wait for the solution to come to you. Those are your two options. A spending mentality will be, I'm not going to knock my head against this. I'm going to beat it with my wallet, right? Like that's an option. Or I'm going to accept that I can't beat this and I'm not going to beat it for now and I'm going to wait and I'm also going to be patient. And I think big spenders, whales and kraken, don't have that patience gene, right? They don't have it in them. They're like, oh, hell no. Right? Like that's the attitude. The attitude is, oh, hell no. I'm not getting beat by this thing. And then they pull out their credit cards. Like, because if I can't be creative enough to experiment, or if I can't be patient enough to experiment 50 times and knock my head against it for an hour and a half and manual the whole thing and figure it out, what I can do is I can go and buy some legendary tome. I can go and get 10 more sacred shards and try to get a pull. And I can try to beat it that way. And that solution is not available to free to play players. By the
Yeah.
way, if we could just go and get 10 more sacred shards, we absolutely would. Like if there was a free to play pool of 10 sacred shards available to us every time we got
I'd do
stuck,
it right
we
now.
would do it right now. Of course we would. Of course we would. So it's not even that like there's any kind of criticism attached to it. It's just a matter of like it's a different reality. It's a different reality. And, spenders can make that choice. Now, the thing about it is spenders have all of the free to play choices available to them. But because they have this other option available to them, I think most, not all, but most spenders would opt out of doing what Sun just did. Right? Sun just spent an hour trying to find a solution with a bunch of low level champions, half built legendaries, right? Like level 50 champs. Like he tried 20 different combinations. He ran the thing, 25 times. Finally unlocked it. And now he's moving up Doom Tower again. And I think that most, not all, but I think most spenders will only do that kind of experimentation when you're talking about end game stuff. When you're talking about like Nightmare Hydra, when you're talking about Doom Tower floors 110 to 120 of Doom Tower Heart. Like they will do it there. They'll do it on stage 25 of, Sand Devil's Necropolis or stage 10 of Fire Knight Hard, something like that. Because they'll have to. Because no matter what good champions that you have, you still have to make those fights work. And so they can do that there. But I think, if you ran into this, I think most spenders would feel like this is a good opportunity to spend, make some progress. And so that's the
Yeah.
difference. You're trading time. You're trading time and frustration for money, right? Like you're alleviating yourself of the frustration and you're saving time and getting the progress that you want by paying for it instead. And that's totally viable and it's totally fair. But I think that The struggle becomes the amount of money you spend per occasion. For me, the scary thing would be like,
Oh yeah, if that happens every single time you get stuck.
and not
Oh
only
boy.
that, but when
Oof.
when you can't just be guaranteed of a solution when you spend. Like, let's say I could go and get $100 worth of shards and pull them, and it's a 2 times event right now, and I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, and I get 3 great legendaries, and none of them help me solve this problem. I got to go buy another 10 shards, another $100 worth of shards, or whatever it is. Do it again. It's like, nope, still don't have a solution. Go back and buy another one. Nope, still don't have another solution. Spend $1,500, still don't get a solution. And it's like, well, crap. What do I do?
Ooh.
I spent $1,500 and I didn't get a solution. And I think one of the things that happens, for me, this is what would happen if I were a spender. I would put $100 in and I wouldn't get my solution. And I would be like, well, I've spent $100. Two things I'm gonna think. One is I've like gotten rid of my bad, and so a good result should be coming next, which is not true, right? That's just not true. That's the Gambit's fallacy. So I'm like, yeah, yeah, I missed on the last 10 pull, but
I'm
this
owed
10
one.
pull, yeah, I'm owed one. I'm due, right? Like I'm due. That's the first mentality that would happen, and that's a bad mentality to get into. And the second thing that I would think of is I would get angry, and it'd be like I'd pull another 10 pull, and it'd be like, oh, I didn't get my solution. No, this isn't happening. I refuse. I've already put $200 in. I'm going again. And I would get 3, and I would be more righteous about the next $100 and the next $100. By the time I got to $5,000, I'd be like, you crazy, I'd be going nuts, but I'd be like, give me my solution. And then, finally I would hit it and I'd be like, that's right. That's right. And I'm like, I'm right. I'm right. But I just spent $5,000 to get a solution. That's insane to me. So
Yeah.
so my problem is like I'm not capable. I know myself. I'm not capable of managing the in between. I can either be free to play or I can spend thousands of dollars on a game. It's
I'm
really
going free
hard
to
for
play.
me to spend a little bit of money on it. Like, you know,
Ban- Bandit is here to say hello, by the way.
hey, bandit buddy, how you doing?
Oh. You want to stand? You want to sit? You want to go? What do you want to do? He wants to be up here. He wants to sit in my lap. It's all he wants.
Well, we're not getting it.
And
We're not
now
getting
that
this
he's
cute
here,
face. We're
now
we're
that now that he's here, he has zero idea what he wants to do.
Hey,
Right,
buddy boy.
Bandit? Are you a big boy? You're saying hello to the chat. Say hello to the chat.
All right, let's see what chat has to say about what's going on. Monthly gem pack is always the first pick, says David Gribby. That's good to know.
He is free again.
Verso says, I just want to skip a bit of the early stage of the game. That's a decent reason to spend, like to accelerate your progress in the game and get way away from kind of the frustrating of the game. It maybe isn't that interesting to some players. That's totally reasonable. You still, I mean, I think regardless of whether you're a spender or not, you always want value for your money, right? Like you want value for whatever you do. Like if you're a free to play player, you want value for time. You want value for the resources you spend in game. Buy something in game with game resources. So we none of us want to be ripped off. Doesn't matter how much you spend. If you spend
True.
$20,000 a year on this game, you want that $20,000 worth something. I think one of the frustrations for whales and krakens, especially the krakens, is that when a new game mode is introduced, when a new game like function or area is introduced, when we get new kinds of champions, it reduces the value of what they've already spent, and then it tends to be more expensive than what they've already spent on. So mythical champions are more expensive than void legendary. And in addition, they kind of diminish the value of the roster that you already have. Like, so you spent thousands of dollars to get your Krisk, to get your Acrizia, to get your Yumiko. And now you've got these mythical champions who do the job better than some champions. And you're like, oh, So I spent
Ouch.
this thousands of dollars on Yumiko, but now I can get the other, mythical reset champion who's actually even more versatile, better. And maybe not. Maybe, some of those I'm just kind of randomly pulling names out. I'm not saying the champion value. I'm just saying you look at your roster and then you look at these new champions. Like the new champions are better than the champions in my roster. They're going to cost more money to get, and they reduce the value of the champions that were bought. Plus, you have a situation where, like, it used to be that, like, oh, there were 30, let's say, void legendaries in the game, and now there are 60 void legendaries in the game. So your chance of getting a particular void legendary from any shard is half of what it used to be. If you successfully pull. So then that waters down, that dilutes the champion well, especially when some of those new legendaries are not good legendaries. When you have a void legendary, you pull a void legendary. Like I pulled Annie, like whatever, Annie, whatever. It's like it's a very niche champion. That's not really a power. So you just feel bad about pulling that, especially when you only get 2.5 a year. If you're free to got a lot of comments. Slack. Shooter 90 says, I agree. For spenders, the challenge is to find creative ways to be faster and hit. Yeah. Mayhem Monkey says, I run Relentless Whisper in my Deacon Eater team. She's incredible. Over 50 million damage. Hang on to her, son. He already knows. He knows. He's excited
Yep.
about
Yep.
Whisper. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got her in a relentless set too. She's fun when you're just extra turn, extra turn, extra turn, extra turn. Oh yeah, I'll take him.
Shooter says, to be honest, I'm not sure many people spend because they get stuck. I have spent back in the day to have more stuff to play around with. That's fair. It could be preemptive, right? You could be like, I'm going to spend when it's good to spend so that when I have an opportunity to be challenged, I'll have more tools available to meet that challenge. That's totally fair. And I think that is a mentality. But I also think people spend when they get stubborn. And I think people overspend when they get stubborn. The way you're talking about it is budgeting an amount and saying, okay, I can spend X number of dollars per month or per week or per day, whatever it happens to be, on raid. And I'm going to look for my deals. And then knowing that I intend to spend this money, I just spend it when it's good value. And therefore, I have all these resources available to me when I need them. But I think other people get stubborn or frustrated and spend then. And that's the worst time to spend because it's impulse spending and you're not in a good mental state to restrain yourself or to make good judgment calls about what's healthy spending. And that is the gambling part of gacha game, right? Is gambling is about impulse. It's about feeding, those kind of adrenaline rushes, those dopamine rushes where you get like, get the big highs. And it's super exciting, but you have to chase that and you have to chase that with risk. If there wasn't risk, it wouldn't be exciting. So you are minimizing your risk by doing that. You're not eliminating it, but you're minimizing the risk that your emotional state will drive unhealthy spending. And casinos and gacha games try to create scenarios where people get into that unhealthy state, right? Like that's why the alcohol at casinos is free, right? Because they're like, the more inebriated you are, the more likely you are to impulsively bet money you shouldn't. So it's the same exact thing. Hammerhawk says, I don't mind spending some money on a game I enjoy to support the creators. I just find most packs too expensive. I agree. I'm happy to give money to games. I like giving money to games. Any game I enjoy, I want to support financially. In this particular case, it's kind of been an interesting thing. I've talked about this before on streams. I don't like the monetary policies, the models, the monetary models of gacha games. So I don't support gacha games financially. I have in the past spent like 10 or 20 bucks on gacha games. I do that specifically. I think the gacha game has a friendly monetization policy, monetization model compared to other gacha games because I want to encourage games to have those friendlier models. But gaming monetization has gotten so predatory and so out of control that I am sort of taking a stand, not personally because I don't have the money to spend or because I don't think that good games should be supported with gaming dollars, but simply because the value isn't there and the respect and mutual respect is there for a lot of games. I'm hoping Plarium is turning a corner on this aspect, but it hasn't felt that way in the past. And so I've refrained from giving Plarium any money. The other reason I'm free to play is because I like the challenge of it. I do like the challenge. So if I were to spend money on Raid, what I would probably do is buy skin. I would spend money on something that provides no competitive value. I would not buy shards or bones or anything like that. I would buy skin because that's a way to give the developers financial support without changing the level of challenge. And I like.
Nah, give me all the secret shards. I'll take them.
There
I'll
you go.
take them.
Dark the Enigma. Hey, late to the stream, but hello everyone. Hello, good to see you. We got a lot of people here who we've seen before in other streams, but maybe are coming in late to this one. I must say, I feel
Yeah.
much more comfortable spending money in League of Legends than in Raid. It's much less predatory, and I usually despise pay to win. Yeah, I don't. I agree with you partially, Shoot. I would say I feel more comfortable spending money in something like because it's not pay to win. When you have a competitive game, when you have a game that is built around PvP, I despise pay to win mechanic. I really do.
Yeah.
I think of Raid as a PvE game. There are PvP portions. There's clan versus clan. There's PvP arena and there's live arena and stuff like that. There's Hydra Clash. So it's not that there are no PvP aspects here. If I were in those areas, if I were really into Hydra Clash, I would be super frustrated because of the pay to win mechanic. So the only way that I can comfortably play this game is to say, for me, that it is not, there's no pay to win mechanic. There are simply categories of play. There are free to play players and there are spenders, and those two don't really mix. And so when I go into Hydra Clash, I'm up against low spenders and free to play players. And if I lose, I lose. I don't think about it as a component of how much money you spend. Because realistically, I'm never going to get up into the upper echelon. Just not going to do it because I don't spend. But if I were a spender, I'd be super pissed. I'd be incredibly frustrated. So it depends. On a PvE game, I don't mind, what you might call pay to win mechanics. I don't mind them as much as I mind them. Now, there is an exception. When I was running raids in MMOs, I used to run MMORPG a lot, and I used to do a lot of raiding. Games started creating consumable, raid consumable, high tier consumable that could increase your chances of successfully completing a raid, and they were only purchasable with real world. So you could have your in-game acquirable consumable. So like, let's say a health potion. You get a health potion from craft. Okay, great. You craft those materials that you collected in the game to get the health. Great. And you needed to have those pots for your raid, but then you could go in the store and buy a second different kind of health potion that you could put in a different slot and was on a different cooldown timer. And you had to spend real money for that. And so, in fact, instead of going in with one kind of health potion that was on a 1 minute cooldown or whatever, or a 3 minute, you could have that one on a 1 minute cooldown. You could have the store bought one on a 40-second cooldown, and you could just swap back and forth, and it drastically increased your chance of survivability. And the reason I found that so frustrating is, one, it instantly devalued players who are free to play players. Like if you were looking for a raid group, they would ask you, well, do you spend money? Or they would just say, yeah, you can join this raid group, but you need to buy 40 of these pots a week. And so it just reduced your chances of getting into high level raids because people didn't want to wait for the free to play player to figure it out. you know? I didn't like that. And then the other thing I didn't like about it is that the raid is supposed to be a challenge. So are you balancing it based on the fact that players don't have these potions, or are you balancing it based on the fact that they do? Because if you're balancing it based on the fact that they do, I have to be more powerful and more skilled to match the level of the raid now, right? Like I have to actually over level, or I have to over gear or whatever. And sometimes that's where you get the gear. You get the gear in the raids. So it just extends the grind from 3 months to 6 months, which just feels uh punitive. I really didn't like that.
Yep.
And that's a PvE game. That's not necessarily a PvP game. But in that case, I think as a PvE game, because it's so interactive, because it's a community based social game, it's a multiplayer game, that having some players who are spenders and some not creates a schism, creates a problem. Plarium are a modern day highwayman. Yeah, they're very predatory. I It's hard to blame Plarium for what is an industry wide issue. They are certainly not part of the solution. They're part of the problem. But they didn't invent this idea. I would just say that, unfortunately, they've been too stubborn to adapt to their player base who's been constantly asking friendly economic model from them. And I don't know that they ever will. I hope they will. Dark Day Enigma says, I have spent more than I should because I got stuck. And I was thinking, um, based on who I was watching, that I need these champs to be forward. Never got them, but when I do spend energy. So you're saying you have gotten stuck before and you have tried to beat something with your wallet as opposed to, some other solution, a free to thing. I'm going to spend. Maybe you spend on energy to level up champions. Maybe you spend on books to book out champions. Otherwise, maybe you spend on shards to get champions that you couldn't get otherwise. And one of the reasons is you're looking at a content creator who says, hey, I've got a great solution for this problem that you're having. It requires these champions. Or maybe it requires one of these 9 champions, and you don't have any of the 9 champions. Um, and, a free to play content creator might say, hey, you don't need any of those 9 champions. You need to do this instead. And so, depending on who you're watching, you might think you have to have one of those 9 champions and you have to spend to get them. Especially if you're having that issue right now. Whereas a free to play content creator may be like, hey, if you don't have one of these 9 champions and those are the only 9 champions that solve the problem, you know what you can do? Go do something else. Just wait. Don't worry. In 2 weeks, there's another shard pull event. Save your shard. You're going to have a chance to get one of these champions. Don't worry about it. And that might just be permission, not rush. That might just be permission to play the game. So there's a lot of difference there. Presentation. And that is the culture. I don't blame the content creators, by the way. I would not say that that's their fault either. I would say that's just simply the reality of where they are in the game. We all present video from where we are in the game. Since I've started these, how long have we been doing videos? Going into month 4?
4 months since I think we've been going at it around 4 months.
Yeah, we're in month. So when I started making videos, my content was primarily based around free to play, early game and mid game content, right? And giving complete explanation, detailed, comprehensive explanation concepts that I think other content creators kind of skim past because they're very advanced and their audiences may be more advanced. And the single most common comment I've gotten in my video has been, thank you for giving a complete explanation of this. Nobody does that. You answered so many questions. You've helped me out so much because you've given me so much information that no other content creator gives. And I have 2 things to say to that, or I have a
Yep.
lot of things to say to that. One is thank you. Great. That was the intention. The second thing is all that information that I got either through those content creators, or I got through my own experimentation in conjunction with content. So it's not so much that content creators don't give that information. It's that in order to get the information that I've presented in one video, I had to watch 10 videos by 6 different content. Like that. And then I kind of just draw it all together and put it in one video because my audience is people who don't know what I'm talking about, rather than people who already, if you've been a content creator for years, you don't want to keep telling your audience about the beginning of the game because if they've been with you for 3 years, they're at end game. And you definitely, if you're at 3 years of content creation, you're at the end game. So talking about the beginning of the game may just not be something that you can do effectively because you're never playing in the beginning of the game anymore. Um, so there's that. But what's really funny is just this week, just a couple of days ago, I was in Discord and a member of our Discord community said to me, when I watch your videos, it's like you're speaking in Hebrew. I have no idea what you're talking about. And he was a beginning player. He'd only been in the game like a week, right? He'd been 6 or 7 days in the game, 8 days. He's like, I've watched your videos and I just like I came to the Discord community. I can ask questions here, but I have no idea what you're talking about. And that's really interesting to me because I'm not saying he's wrong, right? That's a true experience for him. I can't dispute that. He thinks I'm speaking Hebrew, Greek, whatever, like it makes no sense. So what I had to ask myself is, has my style changed in the 3 months that I've been producing? In my mind, I think I've taught this concept in 3 previous videos. So the fourth time I cover this concept, I'm not going to cover it in as much depth because I don't want to constantly give a complete explanation, same people on the same concept over and over and over again. Right. But when a new viewer comes to the channel, this may be the first video he sees. So now I'm not explaining it in depth. And I think to myself, well, I've covered that 3 times. It's well covered territory. But the new viewer is like, I have no idea what you're saying, buddy. Like, it seems like you know what you're doing, but I really don't get it. And so it's funny too, because the other thing that happens, the other component, I get asked all the time, sometimes in chat, sometimes in Discord, sometimes in the comments of my videos. People say, hey, could you do a video on this? And I'm like, I did a video on that 25 days, or 15 days, or 45
Yeah.
days. And I'm like, but I did a video on that only a few weeks ago. Go check it out. But when somebody discovers your channel, they don't just say, oh, I'm going to look through every video that you've done like I have 150 videos on my channel. Nobody's going to just like find me one day and then watch all 150 videos. That's, I mean, maybe a few people will do that over the course of a couple of months, but most people, they'll go and find their 10 or 15 videos that they're interested in. And then they'll just follow your current video. And so, this is the thing when I look at a content creator that's doing this for 3 years. I've been doing this my fourth month. They've been doing it for 3 years. They're like, holy cow, I have covered gear cleanses. I have done in-depth gear cleanse video 40
15
times.
times.
I've done them 40 times, and people keep asking for gear cleanse videos. And they're super unfun to create. I hate doing gear cleanses on my own account, and I hate making videos about them because they feel super boring. And yet, people keep asking for them. Why? Because they don't want to go and watch last month's gear cleanse video. They want you to do a new one because they just started watching it now. So it's really interesting. I've been trying not to repeat subjects too often. But now I feel like maybe there are some subjects I just need to repeat more frequently. And I don't really know what those subjects are, but it's like I did a whole series on clan boss. And I'm like, great. I've got my clan boss series up there. Everybody who wants to know how to build a clan boss team can go to those videos. And then every day I have somebody who asks me, hey, what would be a good clan boss? How do I build a clan boss team? Does this champion work good in a clan boss team? I'm like, I have 5 videos out. Just go back and watch it. But then I'm like, well, maybe every month I need to do 2 or 3 clan bosses. I'll have to see. Emery comment says they should have another server, one free to play server and one for spenders. And you choose when you create. That's an interesting thought. Would you have a free to play server, spending server? I don't know that that would work. It's an interesting thought, and I would like to say that it could. Maybe there's a solution to finding that. I think the problem there, I foresee 2 different phases. One is that there are probably, like, if you took all spenders, meaning anybody who ever spent a dime on the game, there are probably still 3 or 5 or 10 times as many free to play players to spend. So the spender server would be much smaller. And maybe you would have to break the free to play servers. You'd just have to have more servers and then keep them all roughly the same size. But that would shrink your player, right? That would shrink. The second thing is all that would do for the spending base is make the low spenders feel worse because you've removed free to play players from the competition. So like if you spend, let's say you spend $20 a month, that's not a ton of money in this game. That's almost nothing. But that should be enough of an advantage. Feel like you're doing better than 90% of free to play. Like if you're an average spender, like an average player in terms of skill, knowledge, investment in the game, but your money gives you an advantage, you should be able to measure that. You should be able to say, hey, this is better than being a free to play or most free to play. Maybe the very, very best free to play are still better. So I think, when you get the guy who's spending $20 or $50 a month, and now you take the free to play players away from him, he's going to feel like he's bottom of the barrel, which is either going to get him to drop out of the game or it's going to try to entice him to spend. And I don't think either one is super healthy for him, the game. So I think it would be cool to have, like, if you could do some in between thing where, like, you don't break up the server, but maybe you have tournaments based on total money spent every once in a while. Like you don't even have to level, like you don't even have to say the money. You don't have to do it. But if you could say, okay, this tournament is for free to play players. This is for players who have spent under 5,000 game. This is for players who spent between 5 and 25,000. This is for anybody who spent 5,000. Just have 4 or 5 categories of spending, and occasionally, like once a month or once a week, match people up against other spenders of the same amount or same category. That would, I would like that. So that way you can give, free to play players a nice way to like compete on a level playing field, never getting stomped by something. That would be cool. I do like thinking. I do like the thought process, Amari. I'm not trying to like say don't think that way. I do think that we need to be creative about improving the situation for spenders all. And I'm not sure that that particular solution would be the full solution, but it could be incorporated for somebody who's more creative than I am. But I think every system is going to have a system. I would like whatever system we have maintain the quality of this community. The community is excellent. Quality of the community, but improve the overall game experience to make sure that we grow the community and that gamers get value. I'm a free to play player, but I'm on a mission. Absolutely on a mission. Make sure that gaming companies respect gamers who spend. And I feel like Plarium. And again, I don't know that we blame Plarium so much. I think that's just the industry right now. The way to get game companies to respect the players and the money that they spend on games is for spenders to say, I'm going to vote with my wallet. When something is unfair, I'm going to speak out. I'm not. And that's tricky. That's tricky to get gaming.
True.
Steven says, Aristocrat who owns Plarium are a gambling syndicate, not a games company. Plarium is one giant plot machine. Yes, it is. And casino companies are like that. They see people as dollars. And in a lot of cases, they don't care about how, like, they don't care trade value. That's not what casinos are about. Every other business is about trading value. Gambling is not about trading value. It's about turning people into suckers. Taking out. Cyprian says, I am watching you on my 65-inch TV, and I never ever pass any video from you. I went on my phone to write you that I love you and I find you're the best of them all. You are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I appreciate. That's great. Um, yeah, I have to say that the community in Raid Shadow Legends, maybe because it's a little bit of an older community and there aren't that many like teenagers, preteens in this game. Not to say that kids shouldn't like. I played at that games. I think it's good for gamers to be introduced to games in a healthy way and start off. But I think when you have a community that's primarily focused on teenagers, the level of toxicity is higher. And it's not necessarily because there's anything wrong with teenagers so much as there is. I like when you get to in your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, you just have less time for that stuff. You don't have the energy or the
True.
time to mess around getting into like an 8-hour flame war on the forums with some, jerkhole in whatever who's calling you out. Like you'd rather be like, oh, whatever, and just walk away because you got kids and a job and a mortgage payment or whatever rent to pay, and it's like I just do not have the time or energy for toxicity in my gaming. And my average viewer, the average age of my viewer is between 30. Like that's the bulk of my. And so I think that, I know that there are some younger people, there are some, but as a result, I think people are just really happy to get value out of a content creator who doesn't mess around and doesn't like, act out. They're just like, hey, you just present information. Great. Love it. You're
Yep.
nice and positive. You're nice and positive. I love and as a result, the community is very, very supportive. I very rarely get negative comments. I do get critiques, and I am fine with critiques, by the way. Not feel like I am the unimpeachable expert. I know that I have more to learn in the game. I know that I make mistakes sometimes in my videos, and people call them out, and they help me correct. Like, hey, by the way, you got this wrong. It's this thing instead. And when they do it politely and in a lot of ways supportively, they're like, just so it's not this, it's this other. That's great. I do not mind that at all. I feel very comfortable with that. That is a way to help me get better at being a content creator and a player. And then every once in a while, I'll get, somebody to say like, "Ah, that's stupid. I would never do that." Like, I don't mind the I would never do that. I do mind the that's, it's not. In fact, I put together a very good argument about why it's not stupid. Now, you could disagree with you. You could say, I wouldn't do that. I think this thing instead. But as soon as you say that's stupid or only idiots do that or that's such a new move or whatever, now we're not having a conversation. Now you're just attacking. And whether you're attacking me or one of my, like, I just don't stand. So, only one of a few things is going to happen there. Either that person's just going to be kind of ignored and put on mute, or just going to, okay, that negativity doesn't have to be here, or you're going to get called out. I'm going to say, hey, that's not something that I please don't do that, or probably one of them. But the good news is that just doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. And a lot of people have been very positive. Really do appreciate it. Thanks so much for
Yeah.
watching the videos. Don't forget to smash that like button. And yeah, and come hang out. We'll have another stream on Tuesday. We'll do our takeover Tuesday. So Tuesday at 2 p.m. We give away free takeovers. If you haven't joined the Discord community already, you want to do that. That's where you need to be. Hammerhawk just asked, could you do a gear cleanse video, please? No. Yes, I do have to do a gear cleanse. Yeah, Stephen Morgan, we've got some playlists, but we do have to do some work on organizing. Dance,
Yeah, I've
monkey
gone
dance,
through
says
it a little
Mr.
bit.
Fudan. Yeah, so quick, I wanted to actually ask you guys two things today. Sorry, I should have done that here. So I have two things on my mind I want to ask. I'm gonna go back to something. I don't know what son's watching. Bash. Um,
I don't have anything left to do. I've done everything I could.
so I need your feedback on two things before we end. And these are important to me, so I hope you stick. Okay, so the first one is the smaller item. We are thinking about moving the Saturday stream to Sunday. And the reason is it's difficult to do a Saturday stream and get out a Saturday video. And then a Saturday video is pretty important to us. Um, and potentially we'd also like to have a day off. Might be the Saturdays. So I want to just make sure that if we move the Saturday stream to Sunday, that would be potentially okay with. And then the other thing that we might add a third stream during the week, maybe on Thursday. We might do Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. So would that schedule seem good to you guys? You'd be okay with not having a Saturday stream, or is Saturday the reason that you? Mr. Fudan says, "Watch out for Sundays. You are competing with the biggest sports event, say football, and it's getting playoff." It's true. Think. Of course, we've got a large international audience, so I don't think that would. But one of the things that I'm considering is like when we do Sundays, like our European audience, that they're several hours a day. So I don't know if Sunday's a day where it's more of a family day and Saturday's a creepy day. It's a tricky day for me to do a stream and get a video out.
Yeah.
So let me just simplify it. Would people watch this stream if it was Sunday, or would they not be able to watch it? So you could just shoot yes or no. Yes, I would still watch this stream if it was on Sunday. Yes, I'd still be available to watch on Sunday. Or no, I just can't watch on Sundays, or I don't want to. Just give me a yes or no. That would, yeah. I should probably put up a poll. Can we put up a poll, son? I've never done
Um, yeah. It's, I guess, just a yes or no poll.
this. Yeah. So I guess that's it. All right. So now we can do that. We'll let that go for a bit. Got 10, 12 votes there. That's great. Thank you for voting. There are definitely some people who can't do Sundays. That's unfortunate. Um, but yeah, so we're thinking about moving Noob versus Pro to Sundays. Now remember the stream, whenever we do the stream, it will still be available from the YouTube channel. It will always be available there as a
Yeah.
video. So if you are watching the series and you can't watch on Sundays and you move it, you'll still be able to get the video. You just won't be able to chat with live. It can be one of the reasons why people like doing it. So I understand if that's frustrating. Got, got dots. All right. So now I need to ask about, I think, the thing that's a little bit bigger for me. So I'm gonna let this poll try to get, let's say if we can get 25 votes in, and I might have to put up a second. Now, this is just information for us. It's not necessarily the thing that's going to make our do. Great Dane, why can't you see the vote? It should be at the top of the chat.
Yeah, it's up there, but
Okay. So now the bigger issue is I am considering applying to the content creator. Now, I qualify for tier 2 of the program if they accept. Um, and I will pull up, if I can find the information, I'll pull up the information on the content. Um, okay, so here are the perks from the content. Now, I want to tell people why I'm debating. right? One, I think it would be cool to have an opportunity to get news ahead of time. Content creators are given kind of news on updates and breaking news a little bit in advance. One of the things that would help me on is I would get like the Fusion champion like 2 days. So I'm always waiting until the day of the Fusion when they actually drop the schedule to give my video, and that's always a bit frustrating because I want
Yep.
to give you guys as much advance notice as possible. But also when there are updates like the mythical champion, like I would have had some information a few days in advance. The bigger thing for me, even than that, although I think that's valuable, the bigger thing for me would be the potential to get access to um, the test server, because that's a place where I could do some real experimentation out like breaking my bank a player. And so I could get access to the content. I'm sorry, potentially to the test server, and then mess around with some interesting builds over there. I think that would help free to player. Now, when you join the content creator program, you are given some perks. And so you can see at 2,000 channel subscribers, I would be in level 2. And if I ever get to 8,000 subscribers, which I hope to get to, I would be at level 3. So the perks for level 2 are 900 gems. This is per week. These are weekly rewards. So 900 gems a week, 3 5-star chickens a week, 750 energy a week, 2 million silver, and 2 epic tomes a week. Once a month, I would get something of value that I could potentially do an audience giveaway. Usually that's gems. Sometimes it's like, um, it could be something special. You could get like a skin. I would get access to have private messages with the community manager. And then I would get some access to standard graphical assets, which it would be a help for us in terms of building our thumbnails, but not a huge thing. But the bigger thing, obviously,
Assets are huge.
well, we get access to a lot of assets because we just take other places. But it would
Yeah,
be, it
but
would,
having their assets would be
yeah, it would be a
really
help.
nice.
Yep. Um, Now, eventually, I would expect to get promoted to level 3, where you get a few more gems, more chickens, more energy, more epic tomes, and 2 legendary tomes per week. By the way, that's a silly distribution to get 2 legendary tomes per week, but to get 5 level 5 chickens. So you can make a 6-star every week, but you can only book 1 legendary out a month, maybe. Um, anyway, doesn't really matter. So, so the thing about it is, I'm a free to play player, and my account is free to play. But what I've had happen in recent is that I think there are valuable free to play champions on my main account that I like to experiment and potentially present you with videos on those champions. But saving up my resources to build champions I don't need, even though they would be valuable to you. Like, I don't need, they're not going to provide me with value because my account is at an end game. That's different. And I can't do it quickly and I can't do it easily. I definitely can't get tone. Like, I can get gems. If I need gems, I can always book somebody. I can get chickens if I have to. Like, I can do some things to, you know, there I get plenty of energy. So I can grind up a couple of champions a month just to share with you. But it's like maybe 2 a month that I can. And this would allow me to at least double that. And you can see with those epic tomes there, I could book out a lot more epic champions. Um, and then obviously I could, 6-star more rare champions and stuff like that. So I think that it would be hard for me to claim that I'm still a free to play champion. Or free to play champion. I'm not a free. It would be hard for me to claim that I'm a free to play player if I'm getting these rewards, because these rewards are worth money. But I still feel like I would be a free to play content creator because I've I've had that mentality for 2.5 years. I would still have that mentality, and I would still probably run another free to play alternate account. But my main account, which is at this point over 900 days in, doesn't really feel to most free to play players like a free to play account. Feels like an end game account because it is, and it doesn't matter how you get there, whether you're free to play or a spender. When you're at end game, when you have your Lydia and your Mithrala, and you have 10 of the top 12 fusions that have ever come out, and you have Ninja because you're playing around back then, and you have all of these champions, it feels like that's not representative of the current player experience you've only been playing for 3 or 6 months. So does it even matter? Does it even matter that I maintain the free to play integrity of that account? Or would it be the kind of thing where, no, this is added value to my viewership if I could build champion? So the question here is, do you think it would improve the channel and the content I can provide? Or do you think it would diminish the value and potentially taint the perspective that I have in being a free to play player? So that's the question. Let's go ahead and put up a new poll. And so we're going to end that. Thank you, by the way, for this preview. I'm going to put up a new poll. You don't have to tell me. Just go ahead and start. So the poll is: would joining a content creator improve channel or yes? No. And all right. All right, so would joining the content creator program improve the channel or diminish the free to play value of the channel? That's my I don't want to do it. Whoops, got all this stuff. Here's- I don't want to do it if people feel like this would really hurt the channel. I don't think it would. I think I could do it. And again, this isn't going to be the deciding factor, but I do want feedback from the audience. I feel like the viewership, because I feel like the channel is something that we all belong, right? When you have it subscribers, when you have a Discord community where people belong and they come and visit, to just change it on them without getting their feedback feel like dismissive, unkind, right? Now, ultimately, I have to make a decision what makes sense for me. Your son and I have to make a decision what makes sense for us. But at the same time, if 40 or 50 or 60% of the community is saying no, I don't like change, then we would seriously consider not changing. If 70, 80, 90% of the community says, hey, please make this change, we would absolutely consider it, whatever it happened to be. Like, as long as it didn't run counter to what we were trying to accomplish personally, certainly consider that. It's a cooperative space, collaborative space. But yes, anyway, that's a big question. But what's weighing on my mind?
Yeah.
Now, son, where are you?
Oh, I'm here.
Now, we talked about this just briefly, and you said go, right?
Yeah.
Now, what's your stance? How do you feel?
For me, I would say, and I think this is probably the biggest takeaway that I had for you was, if there's anybody that's going to continue to have that free to play mindset and represent that aspect of the game, it's going to be you. I think having some extra, like, little additional resources, it's nice. It's nice to have. It does have monetary value, but it, I think, will help improve the content, allow for more experimentation, allow us to do more things with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's not like that level of resources is all of a sudden like going to completely um, debase what we started and what we're doing. Um, so yeah, for my opinion, I think it's a go. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I do think that what you mentioned is like, will it change your mentality as a free to play player? And I think it will change my relationship to my main account, right? It just will, because now I'll have these
Yeah, I think
resources.
that's a big thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it will change my relationship to my main account. But I almost feel like that's okay, because I won't be progressing the account for my own benefit anymore. It will be my example account, be the model account that I use to present my idea. And having more tools in the toolkit will allow me to make more videos and more good ideas. I do think that, you know, there is a little bit of like, I have a personal attachment account. I have built this account
Yeah,
from
that's what
nothing,
I'm thinking. Yeah.
So like, so giving that away and now saying that I'm getting these extra resources feels to me like a little bit of a betrayal of the account. But the reality is that the account has grown past the point where it's representative of most accounts in the game. It is much more closely related to a spender who's been in the game a year, say, than it is to a free to play player who's been in the game even 18. Like you get to a point where you're, 2.5 years in the game, and if you've been really consistent playing and you've been learning the whole time, like there are mistakes I've made on the game that you would never know to look at my account. You look at that, like I don't even see a mistake in that. Like, well, yeah, because I learned from it and I adapted and I turned it into positive, and that was part of the process of building the account. But now where it stands, like the only value that I can see out of it moving forward is building out the roster to include the champions that I've learned about on other accounts that I don't have on haven't built. So it's like I have champions from other accounts. Like me, I love playing around with great champions. Like, yeah, she's a void legend. I have her on my main account. I've never built her. I don't need her on my main account. And because I don't need to learn about her on my main account, because I learned about her. Or it could be just
Yeah.
it could be a champion like in this on this account, the NOOB versus Pro account. This is the first time I've ever built a frozen banshee as a clan boss damage. I've always known she was good, but I've always had another clan boss damage dealer before I've gotten my frozen banshee on an account. I've never had an account where I had to build banshee, unless it was like a referral account that I didn't take past 50. Um, so I think having all of those champions built on my main account where I have access to good gear and stuff could potentially sort of like, increase my painter's palette, sort of give me more colors, to paint with. Um, but I want to make sure that people don't feel like that's somehow, I don't know what you call it, somehow cheating the system. I would say the other thing that I like about joining the content creator program is the opportunity to have giveaways, like audience giveaways. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to give back to the audience a bit. I'd love to have 2 times giveaways every month. So that means like every other Noob versus Pro stream, we could just give away something, whether
Yeah,
that's
that's really
gems or
cool.
whatever. That would be cool. And I think as a free to play player, by the way, if you're a free to play player and you get free gems from a content creator because you go and watch their stream and they have a giveaway, that's a great way to just get some free resources. And you're still a free to play player. You haven't spent any money on the game. I've just given you free stuff. So
Yep.
I would like that. I'm a little bit worried that they're going to say no. I'm a little bit worried that Plarium may go back to my videos, my live stream, and be like, we don't need you, guy. Because I'm like we were just talking today about how I'm first of all I'm promoting not spending money on. That's not really a content creator. You're like really excited to get in your stable. This guy's going to drive, revenue. It's not. I'm not going to. At least not directly. Not the way they think revenue. Revenue. Not the way they think revenue gets. Right. Um, and then the second thing is I have been critical of Ethereum from time to time, and I think you need to be able to do that. Like I still think it's a great game. I think the devs are
Yeah.
great. I know that there are people there who work very hard to give us a good game. And the things that I'm critical about, I think, are reasonable. But I don't know that they'll feel that way. So they may say no. So that's a. So let's go ahead and see what the. So there are 13% of people who feel like it would diminish the channel. Um, this is Steven says the way I see it, you are creating content and putting it out, as well as streaming, etc. You are growing and need to get more content out. Take the resources and use them to make your. Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Fidan said, yes, it would improve the content, and no, it would not be tainted because you control that issue. That's a good. Like how much I change is based on my decision, not on the available.
Yep.
Steven says, stay true to how you are, and that's okay in my mind. Meaning, I don't need to enter the content creator, I guess. Just do what you're doing. You're doing well, doing it.
I think Stephen will clarify later on, but I think he's actually on the side of do it.
Oh, look at it as a tool to help you do your content. You can use a screwdriver to join two pieces of wood together. Why not use a power drill instead if you have the option? Yeah, that. Um, Take the resources, use them to make better content. Simple as that, really. The community will tell you if you deviate from their expectations. It's just up to you to listen. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, I could be
Yep.
making videos and taking these resources and using them, and the community could say, "Hey, whoa, whoa, this isn't what we wanted. This isn't what we thought we were going to." Or they could be like, "Hey, that's great. Keep doing it." And so really, this isn't like the make or break point. The make or break point is when we start putting out videos. After that point, how does it hold?
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, do it for you to grow your this is Dark the Enigma, your channel bigger, but I'm happy that you show that because it is to show you are honest and upfront about it. Yeah, I don't want people to think so one of the things that I've been able to do up to this point is I can provide some players at least with a barometer or with a measuring. Say, hey, this is my account at 500 days. This is my account at 1,000. My account at whatever. So you can look at my account and say, are you as progressed as I am? Are you not? And then it can give you a measuring. Now, that's not to say I'm the best free to play player in the world or anything. But if you're behind me, then maybe use some of the you know lessons that I've learned to improve your. Or if you're ahead of me, you can look at it and say, hey, well, he's a pretty good player. He's a content creator, and I'm doing better than he is. So I have something of value. Maybe I'll share that with or maybe I'll just feel good about how hard I'm working on my account. That's fine too. I'm happy to provide both of the you know representatives, I guess, or represent both of those aspects of players. That will change. That will be something that I can no longer realistically do once I start taking in resources. Now, one of the things that we talked about, one of the things I thought about is I could potentially sign up with a different account. I have another account that's like level 75. It's maybe even higher. It might be like it's a pretty good account. I've got Bet Alcazar and Tunisia there. I've got Geomancer on that account. Not too long before I shut it down. So I could sign up with that account and then keep this one free to play. Keep my main one. The problem is I haven't put as much effort or work into that account. It's far behind my main account. But I could do that, or I could even start a brand new account and then just show how quickly I could progress in a new account with the resource. So that would be another. But it's hard to say. I think the most value for the content creator would be taking my main account and adding resources
Yeah.
because that would give me a like that would grow my toolkit that's already my biggest. So
Yeah.
um, I have ways to get resources already on that account. I'm doing Fusion actively on that account. I'm hitting the end content, the end game content. I think it would be interesting to do a second account. My fear is, let's say I did a second account that was my content creator resource. I'm not going to want to stop playing my main account. Now I'm going to have my main account. I'm going to have my content creator account. That means I'm playing two accounts all the time. And then if we do a NOOB versus Pro next year, you know what I mean? It's like, then I'm going to be playing a third account. And then I'm still going to be trying to put out videos. It's like, that sounds over.
Here's another thing that just crossed my mind
With that.
is I'm always going to be free to play. So you're always going to have, like a barometer. I would be like, I would be the first one to be able to see like, hey, yeah, maybe this isn't exactly what the free to play is. So
Yeah.
yeah, I really don't think that in my mind there's not enough there that could even get to that point. Like there is a monetary value, but I don't think it's enough. Like if they were throwing you 50 sacred shards a month, I'd be like, okay,
Yeah.
now we're looking at like that's the if there's a just flood of resources to do anything you want, then I could see how it could be a lot easier to get tainted by that. But realistically, I think what they're giving you, it's not enough to throw that out. Not easily, anyways. If you have even just my minutia of purpose and in what you want to do.
All right. Well, let me ask this. So I'm curious. There are a couple of people who said it would diminish the free to play value of the channel. First of all, don't feel bad because you're in the minority. This is your honest opinion, and I appreciate you pointing that out. But I would ask somebody who feels willing to give me your reasoning. Let me know why you think it would diminish the account or the value of the content. Because I'm curious. I'm curious to hear the other side of the argument. Heard a lot of supporters. I would like to hear somebody who disagrees. Steven says you can be their token free to play content creator just to show they really do love their. Yeah, I don't think Player M is thinking that way, but I appreciate. I guess it's kind of like it's a pretty cynical view, but simultaneously it could be somewhat. It would be more positive than Player M current. Yeah, I would imagine that the account you use for their program is what gets access. So I can only get access with one account, but I could choose which account. Mayve says, I think you should do one every year at the end of the year, the Noob versus Pro accounts, like throw the Noob versus Pro accounts away and then restart. Yeah, I typically do 2 accounts a year that I use as like trying to reteach myself the early game and like progress through stuff. I don't really enjoy the mid game that much because it takes so much grind and so much focus that I can't do that on multiple accounts. So once I get to about where we are right now, once I get about 90 days in, 100 days in, I start to peel off. I start to not be as committed to the account anymore. Um, and if I'm going to go past that point, I really want to take it far. I want to go for a long time. I want to go a year and a half or 2 years, see where I can. I want to, max out the account. But I think the value in the first few months is like getting completely different champions in the early game and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
Now, Sun, this is his main account, so I don't expect him to throw away
My
his new
first
versus
account.
pro
Yeah.
account. Like he's not going to do that. And we'll see if he's interested in running up a new account in the new year with me or something. We don't know. He might be.
Yeah.
But it's harder to run 2 accounts than it is to run 1, and it's way harder to run 3 accounts than it is to 2. Especially when you're trying to do things like fusion or holiday events, whatever. Just getting through your daily token and energy and stuff is so hard when you have 3 accounts. So yeah, we'll have to see about. Those who win gems are getting something for free that has a monetary value, but I'll take them by one. Does that make me a non-free to play if I do that? I don't think so. I don't think so either. I think when you think about it, anything that you can accomplish, any resource that you can acquire without spending real world money, right? At least without spending any more real world money on it than you would spend just to get access to it. For instance, you have to buy a computer to play the game, or you have to buy a phone to play the game. You have to have something to play the game. Now, if you could get the phone for free or the great, whatever. But what I'm saying is that doesn't make you a spend game, right? So if there's a tournament and you went out and won the tournament and that got you a resource, then that would be you invested your time, your energy to win the tournament and get the resource. So if you invested your time and energy to enter a drawing and you won that drawing, that's a reasonable free source of reward resource. It's
Yep.
still free. It counts as free to play. Absolutely counts as free to play. But the reality is, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Would you? I mean, definitely didn't spend any money on it. You might not feel like it's completely fair because it's like, oh well, that's not something every free to play player has access to. It's like not every free to play player wins a tournament. Every time you win a tournament, you knock somebody into second place. So I think it's just another way to contest resources. That's how I feel about it. So we've got somebody else included diminish here. Somebody else said it would diminish. So we've increased the percentage of diminish here. But I still haven't heard an answer, I don't think. Yeah. That's okay. Maybe somebody can post there or send me a DM if you don't want to say it here publicly. Send me a DM in Discord. Let me know why you would be against me entering the content creator. By the way, it's not a sure thing. It's not 100% sure that I'll do it, that I'll apply. Um, I'm starting to lean in that direction a bit more, and it's not sure that if I apply, I'll get in. I may apply and not get in.
Yeah.
Hey, McKiller, welcome. Yeah, but thank you so much for. Oh, we've got another person. So Simon. I'm going to end the poll now. Yeah, you could say, Steven, you could say that there is a parallel there, that I could be getting these resources for free. I'm not actually spending money. Um, but I think that the idea behind it would be that this is not something that all free to play players do. All free to play players can enter my dream. They all have a chance to gem. It's not enough gems to like seriously change the way your account plays, but you can do that every week with every content creator. You can go and try to win drawing. Not every free to play player can get into content creator, right? And not everyone would try to just for the extra resource. Like I'm not doing it for just the extra resource. That doesn't make
Yeah, I'm
sense
like,
for me. It's not like a personal gain. I'm sorry, son. Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, but I mean, like that concept can go anywhere, right? Like, not every free to play player is gonna win their tournament, right? Like, if you don't put in the time and the effort, like everybody can start a YouTube channel if they want and try to get into the content creator program. Doesn't mean everybody's going to do it. So, like, I feel like that part of it is kind of a wash in my eyes.
Well,
Like,
no, because I think the difference can be I can get in a video and say to all free to play players simultaneously, there's value in trying to win these tournaments. This is the best tactic that I've discovered to try to win tournaments. You can decide if you have the time, the focus, the energy, the roster, and all the things to go after it. You can try and fail, you can try and succeed, or you can choose to save your resources because you don't think you have a chance of success, or because you don't think you have a chance of like getting value. So all of those are free to play decisions that you need to assess and make yourself. And I can represent that by being in the same boat as my. So when I go for it and I say, this is what I did and this is what succeeded, they can say, well, that's exactly the same boat I'm in. He's doing the same things that I can do. Therefore, I can use him as. But if I'm in the content creator and I'm getting resources and I'm getting on the test server, I'm doing these things, they can't really look at me and say, well, he's just like me, right? Because what they look at is, Paul Red has some advantages I don't, and I can't really get unless I want to become a content creator, which, by the way, is a huge investment in time and maybe something they're not interested in. But just as a player, they can't say Paul Red and I are the same. You know. Now, if you happen to win a drawing every 6 months for 1,000 gems, you still say, yeah, I'm the same as every player. But if you're getting five-star
yeah,
chickens for free straight from Plarium every week, like you can't say, yeah, I'm the same. You know. Now, I do think that the free to play mentality is a mentality that doesn't require a specific resource,
yeah,
right? But let's say, like, I haven't done Nightmare Clan Boss yet. I'm sorry, I haven't done Nightmare Hydra Boss yet. So if these resources let me unlock 4 or 5 new legendary champions that I wouldn't otherwise be able to build, and that allows me to crush, Nightmare Clan Boss, I've achieved something in a time frame that I wouldn't have done as a free to play player. Not saying some other free to play player couldn't have done it either with better luck, roster, or just more devotion to trying to that fight. Um, but I could still use the free to play mentality in the approach. I could still build it around the idea of these are the champions that you get. Now, if I start making videos with like 5 void legendaries that nobody has, you know what I mean? Like that's going to be a
yeah.
problem. Um, but my goal would not be to spend these resources on champions that would advance my account, but to spend these resources on champions that I think would be valuable. community. And that's what I was saying. Like I built Selenia out recently. I 6-starred her. I got her full masteries. I kitted her out. I started to experiment with her in a couple of places. I think she's a cool champion. She's a void rare, which means people are going to get access to her. And she can potentially do some interesting things that no other void rares do, no other rares can, and maybe no epics can. I haven't had a lot of success with it. Like it hasn't really worked out yet. And I don't know that it won't. But I've invested like maybe like 60 million silver. I've invested 800 gems. I've spent maybe 10 hours around, maybe like 8 hours. I'll probably have to mess around with her for another 50 million silver. I'll have to probably redo her masteries a couple of times. And eventually I'll find a really good use for her and I'll put out a video. But that's where I think these resources could be useful. Because
Yeah.
redoing her masteries 3 times is just gems that I would otherwise use it differently. And so on and so on.
Yeah, and I think there was a couple like Photon T in the chat said, thinking about it for a few minutes, a downside to going forth with the content creator roles that maybe your viewers will feel like your thoughts on the value of resources could change. But to tack onto that, Undersized Tic Tac says, biggest complaint when watching most content creator videos is they rarely mention the top end gear they are using. And that's kind of another thing, right? Like you're not getting free gear. But to the first comment, like the only resources that I think in there that are really valuable for you is like the tomes. I think those are the big things that are nice to get, because how many 5-star chickens do you have on your main account, do you think?
Probably like
Yeah, you could make
uh,
5 6 stars right now if you, or
yeah,
6 5 stars, right? Whatever it is.
6 stars. Yeah, I could make
Six
probably
six
5 or
stars.
6 6 stars. Yeah, that I
The
haven't. Yeah.
math was not. Yeah, so like stuff like that is not adding anything really for you. Um, but the books would, and it does allow you to, like we said, kind of experiment more. But he's like late into the game. You're an end game. A lot of the resources you already have a ton of that. The only thing, you can maybe get more gems, get more energy, that kind of thing. But
Yeah,
better, masteries, but
I mean, having the freedom to change masteries a lot would be helpful because there are a
yeah,
lot of champions that I've got imperfect masteries on, but I can't change without gems at this point. And it's like I could get value out of those champions, like messing around with different builds and showing different builds for people. But personally, I could gain value out of just improving the mastery of some champions. Um, but yeah, I wanna actually show my main account. I think you're right. I think the greatest value in some ways would be the legendary, and there aren't that many. It's 8 every 4 weeks, and it
yeah,
typically takes a minimum of 8, and probably as many as maybe 12 or 13 books to figure out a legendary champion. Um, and so I would trade all of the chicken for just more legendary. Like
yeah,
that would be definitely the kind of thing where it's like I like the idea of being able to 6-star some rares and some epic that could potentially be valuable that I don't build on my main account um because I don't need them. But the trickiest part for me is actually going to be like when I build these champions, I'm going to have to constantly be stripping gear off of champions and swapping around, and I would need a lot of silver. And I think a lot of those gems, the gems that don't go into masteries, are going to go into buying silver
yeah.
because
Because what they give you like 8 million silver a month, like
yeah, which is
great.
nothing.
Thanks for the 5 rolls that I
Right.
get on
That's
a piece
nothing.
of gear. Yeah, like that's why I'm saying, like, my position is like what you're getting there is really like it's not a lot.
So
um,
here, if I just showed my legendary champ, let's say, so these are all the legendary champions that I have. Now, as you can see, 10, let's see, they're rows of 10. So 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I have exactly 90 legendary. Now, out of these 90 legendary, I have 37 6-star. 37 6-star. See that Islin right here is my last 6-star and then Delion 5-star, right? I have 37 6-stars. Out of the 37 6-stars, probably 10 of them are not fully booked. Like, I think that yeah, so, like, Stupidus here is not booked, Yannicka is definitely not booked. I don't think Iron Brago is booked. Let's see, who else is not booked? Drexthar is not booked. Uh, Trying to think of who else might not. Most of the champions up here are close to fully booked, but there might be a few.
Filthy free to play whale.
Yeah. So now, granted, some of these are duplicate champions, but there are champions here like who are phenomenal champions who I own and I have not been able to build yet, like Harima. Harima is absolutely a meta champion in arena, great in live arena. She's phenomenal. She's really good in Hydra. She's good in PvE. You know, I got Tyrant Ixalan, fantastic champion, awesome champion. I would love to build out. I have Kandrafon, love to build this guy out. I've got Euros, who is in fact a free champion, and everybody can acquire this champion, and he's a great champion, and I've never been able to build him out. I've got Satura Rhymehide, who was my first ever fusion 2 Christmases ago, almost 3 Christmases ago, and I still haven't been able to build him out. I haven't even been able to build out Wukong, you know, and I've got Oella, I've got Calvalax, I mean, all of these champions. So I could potentially, you know, 6-star and build out some of these champions and do content on them. Likewise, I mean, Lanatharil, I think is a great champion. I'd love to build him out. I've got Roshkar the Tower, who would be great. Um, you know, I've got Supreme Elhane. I mean, some really interesting champions here could be a lot of fun and could create content. You know, even Skull Lord Bargle. So the interesting thing about these champions, on one hand, is that these aren't really free to play champions, with the exception of Euro, right? Who's free to play. But everybody else is a champion you have to pull from the shard. And I don't do that many like videos where I include a ton of these champions. I'm always trying to do my videos around champions that are free, like, you know, Mithrala, like Raz and Scarhide, like Vizix, like Syl of the Drakes. I'm always including the same champion because I want to make sure that my content is accessible. So even though I would love to level these guys out and potentially do content on, I don't know that that's the valuable content. You know what I mean? I don't know that any of this is valuable content. The one place where I can think I could get value for legendary champion content is in fusion. So the fact that like Islan was a fusion a couple of months ago and I haven't been able to build him out and run him up means that when I finally
Yeah.
get him level and I present a video on Islan, it's going to be 3 or 4 months after his fusion. Right? And so that's a loss of value there. If I could get him and build him the next day and then create content for the free to play players who use fusions as a way to build up their roster, that would be value. But I think like, you know, if I built out Harima and I did a video on her, a lot of players might be like, "Oh, that's a cool video." But like I don't think that would be the key content for my channel. Now, on the flip side, if we take away the legendaries and we look at the epic, like this is free to play content. All of these champions are free to play content. So if we look at this roster, like I've got hundreds of epics. I probably have 250 epics. You know, now a lot of them are duplicates, so maybe I have 180 unique epics. But I've only built how many to 60? I built 28. I built 28 to 6-star. And look at all the champions that I haven't built to 6-stars that could potentially be free to play content. Magnar, yes, absolutely. Rector Drath, of course. Tatsu, I would love to take the 6-stars and do a video on. You know, Archmage Helmet, Old Hermit Jorg, we're just talking about. There are only 5 champions in the game that have increased attack and turn meter fill on the same skill. And he's one of them. You know, I don't even have my Runekeeper Dazdirk on this account out. Golden Reaper, great champion. I would love to do a video on Gashi. You know, I don't have my Madame Ceres to 6-stars. I don't have my Sylar to 6-stars. I don't have my Sinesho or my
Not
Mordecai to 6-stars.
Fane.
Yeah, my Fane is 5-stars. You know, I would love to do a video on Morag Bronzelock. But so this is where I would actually use the chicken. Because I don't have the chickens to level up all of these champions. I do have some of the chickens to level some of these champions, but I would love to do that. Like I'd love to do something on Firegun Isbel. I'd love to do something on you know, I'd love to do something on Seas. I'd love to do something on Annex. There are all these champions that I think are cool. But I also don't have the books for all, and I don't have this. And I don't have. And on my main account, I wouldn't level them because I don't need. I don't need Firegun Isbel because I have Nishak. Nishak does everything that she does better. So I would never level her up. Like I'm never going to level up Gorgorab. Why do I need Gorgorab? I've got Arbiter. But he's a great champion to do a video because I think he's extremely helpful
So
in arena.
that's kind of an interesting point there, at least to me, is that you've already got you're already past the point, um, and you got there completely free to play. That a lot of what you might do with those resources doesn't even apply. It doesn't even do anything for you. It's literally just helping other people,
Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
right? Yeah, but I'm just saying I wanted to emphasize that because it's not like your account is getting a benefit from that, right? If you've already got better champions, or you're already like beyond that point, you're past that point, then it's not even a benefit to you in any way,
Well,
outside of we can make the content. But
yeah, I mean,
if you understand what I'm saying.
I do think like if you look at the legend, like I'm going to be getting legendary. So I think let's say we get one fusion a month and we get 8 legendary tomes a month. So I can use those legendary tomes to book out that fusion champ. Every month I'll be able to do the fusion champ, regardless of if it's a trash champ or not. Right? It could be a totally trash legendary, but I will do every fusion every month. And that means every month, if somebody wants to do a fusion, I'll have a fusion guide out for them. And then I'll be able to do a showcase video on that champion to show them where I think they can get value. That's the only value I think that I would get out of legendary stuff. Because I don't think they're not giving me enough legendary tomes to go back into my roster and start 6-star, and book them out. Like I could 6-star more, absolutely, but I can't. Um, so like I might focus on some free to play champions that I haven't built. I might focus on a Yukarl, I might focus on a Euro. I might focus on a few free to play legendaries like a Cleopatra. These are champions that I haven't used. I don't need them. And I could 6-star these few champions. But realistically, that's going to take my own book. Because if I'm doing the fusion every month, they're not giving me any extra legendary book. One of the things that I'm a little worried about is because I need legendary tome and I go after legendary tome anyway, I could potentially win more tournaments. I could potentially win more tournaments than I would otherwise if I can use my gems on energy and my extra energy to go after. Realistically, what would probably happen is simply it would allow me to get more champion training events done, and I would get more legendary through completing all the champion training events. Um, but I'm not even sure. What I don't want to do is I don't want to end up competing with other free to play players in a way where I have an advantage they don't. So that feels a little bit wonky to me. Now, granted, I compete against payers. I compete against spenders, so it's like they have an advantage I don't. So it's not like it's completely unfair. But it does feel a little bit
Yeah.
wonky. It does feel a little bit wonky. But I think the biggest value would be the epic tomes and the chickens would allow me to build out pretty much quickly too, like another 10 or 20 epics that I could do. And then every month I would be able to get at least one or if not 2 epics up to 6 stars that I wouldn't otherwise take up to 6 stars. And I think epics are a great section of content for this channel, especially even if I'm not doing videos about the champion. If I'm like, here's a solution for this Doom Tower boss, just having all the epics available, I can say, here's a great solution with no legendary, completely epic or rare solution. Or maybe, yeah, you can use your Still of the Drakes, everybody gets it 6 months, but then all of these other champions are just epic. And I think epics are like, again, I haven't pulled a Geoman. So I know that epics are not guaranteed. But I think everybody would agree that an epic champion is a more free to play friendly champion than any legendary that isn't given to so like
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Geomancer, despite my luck, is a more free to play friendly champion than, say, Cardiel, who I've had since month 4. Nobody would disagree with that statement. Um, Now Cardiel came to me for free, and I'm a free to play player, but in terms of how we view champions, and it's funny because like I would say there are legendary champions who are more free to play friendly. For instance, Scylla the Drakes is more free to play friendly than I think like Seer it is maybe. Like there are, void epics that are just massively strong and overpowered and change the way you play the game, or sometimes they're not even voids like Geo. And you just may never pull them. You may play for years and never. Whereas if you play for 2 years and you're focused on it, you probably have a very good chance of getting your Arbiter, not almost guaranteed chance of getting your Arbiter. Some players don't because they can't unlock, the arena, or they can't unlock something about the Arbiter missions, or they just don't focus on it, so they don't care. Um, but everybody knows that they can, whereas not everybody knows that they can get a C or C.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, okay, so that's what we're thinking about this week. And I appreciate everybody's responses. I'm going to go back and read through all the chat, but we are getting on to the 5 p.m. here, and gotta call it. So listen, everybody, thanks so much for all of your feedback. Thanks for all of the support, except for Stephen Markley, who's like, Gala only level 40. Shame, shame, shame. Yeah, dude. I can't. I mean, she's good. I did a video on her just last week. I know she's good. I've run her up on other accounts, but I can't run every. Um, but anyway, thanks so much for hanging out today, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like button before you leave. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Please join our Discord community. It's a great, growing Discord community. We're up almost to 600 members, I think. A lot of people come and visit every day. You can post your roster, ask for help. You can join one of our clans. We have some spots in clans that just up. Anybody is looking for a clan, wants to join one of our clans, we have very few spots. Come to our Discord and send us a DM, and you can join us. Thanks, everybody who's been hanging out. Sun, do you want to say goodbye?
Have a good one, everybody.
Thanks so much, folks. We will see you on Tuesday for a takeover, or we'll see you probably next Sunday instead of Saturday for this stream, but we're not 100% sure about that. So we'll definitely post that on in our Discord and maybe on the YouTube channel in case we change our streaming schedule. Watch for that. All right. Thanks so much. Peace.
Take care.